Chapter 1 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 4, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 1, Fort Pickens Reenforced. Military and naval expeditions rarely move at their first appointed time. That prepared by Captain Fox for Sumter was, by the President's order, directed to sail on April 6, but did not actually start till the 9th. That prepared by Captain Meigs for Pickens was to have got off on the 2nd, but only sailed on the 6th. The fitting out of both went on simultaneously at New York, but the officers concerned were not cognizant of each other's plans and measures. The sudden activity and work at the Brooklyn Navy Yard and at some of the public docks filled the newspapers with all sorts of surmises, but the secrets of the government were not disclosed. "A powerful naval and military force sails today from this port," said the Tribune, "to reinforce and protect the United States possessions in the South. The Collins steamships Atlantic and Baltic and the Vanderbilt steamer Illinois have been chartered, and in company with the frigate Powhatan will soon be on the high seas, bearing ample supplies of men and provisions to the point most in danger. Whether that point be Pickens or Sumter, we cannot at present say." This statement was perfectly sincere. The reporters obtained nothing except such evidence as it was impossible to conceal from the public. Most of all, however, were the rebels mystified by these preparations. It has frequently been loosely charged that all the earlier orders and movements of the war were divulged by enemies and spies in the Washington departments. This is entirely erroneous. From the 2nd to the 8th of April, telegrams were passing daily from the rebel commissioners in Washington to the Montgomery authorities, but they contained absolutely nothing except the reports of these public observations and the vague rumors and guesses afloat on the streets. These dispatches show a curious fluctuation of rumors. Thus, on the 2nd, the warning was, "Watch at all points." On the 3rd, report says these movements have reference to the San Domingo question. On the 4th, strengthen the defenses at the mouth of the Mississippi, to which Toombs responded, "We are ready." On the 5th, an important move requiring a formidable military and naval force is certainly on foot. The statement that the armament is intended for San Domingo may be a mere ruse. On the 6th, the rumors that they are destined to use against Pickens and perhaps Sumter are getting every day stronger. We know nothing positive on the subject. On the 7th, it may be Sumter and the Mississippi. It is almost certain that it is Pickens and the Texas frontier. Even on the 8th, they were as ignorant as at the beginning, and telegraphed to Toombs, "We believe Fort Pickens and Texas are the first points of military demonstration." By this time, the governor of South Carolina was in a fever of anxiety and had asked from Charleston, "We have so many extraordinary telegrams. I would be glad to know from you if it is true that they have determined to reinforce Sumter, and if a naval force is sent to our harbor. Be so good as to answer as soon as convenient, for something is desired to govern our conduct." Their reply to him is ludicrously oracular and inaccurate. "We are assured that you will not be disturbed without notice, and we think Sumter is to be evacuated and Pickens provisioned." The success of the government in keeping its secrets is most conclusively shown in the fact that the first trustworthy news received by the commissioners at Washington came to them from Charleston in a dispatch signed by General Beauregard, who telegraphed, "Special messenger from Lincoln, Mr. Chew, informs us Sumter to be provisioned peaceably, otherwise forcibly." 4 days and nights of incessant work at the Brooklyn Navy Yard, and at 2 o'clock on the 5th of April, the war steamer Powhatan was ready for sea. The crew boarded their ship with cheers. The officers assembled in uniform on the quarter-deck. Commandant Andrew H. Foote, afterwards Rear Admiral, formally turned over the vessel to her captain, the ensign was hoisted, and the Powhatan declared in commission for a special cruise. About the same time that afternoon, the Secretary of the Navy at Washington was signing an order constituting the Powhatan the flagship and Captain Mercer the naval commander of the Sumter Expedition, and giving him directions to convoy the provisions and troops to Charleston, and in case their landing was refused and opposed, then to open a way to the fort by force. This order reached Mercer on the next day, the 6th of April, and he was about to proceed in its execution when Lieutenant Porter presented himself on board and showed him the order signed by President Lincoln directing that Lieutenant D.D. Porter will take command of the steamer Powhatan, or any other U.S. steamer ready for sea which he may deem most fit for the service to which he has been assigned by confidential instructions of this date. All officers are commanded to afford him all such facilities as he may deem necessary for getting to sea as soon as possible. Another letter to Mercer, also signed by the President, explained to him that he was for a special purpose detached, but without any reflection on his efficiency or patriotism, and expressed the hope of giving him a better command. Here was an evident cross purpose. Meigs was called into council, and the three officers discussed and criticized the conflicting orders. Meigs insisted that the President's signature was the higher authority. This both detached Mercer and placed Porter in command. Mercer was loath to depart from his ship, but at length correctly construed his duty and yielded, reporting to the Secretary of the Navy, "Your confidential instructions of the 5th instant were received on the next day, and I was on the eve of carrying them out when Lieutenant D.D. Porter of the Navy and Captain Meigs of the Army came to me, showing such written instructions from the President and verbally communicating other facts showing their authority from this high source, that Lieutenant Porter's being placed in command of the Powhatan was virtually necessary, and that the President's positive commands to both of these officers were that no deviation from his instructions should be made unless by his own direction. Under these circumstances, I regarded the order from the President of the United States as imperative, and accordingly placed Lieutenant Porter in command of the Powhatan." That evening Porter steamed down the bay, but his successful departure was destined to run yet another hazard. Before the contest about the ship was concluded, he and Meigs had telegraphed to Washington. Mr. Seward, to whom their message was addressed, carried it to the Secretary of the Navy, but that official, in the absence of any knowledge, could not interfere, and they were therefore both compelled to go to the President. Mr. Wells says, "The President, who had not retired, although it was nearly midnight, was astonished and perplexed in regard to the statements which we made. He looked first at one and then at the other, read and reread the telegram, and asked if I was not in error in regard to the flagship. I assured him I was not, and reminded him that I had read to him my orders to Captain Mercer on the day they were written, and they had met his approval. He recollected that circumstance, but not the name of the officer or the vessel. Said he had become confused with the names of Pocahontas and Powhatan. Commodore Stringham, to whom I had communicated the instructions, confirmed my statement, but to satisfy the President beyond peradventure, I went to the department, although it was past midnight, and procured the press copy." On reading it, he distinctly recollected all the facts, and turning promptly to Mr. Seward, said the Powhatan must be restored to Mercer, that he had never supposed he was interfering with the Sumter expedition, that on no consideration should it be defeated or rendered abortive. Mr. Seward thought it was now too late to correct the mistake, said he considered the other project the most important, and asked whether that would not be injured if the Powhatan was now withdrawn. The President would not discuss the subject, but was peremptory, and said there was not the pressing necessity in the other case, which I learned was an enterprise for Pickens. As regarded Sumter, however, not a day was to be lost. that the orders of the Secretary of the Navy must be carried out, and he directed Mr. Seward to telegraph to that effect to New York without a moment's delay. Mr. Seward thought it might be difficult to get a telegram through, it was so late, but the President was imperative. Seward obeyed the President's direction and immediately sent the following to Porter: "Give up the Powhatan to Mercer. Seward." When this dispatch was received at the Brooklyn Navy Yard, the Powhatan was already some hours on her way. Nevertheless, Foote hurried a swift tug in pursuit, which overtook the ship. But when Porter read the dispatch and saw that it was only signed Seward, he was not slow to avail himself of the same superior authority of the President over the Secretary of State that he had used over the Secretary of the Navy. He paid no attention to the telegram, but continued his voyage to Fort Pickens. Early next morning, Captain Meigs, in the merchant steamer Atlantic, with supplies and a portion of the force of 700 men under Colonel Brown, sailed for the same destination, another ship, the Illinois, with the remainder following a day later. Lincoln's peremptory direction to Seward to detain the Powhatan if possible was based upon information received that afternoon. It will be remembered that Scott's order to land Vogdes's company at Fort Pickens was dispatched by sea on March 12, and that the non-receipt of any answer from it had caused the President great uneasiness. On this same afternoon of April 6, a special messenger reached the Navy Department, who, on being ushered into the Secretary's presence while yet dusty and travel-worn, unstrapped a belt from beneath his garments and took out an official dispatch from the fleet at Pensacola, which by journeying day and night he had brought over the Southern railroads from Florida to Washington. This dispatch brought serious news. Scott's order, sent March 12, encountered such delays that it only reached the fleet April 1. Vogdes, in compliance, asked for immediate means to land, but Captain H.A. Adams, commanding the fleet, refused, alleging that it was a violation of the joint order of Holt and Toucey, made in consequence of the Pickens and Sumter truce between Buchanan and certain Southern senators on January 29. Scott's army order, Adams held, could not supersede Secretary Toucey's Navy order. He therefore sent an officer to solicit the express commands of the department, explaining in justification, "Such a step is too important to be taken without the clearest orders from proper authority. It would certainly be viewed as a hostile act and would be resisted to the utmost. No one acquainted with the feelings of the military assembled under General Bragg can doubt that it would be considered not only a declaration but an act of war. It would be a serious thing to bring on by any precipitation a collision which may be entirely against the wishes of the administration. At present, both sides are faithfully observing the agreement entered into by the United States government with Mr. Mallory and Colonel Chase. This agreement binds us not to reinforce Fort Pickens unless it shall be attacked or threatened. It binds them not to attack it unless we should attempt to reinforce it. I saw General Bragg on the 30th ultimo, who reassured me the conditions on their part should not be violated. While I cannot take on myself, under such insufficient authority as General Scott's order, the fearful responsibility of an act which seems to render civil war inevitable, I am ready at all times to carry out whatever orders I may receive from the Honorable the Secretary of the Navy." Deeply mortifying as was this action of Captain Adams in so urgent a contingency, there was such earnest sincerity in the tone of his letter, such conscientious technical obedience to his by this time antiquated instructions, such a manly offer to carry out any new orders of the government coming through direct and regular channels as to disarm all reproach. But mere chagrin was swallowed up in the sense of the new perils created by this condition of affairs so tardily revealed. Since Fort Pickens was still exposed to capture, the Sumter expedition was doubly important. Meanwhile, every nerve must be strained to get proper orders to Pensacola before Bragg should obtain information of it. As the result of a few hurried inquiries, a young naval officer, then comparatively unknown, but afterwards of brilliant renown, Lieutenant John L. Worden, was summoned before Secretary Welles. He was told to prepare for a difficult, perhaps dangerous journey in the few hours to elapse before the next train started southward from the capital. Mr. Welles gave him a brief and unsealed written order which Worden committed to memory before reaching Richmond, and then destroyed the writing to ensure absolute secrecy. He took the cars at Washington on the morning of April 7. The notes of alarm from Washington and New York had put the Montgomery authorities on the alert, but their ignorance of where the threatened blow might fall confused and paralyzed their preparations to ward it off. Sumter was their first care, Pickens next. On April 3, the rebel Secretary of War inquired of Bragg whether he had made any progress in preparations to attack. Bragg's reply of the 5th said, "We are prepared for defense," then added, "Should the agreement not to reinforce be violated, may I attack?" Explanations were asked, and he thereupon stated his views more in detail. From these it appears that as an excuse to violate the agreement, he had invented the pretext that an engineer officer had been placed in the fort. This he intended to construe as being a reinforcement. He himself felt the plea to be so weak as to need the concurrent sanction of the authorities. The weather had seemed about to furnish him the opportunity for attack, for he explained, "A strong easterly wind was blowing, calculated to drive off the United States naval vessels. It continues yet, but they hold on, though evidently with trouble. I am not prepared with my batteries for anything more than a feeble defense, and that condition cannot be changed until I can get supplies. The only attack which I could hope to make now would be a sudden dash, distracting the enemy by a false attack, and scaling the walls in an opposite direction. The weakness of the garrison and the ardor and ignorance of my troops would be strong elements of success. In this movement I should not propose to fire a gun unless in the diversion." But the elements did not render him the aid he had anticipated. The following day he was obliged to report by telegraph, "The blow is over and the vessels stood it out." Meantime, the Montgomery authorities had received news of Lincoln's notice of the departure of the expedition and of the sudden blight which had fallen upon the Washington mission, and there was something of a panic along the whole seaboard. Troops and munitions were hurried to Pensacola, and Bragg was admonished to be on the defensive. "Our commissioners at Washington have received a flat refusal," telegraphed Walker April 8, and again in a later dispatch of the same date, "The expression 'at all hazards' in my dispatch of this morning was not intended to require you to land upon the island. The presumption is that reinforcements will be attempted at the dock, and this I hope you can and will prevent, though it should lead to assault of your works. The belief here is that they will not only attempt to reinforce the fort, but also to retake the Navy Yard." To obtain Fort Pickens by arms and valor was for the moment despaired of, and instead, if we may credit the official dispatches, a subtler agency was called into requisition. Bragg had already reported, "Finally, I have reason to believe the garrison in Fort Pickens is greatly demoralized by influences which are operating strongly in our favor." This was as much as he dared to trust on paper, and he sent a special messenger to Montgomery to obtain a corruption fund. Secession was ready to employ questionable expedients, and Walker telegraphed April 9, "Captain Boggs left here this morning to join you. $40,000 are at your disposal to be used in the way he suggested to me as coming from you. Although he has no instructions on that point, as it escaped me in the hurry of his departure, you will, however, understand. But it usually happens that such a plan is more easily devised than executed. Shall try to use the money, answered Bragg, but great vigilance is exercised. They fear their own men. Upon whom these mercenary influences were to be tried does not appear, but the sequel proves that here, as in Texas, the Union soldiers were proof against bribery. Lieutenant Worden, meanwhile, traveling southward, arrived at Pensacola on the morning of April 11. He made known his presence as an officer of the United States Navy and applied to General Bragg for permission to communicate with the fleet, a right which the agreement of January 29 had distinctly reserved. He wrote me a pass, says Worden, authorizing me to go to the Sabine, and upon handing it to me he asked if I had dispatches for Captain Adams. I replied that I had not written ones, but that I had a verbal communication to make to him from the Navy Department. I then asked him if I would be permitted to land on my return towards Washington. He replied that I would, provided Captain Adams or myself did nothing in violation of the agreement existing between them. I remarked that I knew nothing of the agreement he mentioned. It must have been a most tantalizing delay to Worden, pending these delicate and hazardous formalities. The day was rapidly wearing away. 4 o'clock in the afternoon came before he was able to embark for the Wyandotte, lying in the harbor, and doing duty as a dispatch boat for the fleet, which lay anchored in the open roadstead outside. Still greater, however, was probably his impatience when, informed by the commander of that vessel that the strong wind and rough sea would prevent his crossing the bar that night. Even next morning the sea was yet too dangerous. It was already high noon when he crossed the bar and mounted to the deck of the Sabine. He had once communicated the order to Captain Adams, and that commander, anxious to send return news to Washington, and incautiously confiding in the terms of the agreement, which reserved his right and that of the other officers in command at Pensacola freely to communicate with the government by special messenger, ordered him again to land at Pensacola, which he did at 5 p.m., to return by rail as he had come, a mistake in judgment which cost Worden 7 months of imprisonment. As he had promised to do, Captain Adams promptly executed Secretary Welles's order to land the troops on the first favorable opportunity. That same night, April 12, the boats of the squadron carried the artillery company of Captain Israel Vogdes, 86 men, and a detachment of 115 Marines from the fleet to a convenient landing on the outside beach of Santa Rosa Island. The night was dark, and the rebels had early that evening extinguished the beacon, but the movement was effected without accident or delay, and before the enemy was even aware of it, the peril of Fort Pickens was substantially warded off by this reinforcement to its garrison. How narrowly this success was obtained, the rebel correspondence demonstrates. Soon after Bragg had given Worden his pass, he received the important intelligence: Beauregard has been ordered to demand the immediate evacuation of Fort Sumter. If refused, his batteries will open fire. Yet more startling news was telegraphed him next day, April 12, from the rebel War Department. Lieutenant Worden of the United States Navy has gone to Pensacola with dispatches. Intercept them. Another dispatch was also sent, prompting him to attack Pickens. Bragg was forced to reply that the order came too late. Mr. Worden had communicated with the fleet before your dispatch was received. Alarm guns have just fired at Fort Pickens. I fear the news is received and it will be reinforced before morning. It cannot be prevented. The next morning, April 13, he was further compelled to confirm these apprehensions. Reinforcements, he wrote, thrown into Fort Pickens last night by small boats from the outside. The movement could not even be seen from our side, but was discovered by a small reconnoitering boat. It does not redound to the credit of the rebel authorities that they vented their impotent rage at this result upon Lieutenant Worden. He was arrested at Montgomery, imprisoned, and only released by exchange 7 months afterwards. While these events were occurring, the Powhatan under Porter and the transport Atlantic under Meigs, together with her companion ship, the Illinois, were separately making their way to the scene of action. The rebels were as yet entirely in the dark as to their objective point, though their departure from New York was evidently known. Some adventurous spirits at Mobile assumed that the Illinois was bound to the coast of Texas, and obtained authority from the rebel Secretary of War to arm a steamer at New Orleans as a privateer and undertake her capture. But as her voyage did not extend as far as the mouth of the Mississippi, she was in no danger from the undertaking, even if it was carried out. Meigs in the Atlantic reached Key West on the morning of the 13th, where he stopped to execute an important political mission with which he was charged. Key West, though situated upon an island only 6 miles long and 2 miles wide, was nevertheless the most important as well as most populous town of Florida, its 2,000 to 3,000 inhabitants being then occupied in marine salvage, in commerce, in sponge fisheries, in salt production, in the various employments incidental to an active shipping industry, and the maintenance of a large government naval station. It has a fine harbor, defended by Fort Taylor, a powerful work, which here to a great extent controls the commerce of this part of the world, as it guards the principal entrance to the Gulf of Mexico through the dangerous navigation of the Florida reefs. Garrisoned by only a feeble company in the earlier stages of secession, the foresight of General Scott had somewhat strengthened the post in January, but the population of the town, naturally taking on the prevalent hue of Southern sentiment, was already seriously warped from its duty and allegiance to the government. Here, as elsewhere, Unionism was silenced and secessionism emboldened by the demoralizing Buchanan policy. To correct this state of feeling and to avert these dangers, Meigs brought with him commissions for several newly appointed Federal officials, together with the President's authority to the military commandant to proclaim martial law, should that measure become necessary. Judge Marvin of the United States District Court and the new collector, Navy agent, and marshal were called together at the fort, where Meigs explained to them, greatly to their relief and satisfaction, the policy and determination of the government, and thus reassured in faith and strengthened in authority, they promised to hold treason and revolution in check, a promise which they faithfully kept. It was high time for the government to make its presence felt, for already a secession flag flew over the courthouse within musket shot of Fort Taylor, and only the exercise of martial law, soon thereafter proclaimed, crushed the budding rebellion and maintained the Union authority at that important point. The mission fulfilled, Meigs continued his voyage, and on the 17th came in sight of the fleet anchored off Fort Pickens. Prompt communication was had with Captain Adams, and before midnight 200 men were landed from the Atlantic and added to the garrison. While this work was being continued, the next morning, April 18th, the Powhatan hove in sight, disguised as much as possible, wearing English colors and burning English coal. Colonel Harvey Brown, who had taken command of the fort, hereupon sent word to Meigs that in the present condition of affairs, the original plan agreed upon at Washington had better be abandoned, that in the unprepared state of Fort Pickens it would be disastrous to bring on a collision, that the running of the gauntlet by Porter would do this inevitably. Meigs fully concurred in this opinion, and being at the moment on board the Wyandotte, vigorously made signals to convey this understanding to the newcomer. But the Powhatan, in her role of an English steamer, paid no attention whatever to these American signals, and headed her course with unabated speed for the entrance of the harbor. Meigs knew both the ship and the headstrong temper of her commander. Porter, he felt sure, had made up his mind to run the batteries, and unaware of the changed and improved condition of the fort, would not be turned aside from this purpose by any ordinary notice. Quickly taking his measures, therefore, he ordered the Wyandotte to advance and lay exactly across the course of the Powhatan, and thus brought the impulsive Porter to a dead halt, lest he should run down a Union ship, and that only when the two vessels were within speaking distance, where Meigs could verbally explain the reason for the apparently reckless proceeding. 2 more days passed, and Meigs and his brother officers began to grow uneasy about the Illinois, when she too made her appearance in safety. With the reinforcements brought by the Meigs expedition, Fort Pickens now contained some 1,100 men, soldiers, and laborers, Nearly reaching the estimated war garrison the work was capable of holding, together with 6 months' supplies. The safety of the fort was fully assured, the fleet yet remaining to aid in its defense, and though beleaguered for a time, the flag of the Union floated over its ramparts during the whole of the Civil War. End of chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kevin Davidson. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 4, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 2. The Sumter Expedition. We have mentioned that almost simultaneously with Lincoln's inauguration, the rebel government at Montgomery adopted 2 measures for obtaining possession of Sumter. The first was when they sent the rebel commissioners to Washington, February 27th, to negotiate for the fort. The second, when March 3rd they sent Beauregard to Charleston to complete the batteries and take it by bombardment. While pursuing the former of these measures, they had not for an instant neglected or intermitted the latter. Since February the 6th, therefore, actual war had existed at Charleston. Anderson from the fort and the United States government from without had the undoubted right and rested under the constitutional duty to demolish the menacing works, to revenge the firing on the flag, and to vindicate its obstructed authority. That it did not do this resulted partly from the weakness of the garrison, but more from political considerations. All the while the rebellion pursued the offensive as far as military advantage would justify. The governor of South Carolina proposed, February 13th, to assault the fort, and repeated his suggestion February the 27th. To this, Jefferson Davis replied through his Secretary of War, March 1st, that thorough preparations must first be made. It was to make such preparation that Beauregard was sent to Charleston and urged to his utmost diligence. "Give but little credit to the rumors of an amicable adjustment," wrote the rebel secretary. "Do not slacken for a moment your energies, and be ready to execute any order this department may forward." While Beauregard was thus from without environing Sumter with formidable preparations for attack, with a host of Negro laborers and practically unlimited materials, Foster, the engineer officer of the fort, was, within its walls, busy in devising and constructing preparations for defense. He had retained some 30 or 40 workmen, and though his materials were limited, he made the best use of those at hand. Had the resources been more equal, this might have lived in military records as one of the most exciting contests of engineering skill, and science and ingenuity might have changed a chapter of history. From the time of the occupation of Sumter, Anderson and his garrison were really in a state of siege, and under an irksome espionage and duress in their communication with the outer world. Nevertheless, they yet received their mails and were allowed to make certain purchases of fresh provisions in the Charleston market. There was a running fire of correspondence, interviews, protests, and explanations between the opposing parties, calculated to produce friction and irritation. But on the whole, the temper on both sides was held well in check, and a commendable practice of external courtesies observed almost to the last. But this show of civility was entirely subordinated to the military question. Anderson's mere personal sympathies were probably with the Southern people, but never with the Southern rebellion. His soldierly loyalty to his flag and government was as steady and as bright as a vestal flame. In some discussion he had said, that if attacked and I found that I could not hold possession of the fort, I would blow it up, sacrificing our lives in preference to permitting ourselves to fall into their hands. Whether this language, or the fact that Foster had already planted some mines at the landing wharf at Sumter to repel an assault, had come to the knowledge of the rebel authorities, they began to grow apprehensive that their coveted prize might not pass intact into their hands. "Dispatches just received from Washington," wrote Walker to Beauregard, "of the highest authority, speak of mines in Fort Sumter and a purpose to destroy it and the garrison rather than be taken. Foster, the engineer, might be a good guarantee if kept in the fort." A few days later, the idea was amplified by official instructions. In case the fort were abandoned, Beauregard was informed that he must not give Anderson safe conduct unless perfectly assured that there are no mines laid with trains within the fort. And if he declined to give such assurances, Beauregard was to keep him where he is. This was while rumors of evacuation were coming thick and fast from Washington. The visits of Fox and Lamon to Anderson strengthened these impressions at Charleston, and immediately thereafter Beauregard undertook to bring this point to Anderson's notice. Assuming that Lamon had communicated to Governor Pickens an intimation that the garrison would be withdrawn, Beauregard wrote to say that no formal surrender would be required, but that whenever you will be prepared to leave the fort, if you will inform Governor Pickens or myself of your intentions relative thereto, we will be happy to see that you are provided with proper means of transportation out of this harbor for yourself and command, including baggage, private and company property. All that will be required of you on account of the public rumors that have reached us will be your word of honor as an officer and a gentleman that the fort, all public property therein, its armament, etc., shall remain in their present condition, without any arrangements or preparation for their destruction or injury after you shall have left the fort. Anderson flared up under the humiliating proposal. "I have the honor to acknowledge the receipt of your letter of this date," he replied, "and hasten to say that I needed no denial from you of the expression attributed to you. The moment I heard that you had said that I should not leave this fort without surrendering, I remarked that it was not true, and that I knew you had not said so. I am much obliged to His Excellency the Governor and yourself for the assurances you give me, but you must pardon me for saying that I feel deeply hurt at the intimation in your letter about the conditions that shall be exacted of me, and I must state most distinctly that if I can only be permitted to leave on the pledge you mention, I shall never, so help me God, leave this fort alive." Beauregard saw that he had blundered, and at once returned an apologetic note, saying that he had only mentioned the rumors on account of their high source, and expressing regrets at having referred to the subject. Anderson gracefully acknowledged the amende, adding, "I only regret that rumors from any source made you for one moment have the slightest doubt as to the straight path of honor and duty in which I trust by the blessing of God ever to be found." Beauregard made the best of his failure by reporting to Montgomery that Anderson had refused to give the required pledge, but that he considered his answer equivalent to one, where the matter was also dropped. Although thus manfully maintaining his attitude of loyalty and duty, it was clear that Anderson finally fell into the belief and hope that he and his command would be withdrawn, and the feeling came near leading him into a serious error, aided by an accidental inadvertence of a subordinate, and more especially by the fact that the government had not as yet sent him any definite instructions for his temporary guidance. This was probably a mere oversight. Lincoln supposed he had provided for the case in his order to General Scott of March 9, to hold all military places. It does not appear that General Scott repeated this order to post commanders, and hence Anderson's latest instructions were those from Holt, dated February the 23rd, in which a former declaration was repeated that The attitude of that garrison, as has often been declared, is neither menacing nor defiant, nor unfriendly. It is acting under orders to act strictly on the defensive. Anderson had means of knowing that this direction signified the abandonment of the Ward expedition. Since that time, therefore, he and his officers had apparently given up the hope that Sumter was to be permanently held, though they wished to retire with honor. It was upon this idea that they furnished the new administration their very extravagant estimates for relief. Foster's letters expressed pleasure at the reported labors of the Peace Convention, and asked instructions based upon the assumption of a withdrawal of the forces. When Fox visited the fort, Anderson, as we have seen, manifested very decided disapproval at the plan of succor, which that officer did not communicate, but in Anderson's words, merely hinted at. Lamon's visit a few days later was more welcome, for though he brought neither positive instruction nor information, he inquired about the condition of the garrison and the best and most feasible methods of removal, and whether the rebels would permit them to depart if that painful measure should be found unavoidable. But nothing was promised, nothing concluded. If Lamon was authorized to arrange matters, Anderson ought now to say so, wrote the governor to Beauregard. It will be seen by Major Anderson's answer, if there be any truth in the man, that nothing like a doubtful course can be feared from him on the evacuation of Fort Sumter, which ought now to be decided upon in a few days, wrote Beauregard to the rebel secretary. Anderson naturally fell into the current belief, but day by day passed, and still the orders did not come. Meantime, events were hastening to a crisis. Foster's 40-odd workmen were both a help and an encumbrance. While they built defenses, they also consumed supplies, and could now no longer be kept. "As our provisions are very nearly exhausted," wrote Anderson at the end of March, "I have requested Captain Foster to discharge his laborers, retaining only enough for a boat's crew. I hope to get them off tomorrow. The last barrel of flour was issued day before yesterday. The South Carolina Secretary of War has not sent the authority asked for yesterday to enable me to send off the discharged laborers. Having been in daily expectation, since the return of Colonel Lamon to Washington, of receiving orders to vacate this post, I have kept these men here as long as I could. I told Mr. Fox that if I placed the command on short allowance, I could make the provisions last until after the 10th of this month, but as I have received no instructions from the department that it was desirable I should do so, it has not been done. If the governor permits me to send off the laborers, we will have rations enough to last us about 1 week longer." 2 days after this letter was written, another exciting incident occurred in Charleston Harbor. A schooner from Boston with a cargo of ice for Savannah, having lost her reckoning in the fog, and supposing she had reached her destination, by mistake undertook to come into the harbor without a pilot. When abreast the Morris Island battery, shots were fired by the rebels across her bows, whereupon her captain ran up the United States flag. This started a cannonade from all the batteries in reach, and the master, now divining that he was in hostile quarters, hauled down his flag, put his ship about, and, running without serious damage out of gunshot, came to anchor. Anderson once more felt his indignation rising, and prepared to open the guns of Sumter in reply, but, as in the case of the Star of the West, the firing ceased before he was ready. Reporting the circumstances to Washington, and referring to the old orders which put him in a defensive attitude, he said, "I deeply regret that I did not feel myself at liberty to resent the insults thus offered to the flag of my beloved country." And in a later communication, "The truth is that the sooner we are out of this harbor the better. Our flag runs an hourly risk of being insulted, and my hands are tied by my orders, and if that were not the case, I have not the power to protect it. God grant that neither I nor any other officer of our army may be again placed in a position of such mortification and humiliation. He started an inquiry into the affair, which brought him a practical apology from the rebel authorities for this incident, but it also brought him an unwelcome and harsh piece of misinformation. Lieutenant G.W.S. Snyder, whom he had sent to Charleston on this errand, made him a written report that the governor said that orders had been received from Montgomery not to allow any man in the ranks or any laborers to leave Fort Sumter, and not to allow Major Anderson to obtain supplies in Charleston. That Mr. Crawford, a commissioner from the Confederate States, now in Washington, had sent a dispatch to him, stating that he was authorized to say that no attempt would be made to reinforce Fort Sumter with men or provisions, but that Mr. Lincoln would not order Major Anderson to withdraw from Fort Sumter, and would leave him to act for himself. This rendering of Crawford's dispatch was a material variance from the original, dated April 1st, which ran as follows: I am authorized to say that this government will not undertake to supply Sumter without notice to you, Governor Pickens. My opinion is that the President has not the courage to execute the order agreed upon in Cabinet for the evacuation of the fort, but that he intends to shift the responsibility upon Major Anderson by suffering him to be starved out. By whose design or act the perversion of language occurred cannot now be determined, but Anderson's comment seems based on the error. I have the honor to report everything still and quiet, and to send herewith the report of Lieutenant Snyder, whom I sent yesterday with a short note and verbal message to the governor of South Carolina. No reply has been received to my note. I cannot but think that Mr. Crawford has misunderstood what he has heard in Washington, as I cannot think that the government would abandon, without instructions or without advice, a command which has tried to do all its duty to our country. I cannot think that if the government decides to do nothing which can be construed into a recognition of the fact of the dissolution of the Union, that it will, at all events, say to me that I must do the best I can, and not compel me to do an act which will leave my motives and actions liable to misconception. I am sure that I shall not be left without instructions, even though they may be confidential. After 30-odd years of service, I do not wish it to be said that I have treasonably abandoned a post and turned over to unauthorized persons public property entrusted to my charge. I am entitled to this act of justice at the hands of my government, and I feel confident that I shall not be disappointed. What to do with the public property and where to take my command are questions to which answers will, I hope, be at once returned. Unless we receive supplies, I shall be compelled to stay here without food, or to abandon this post very early next week. Commissioner Crawford's opinion was simply an untruthful guess. 2 days before its transmission, as we have already seen, President Lincoln, who never harbored the remotest thought of sacrificing Anderson, had ordered the Fox expedition to be prepared to succor him, and on the day before Anderson wrote his letter, was with his own hand drafting the precise instructions so earnestly solicited. The following is the entire order, copied from the original. Washington, April 4th, 1861. Sir, your letter of the 1st instant occasions some anxiety to the President. On the information of Captain Fox, he had supposed you could hold out until the 15th instant, without any great inconvenience, and had prepared an expedition to relieve you before that period. Hoping still that you will be able to sustain yourself until the 11th or 12th instant, the expedition will go forward, and, finding your flag flying, will attempt to provision you, and in case the effort is resisted, will endeavor also to reinforce you. You will therefore hold out, if possible, till the arrival of the expedition. It is not, however, the intention of the President to subject your command to any danger or hardship beyond what, in your judgment, would be usual in military life, and he has entire confidence that you will act as becomes a patriot and a soldier under all circumstances. Whenever, if at all, in your judgment, to save yourself and command, a capitulation becomes necessary, you are authorized to make it. This manuscript draft, in its tone so considerate and humane, in its foresight and moderation so eminently characteristic of its author, was sent to the War Department, where it was copied in quadruplicate, addressed to Major Robert Anderson, signed by Simon Cameron, Secretary of War, and one copy immediately transmitted by mail to Fort Sumter, while other copies were dispatched by other methods. That same afternoon the Secretary of War and General Scott gave to Captain Fox, who, having completed his preliminary arrangements, had come to Washington for the purpose, his final and confidential orders for the command, the destination, the supplies, and the reinforcements of the expedition. In a conversation that afternoon, Fox reminded Lincoln that but 9 days would remain in which to reach Charleston from New York, a distance of 637 miles, and that with this diminished time his chances were greatly reduced. But the President, who had calculated all the probabilities of failure, and who, with more comprehensive statesmanship, was looking through and beyond the Sumter expedition to the now inevitable rebel attack and the response of an awakened and united North, calmly assured him that he should best fulfill his duty by making the attempt. Captain Fox returned to New York April 5th, also bearing with him the orders of the Secretary of the Navy for the necessary cooperation of the war vessels. On the evening of April 8, the merchant steamer Baltic, bearing 200 recruits, the required supplies, and Captain Fox dropped down the bay and went to sea early next morning, with the belief and understanding that the warships Powhatan, Pawnee, Pocahontas, and Harriet Lane, and the steam tugs Uncle Ben, Yankee, and Freeborn would meet the Baltic at the appointed rendezvous 10 miles off Charleston Bar, due east of the lighthouse, on the morning of April the 11th, to provision Fort Sumter if permitted, or if resisted, to attempt its reinforcement. Commissioner Crawford, when he sent his dispatch of April 1st, expressing the opinion that Anderson would be suffered to be starved out, had added the insidious suggestion, quote, "Would it not be well to aid in this by cutting off all supplies?" Beauregard, who first received the dispatch, in his turn telegraphed it to the rebel secretary at Montgomery with the laconic addition, "Batteries here ready to open Wednesdays or Thursday. What instructions?" The instructions came back promptly, under date of April 2nd. Beauregard was told that he must keep himself in the state of amplest preparation, that the withdrawal of the commissioners from Washington might occur at any moment, that Anderson's supplies must be absolutely stopped, and that, in general terms, the status which you must at once reestablish and rigidly enforce is that of hostile forces in the presence of each other, and who may at any moment be in actual conflict. Beauregard, acknowledging this order, asked further instructions concerning Anderson's mails. They had been allowed to go daily. Should they be continued or limited to once or twice a week? The reply shows how tenaciously the rebels clung to the idea of peaceable secession, and that the fort would finally be given up. Acting then on the leading ideas that the military isolation of Fort Sumter and the prevention of all possible espionage by the Washington government are absolutely required, you are directed, while allowing Major Anderson to receive his mails, to exercise such instructive discretion as will secure the ends in view. Minute instructions covering every possible case cannot, of course, be given you, but you are directed to exclude possibility of the admission of anyone who may be sent by or be favorable to the government at Washington, always excepting such messenger or bearer of dispatches from that government as you may be fully assured shall be conveying orders for the surrender or evacuation of the fortress. Next day, April 7th, Beauregard gave Anderson notice that in compliance with orders no further communication with Charleston for purposes of supply would be permitted, and that the mails, however, will continue to be transmitted as heretofore until further instructions. But he said not one word about the instructive discretion, which we will see was soon exercised, at least with his help and sanction, in violation of this broad and unqualified statement to a former brother officer, whom he was still on the same day addressing as "Dear Major," and assuring that Nothing shall be wanting on my part to preserve the friendly relations and impressions which have existed between us so many years." The increased espionage upon Anderson was not without its special motive. The rebel authorities were gradually realizing that Commissioner Crawford's prediction was a delusion. Their hopes of a delivery of Sumter and a peaceable adjustment were fading out. Since that prediction was made, warning telegrams and letters, some of which were quoted in a previous chapter, had been coming with ominous persistence from various quarters. Two of these attracted their serious attention. One was from a regular correspondent at Washington, who mentioned the various rumors with evident prudence and good judgment, and summed up a decided preponderance of indications of a war policy. "A Virginia submissionist," wrote he, "came up here the other day to get some pacific assurances from Lincoln and Seward. He told a gentleman afterwards that their answers were vague and unsatisfactory. I am satisfied that Lincoln's own feelings and theories of duty all run on the side of coercion. It appears to me the administration is concentrating its resources for a blow. In writing to you before I put the case less strongly than my convictions, because others here with opportunities to form a judgment thought differently, but every development, everything that can be construed into a development of official intentions, confirms what I wrote." This was from an active secessionist. The other was an anonymous dispatch in these words: "Positively determined not to withdraw Anderson. Supplies go immediately, supported by naval force under Stringham. If their landing is resisted, a friend." Judge Magrath of Charleston, to whom it was first sent, immediately transmitted it to Montgomery with the comment, "Governor and General Beauregard visiting the post in the harbor and will not be here for a few hours. In their absence I telegraphed to Washington to know who was the person signing himself 'a friend.' The reply satisfies me that the person is high in the confidence of the government at Washington." Whether the rebel authorities actually learned the name of the informant at the time is doubtful. It turns out to be James E. Harvey, shortly before appointed minister to Portugal. The only practical result of Harvey's anonymous telegram was to increase the espionage over Anderson. Jefferson Davis dreaded the trial of war, and had faith in the success of intrigue. On the very day, and evidently after the Harvey dispatch came to hand, he wrote, "With equal confidence in our power to meet the political danger of peace and the physical danger of war, I await the determination of a problem which belongs to the government of the United States to control." We have seen that for more than a week the problem had been determined in the mind of President Lincoln. He saw not only the breadth and depth of the mighty struggle impending, but the true relation and effect of the intellectual and moral influences and physical forces to be drawn into contention. Abstractly, it was enough that the government was in the right, but to make the issue sure, he determined that in addition the rebellion should be put in the wrong. Liberty should have not only the judgment, but the sympathy of mankind. In his own language, having said to them in the inaugural address, "You can have no conflict without being yourselves the aggressors," he took pains not only to keep this declaration good, but also to keep the case so free from the power of ingenuous sophistry that the world should not be able to misunderstand it. Towards the latter end of March, while the interviews and conversations were going on between Justice Campbell and Seward, and the Sumter affairs were a daily topic of discussion, Lincoln, to use his own words, told Mr. Seward that he might say to Justice Campbell that I should not attempt to provision the fort without giving them notice. That was after I had duly weighed the matter and came to the deliberate conclusion that it would be the best policy. If there was nothing before to bind us in honor to give such notice, I felt so bound after this word was out. It is impossible to fix the exact date of this presidential instruction, but several allusions indicate it with sufficient nearness. A dispatch of the commissioners, under date of March 22nd, uses the phrase, And what is of infinite importance to us, that notice will be given him, Campbell, of any change in the existing status. So also Mr. Wells, advising the Fox expedition in the Cabinet meeting of March 29, adds, and of communicating at the proper time the intentions of the government to provision the fort peaceably if unmolested. Finally, as already stated, Mr. Seward on April 1st gave Campbell the written memorandum. The President may desire to supply Sumter, but will not do so without giving notice to Governor Pickens. Now that the Fox expedition was ready and ordered to sail, President Lincoln proceeded to carry out this part of his plan. Again, with his own hand, he prepared the following instruction. Washington, April 6, 1861. Sir, you will proceed directly to Charleston, South Carolina, and if, on your arrival there, the flag of the United States shall be flying over Fort Sumter, and the fort shall not have been attacked, you will procure an interview with Governor Pickens, and read to him as follows. I am directed by the President of the United States to notify you to expect an attempt will be made to supply Fort Sumter with provisions only, and that if such an attempt be not resisted, no effort to throw in men, arms, or ammunition will be made without further notice, or in the case of an attack upon the fort. After you shall have read this to Governor Pickens, deliver to him the copy of it, herein enclosed, and retain this letter yourself. But if, on your arrival at Charleston, you shall ascertain that Fort Sumter shall have already been evacuated or surrendered by the United States force, or shall have been attacked by opposing forces, you will seek no interview with Governor Pickens, but return here forthwith. This autographed manuscript draft of Lincoln's was also copied and signed Simon Cameron, Secretary of War, and placed in the hands of R.S. Chew, a faithful clerk of the State Department, who, thus clothed with military character and authority, proceeded at once to Charleston. His own brief report states the result. Under the foregoing order, I left Washington at 6 p.m. Saturday, April 6, 1861, in the company with Captain Theodore Talbot, U.S. Army, and arrived at Charleston, South Carolina, on Monday of the same hour. Finding that Fort Sumter had neither been surrendered, evacuated, nor attacked, I immediately, through Captain Talbot, requested an interview with Governor Pickens, which was at once accorded me, and I then read to him the portion of said orders in italics, and delivered to him the copy of the same, which was furnished to me for that purpose, in the presence of Captain Talbot. Governor Pickens received the copy, and said he would submit it to General Beauregard, he having, since the ratification of the Constitution of the Confederate States by South Carolina, been placed in charge of the military operations in this vicinity. General Beauregard was accordingly sent for, and the governor read the paper to him. In reply to a remark made by Governor Pickens in reference to an answer, I informed him that I was not authorized to receive any communication from him in reply. It is necessary to note briefly in this connection the action of the rebel commissioners at Washington. It has been mentioned that on April 1st they communicated to Montgomery very sanguine hopes of a peaceful adjustment. This happy dream they indulged yet some days later, notwithstanding the earlier signs of preparation for the Meigs and the Fox expedition, which they noted and transmitted. Justice Campbell had implicit confidence in the success of his own intrigue, and the commissioners blindly built their faith upon his. Our intermediary says they dare not deceive him, they wrote, and as they know, we do not rely upon them, but upon him. The truth was that instead of being deceived by Seward, Campbell was deceiving himself and the commissioners. Day by day, however, their faith crumbled away. The fitting out and sailing of transports and vessels of war from New York and elsewhere became more convincing than Campbell's assurances. Finally, unable longer to endure the suspense, they again appealed to their intermediary. On the morning of Sunday, April 7th, Campbell wrote another note to Seward, saying that the commissioners were alarmed by the reported conversations of the President, by the military movements and the sailing of the Atlantic. He recounted the assurances given and added, "But if I have said more than I am authorized, I pray you will advise me." In reply, Seward sent the laconic answer which has so often been quoted, "Faith as to Sumter fully kept. Wait and see." In public controversy, Campbell long insisted that this answer meant the evacuation of Sumter, and not the notice to the governor. His own interpretation, however, made in writing at the time, refutes his later assumption. That same afternoon at 2 o'clock, he wrote as follows to the commissioners: "I believe that my assurances to you that the government will not undertake to supply Sumter without notice to Governor Pickens will be fully sustained by the event. In reference to Fort Pickens, I have no assurance to make. Heretofore, I have felt justified in saying that whenever any measures changing the existing status prejudicially to the Confederate States is contemplated, as respect Fort Pickens, I shall have notice. I do not feel at liberty to say this now." At this point, Justice Campbell's intrigue breaks completely down, and the commissioners resume the task of negotiation. "Events since our last," they wrote to Montgomery, "have in our judgment made it our duty to require an answer to our official note of March 12th. If Seward's reply is not satisfactory, we shall consider the gauntlet of war thrown down and close our mission." Their secretary called that night at 9 o'clock at Seward's residence to ask for such answer to be delivered the next day at 2 o'clock, though they knew that Seward's unofficial memorandum refusing all recognition or reception or negotiation had been on the files of the State Department since March 15th, waiting their readiness to receive it. It was duly placed in their hands the next afternoon, Monday, April 8th, whereupon the commissioners telegraphed to Montgomery, "This government politely declines in a written paper to recognize our official character or the power we represent. We shall rejoin and then leave the city unless otherwise ordered." Late that night, a telegram from Beauregard informed them for the first time that a relief expedition was on its way to Sumter, and that the President had sent Governor Pickens notice of its coming. Thus, on the evening of April 8, 1861, the Montgomery authorities received decisive information from both Washington and Charleston that all their hopes of recognition or peaceful disunion were at an end, and that the desperate trial of war was at length upon them. Already to some extent forewarned of this contingency, they hastened to make all possible dispositions to meet it. The 7 states of South Carolina, Georgia, Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, and Texas were now united in the rebel government. They were promptly notified of the changed conditions of affairs, and each asked to raise a contingent of 3,000 volunteers. Bragg at Pensacola was notified that "our commissioners at Washington have received a flat refusal," and was instructed to put himself on the defensive, while officers, supplies, and soldiers were ordered to his support with earnestness and energy. Beauregard was once more put on the alert and ordered to increase his vigilance and rigor. "Under no circumstances are you to allow provisions to be sent to Fort Sumter. Major Anderson's mails must be stopped. The fort must be completely isolated." Beauregard complied with alacrity, issued orders, and sent detachments to his posts, and batteries armed additional guard boats to patrol the harbor, and called out the entire remainder of the contingent of 5,000 men which had been authorized. Governor Pickens now committed another piece of sharp practice. Beauregard's promise to Anderson was that the mails would be transmitted until further instructions. Walker's instruction was Anderson's mails must be stopped. Instead of this, General Beauregard, apparently ashamed to do so himself, permitted Governor Pickens to seize and open Anderson's mail under cover of a disingenuous plea. He wrote a notification of stoppage at 8 o'clock on the evening of April 8th, but did not deliver it to Anderson until 2:15 p.m. of the next day, the 9th. Anderson immediately asked the return of mails forwarded prior to the receipt of the notification, but Beauregard answered evasively, saying, The private letters you refer to in the mail of yesterday were sent to their destination, but the public ones were sent to the Confederate government at Montgomery in return for the treachery of Mr. Fox, who has been reported to have violated his word given to Governor Pickens before visiting Fort Sumter. The allegation was not true. The governor's own letter shows that he seized the mail before the notification was delivered to Anderson, and that the reports urged in justification were found only in letters which the governor had opened. I took possession of the mails this morning from Sumter and retained the packages marked official. These are all sent to you. The private letters are all sent as directed to their owners. I did this because I consider a state of war is now inaugurated by the authorities at Washington, and all information of a public nature was necessary to us. The incident of the violated mail is mentioned here rather for the purpose of showing that by such means the rebels became possessed of further information about the Fox expedition, since among the letters captured and opened by the governor was Anderson's reply to President Lincoln's instruction of April the 4th, which, as already mentioned, had been copied and signed by Cameron and had reached Anderson by mail. This answer from Anderson becomes doubly interesting, as it shows us the painful struggle caused by the delusion which the distorted report of the Crawford telegram had put him under. Had he been aware that indirectly he was replying to President Lincoln himself, he might have used other language. The material portion ran as follows. I had the honor to receive by yesterday's mail the letter of the Honorable Secretary of War dated April 4th, and confess that what he there states surprises me very greatly, following as it does and contradicting so positively the assurance Mr. Crawford telegraphed he was authorized to make. I trust that this matter will now be at once put in a correct light, as a movement made now, when the South has been erroneously informed that none of such will be attempted, will produce the most disastrous results throughout our country. It is, of course, now too late for me to give any advice in reference to the proposed scheme of Captain Fox. I fear that its result cannot fail to be disastrous for all concerned. Even with his boat at our walls, the loss of life, as I think I mentioned to Mr. Fox, in unloading her, will more than pay for the good to be accomplished by the expedition, which keeps us, if I can maintain possession of this work, out of position, surrounded by strong works, which must be carried to make this fort of the least value to the United States government. We have not oil enough to keep a light in the lantern for one night. The boats will have, therefore, to rely at night entirely upon other marks. I ought to have been informed that this expedition was to come. Colonel Lammon's remark convinced me that the idea, merely hinted at to me by Captain Fox, would not be carried out. We shall strive to do our duty, though I frankly say that my heart is not in the war, which I see is to be thus commenced. That God will still avert it and cause us to resort to pacific measures to maintain our rights is my ardent prayer. The concluding phrases of this letter have been severely criticized, without adequate reason. Read in the light of the long neglect which Anderson had suffered at the hands of President Buchanan, and in his ignorance of President Lincoln's order of March 9, which General Scott had omitted to repeat to post commanders, he felt indeed as if he were forsaken by his government. The condition in which he found himself seemed to place the entire responsibility of peace or war upon his own acts, and rendered him morbidly anxious to avoid any imputation of offense. We can now easily conceive that any sensitive officer laboring under the same error of information would have felt as he did, that the circumstances justified the language of his protest. However much they may have deplored the necessity, Anderson and his garrison made ready to do their duty. As a final effort, Foster directed his engineering skill and employed his imprisoned workmen in constructing a hasty protection for the expected boat or boats, and in preparing ladders and runways to take in reinforcements and provisions at the embouchures rapidly, one embouchure being enlarged so as to admit barrels, and also cleared the passage around the main gate. A large stone traverse was also commenced to cover the main gates from the fire from the Cummings Point. The masons were put at work cutting openings through the walls of the officers' quarters so as to admit a free communication through them. For greater security, the whole garrison took up quarters in the casemates. The only 6 needles in the fort were employed night and day in making up a store of cartridge bags from extra clothing and surplus blankets. Water pipes and faucets were put in order against fire, and ammunition distributed, labors during which their last bread was consumed. Since the place and the time of the conflict could now be determined within very narrow limits, the rebels were also active in their preparations. Rumor had somewhat magnified the proportions of the coming armament, and every nerve was strained in counter-efforts. In his letter to Montgomery, Governor Pickens predicted a bloody fight. "We now have," he wrote, 3,700 men at the different posts and batteries, and will have by tomorrow 3,000 more, which I have called down. From my calculation, I think they will have about 2,600, and will attempt to land in launch boats with 24 and 12-pounders, and it will probably be on the lower end of Morris Island, next to the lighthouse. If so, we will have a fine rifle regiment to give them a cordial welcome from behind sand hills that are natural fortifications, and 2 Dahlgren guns will be right on them, besides 24-pounders in the battery. I have 400 fine infield rifles that have been practiced at 900 yards, and on that island altogether we have now 1,950 men, and are increasing it today. We expect the attack at about 6 o'clock in the morning on account of the tide." Captain H.J. Hartston, however, with his practical sailor's knowledge and cooler professional judgment, made a different forecast of the nature and chances of the expected attempt. After a night of actual duty in command of the harbor garrison, he was not so sanguine in his predictions. "It is my opinion that Sumter can be relieved," he wrote to Beauregard, "by boats from vessels outside of the bars on any night as dark as the last. Or if we have to take it, you had better be making a beginning. If a vessel of war is placed off each bar when Sumter opens, I will lose all my steamers, as there will be no escape for me. Therefore, before firing, these steamers should be called in." Beauregard did not neglect his subordinates' warning. He dealt out fresh encouragement to his officers, told them the word impossible must be ignored, made arrangements to illuminate the scene of action with floating lightwood fires and Drummond lights, and gave special directions to concentrate the fire of his batteries on the landing place at Sumter. End of Chapter 2. Recording by Kevin Davidson. www.blogordie.com.
Chapter 3 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 4 by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 3, The Fall of Sumter. President Lincoln, in deciding the Sumter question, had adopted a simple but effective policy. To use his own words, he determined to send bread to Anderson. If the rebels fired on that, they would not be able to convince the world that he had begun civil war. All danger of misapprehension, all accusations of invasion and subjugation would fall to the ground before that paramount duty, not only to the nation but to humanity. This was universal statesmanship reduced to its simplest expression. To this end, he had ordered the relief expedition to sail and sent open notice to Governor Pickens of its coming. His own duty thus discharged, no less in kindness than in honesty, the American people would take care of the result. That he by this time expected resistance and hostilities, though unrecorded, is reasonably certain. The presence of armed ships with the expedition and their instructions to fight their way to the fort in case of opposition show that he believed the arbitrament of the sword to be at hand. His authorization to Anderson to capitulate after the ordinary risks of war is evidence that he did not expect a decisive battle or a conclusive victory. Whether the expedition would fail or succeed was a question of minor importance. He was not playing a game of military strategy with Beauregard. He was looking through Sumter to the loyal states, beyond the insulted flag to the avenging nation. The rebels, on their part, had only a choice of evils. Their scheme of peaceable secession demanded incompatible conditions: the union of the South and the division of the North. If they set war in motion, they would lose their Democratic allies in the free states. If they hesitated to fight, the revolution would collapse in the slave states. As usual on such occasions, rash advice carried the day. Said an uncompromising fire-eater to Jefferson Davis and his cabinet, "Unless you sprinkle blood in the face of the people of Alabama, they will be back in the old Union in less than 10 days." The possibility that Sumter might be relieved by boats on a dark night evidently decided the rebel authorities to order an immediate attack on the fort. They could not afford the risk of its successful defense. Its capture was necessary to the life of the rebellion. Therefore, on the 10th of April, they telegraphed to Beauregard, "If you have no doubt of the authorized character of the agent who communicated to you the intention of the Washington government to supply Fort Sumter by force, you will at once demand its evacuation, and if this is refused, proceed in such manner as you may determine to reduce it." At 2 p.m. on the 11th, that officer accordingly made the demand, offering facilities to remove the troops with their arms and private property, and the privilege of saluting their flag. The demand was laid before a council of officers who voted a unanimous refusal. "I have the honor," thereupon replied Anderson, "to acknowledge the receipt of your communication demanding the evacuation of this fort, and to say in reply thereto that it is a demand with which I regret that my sense of honor and of my obligations to my government prevent my compliance," at the same time thanking him for his compliments and courteous terms. The rebel aides-de-camp who bore these messages engaged in informal conversation with Anderson, in the course of which, with somewhat careless freedom, he said to them, "Gentlemen, if you do not batter the fort to pieces about us, we shall be starved out in a few days." The phrase was telegraphed to Montgomery, whence instructions came back once more to offer time to deliver up the fort. Whereupon, near midnight of the 11th, Beauregard again wrote, "If you will state the time at which you will evacuate Fort Sumter, and agree that in the meantime you will not use your guns against us unless ours shall be employed against Fort Sumter, we will abstain from opening fire upon you." It was long past midnight when the aides reached the fort and handed this second message to Anderson. Anderson, in return, submitted to them the following proposition in writing: I will, if provided with the proper and necessary means of transportation, evacuate Fort Sumter by noon on the 15th instant, should I not receive prior to that time controlling instructions from my government or additional supplies, and that I will not in the meantime open my fire upon your forces unless compelled to do so by some hostile act against this fort or the flag of my government, by the forces under your command, or by some portion of them, or by the perpetration of some act showing a hostile intention on your part against this fort or the flag it bears. This cautious and resolute answer was not what the rebel commander desired, but apparently he expected nothing else, for he had given his aides discretionary authority to refuse the stipulation. They retired to an adjoining room to consult and compose their answer, and at 20 minutes past 3 o'clock on the morning of Friday, April 12, 1861, handed Anderson their written notice that the rebel batteries would open their fire upon the fort in 1 hour. Then, taking leave, they entered their boat and proceeded directly to Fort Johnson, and gave to the officer commanding that post the order to open fire at the time indicated. Unwelcome as was the prospect of the impending conflict, it must in one sense have been a relief, as a contrast to the uncertainty in which the fate of the garrison had hung for more than 3 months. The decisive moment of action was at last reached, and the spirit and strength of every inmate of the fort leaped into new life under the impulse of combat. Until the full dawning of the morning, nothing could be done within the fort. Anderson gave the necessary orders about the coming attack. The sentinels were all withdrawn from their exposed stations on the parapet. Every gate and opening was closed. The men were strictly enjoined not to leave the shelter of the casemates except on special summons. These few preparations hastily completed, Sumter seemed to the outside world to have relapsed into the security and silence of a peaceful sleep. The fort had been built on an artificial island midway in the mouth of Charleston Harbor. It was 3 miles from the city, but projecting points of the neighboring islands enclosed it in a triangle. On these the rebels had built their siege works. To the northeast, Fort Moultrie on Sullivan's Island, distant 1,800 yards. To the south, the Cummings Point batteries on Morris Island, distant 1,300 yards. To the west, Fort Johnson on James Island, distant 2,500 yards. Some were built merely to oppose the expected reinforcements through the harbor channels. Most of them were earthworks. 2 were constructed of wood and protected with railroad iron. One of these had been designed to serve as a floating battery, but proving a failure in this object, was now advantageously grounded behind a protecting seawall. Altogether, there were from 14 to 19 of these batteries, mounting a total of 30 guns and 17 mortars, manned and supported by a volunteer force of 4,000 to 6,000 men. The greater part were holiday soldiers, but among their officers were a dozen or two formerly belonging to the Federal Army and possessed of a thorough military education. To these, the management of the enterprise was mainly confided. Fort Sumter was a scarcely completed work, dating back to the period of smoothbore guns of small caliber. Its walls were of brick, 40 feet high and 8 feet thick. It was pierced for 140 guns, to be mounted in 2 tiers of casemates and on the parapet. But when Anderson inspected it on his arrival in November previous, the brickwork of walls and casemates was still unfinished, and only a few guns were mounted. Foster, the engineer in charge, had, with limited help and materials, and in the face of constant obstacles and discouragements, pushed the work towards completion. There was now a total of 48 guns mounted and ready for use, though furnished with very rude and insufficient appliances. Of these, 21 were in the casemates and 27 on the parapet. To man and support them, Anderson had a garrison of 9 commissioned officers, 68 non-commissioned officers and privates, 8 musicians, and 43 non-combatant laborers, a total of 128 souls. We shall see that while the opposing artillery was nearly equal in number, there existed in fact a great disparity in its quality. Not only was Anderson's fire diffused and that of the enemy concentrated, but the rebels had 17 10-inch mortars which could deliver a vertical fire and drop large shells into the fort, while Anderson had nothing to answer them but the horizontal fire of his guns to throw missiles against the face of the rebel bomb-proofs formed of heavy sandbanks or sloping railroad iron. The inhabitants of Charleston were informed of the intended bombardment. Months of speech-making, drilling, and war preparation had excited an intense eagerness to witness the fight. In the yet prevailing darkness, they came pouring out of their houses by a common impulse and thronged to the wharves and buildings on the bay, where they sought advantageous positions to behold the long-wished-for spectacle. At about 4:30, as the dim outline of Fort Sumter began to define itself in the morning twilight, they saw a shell rise from the mortar batteries near Fort Johnson and make its slow and graceful curve upon Sumter. This was the signal. Gun after gun and battery after battery responded to its summons, and in less than an hour all the besieging works were engaged in an active cannonade. Inside of Sumter, the garrison received the attack with a certain degree of deliberation. The first care was to note the effect of the firing. The opening shots of the rebels were badly aimed and fell wide of the mark. With the advancing daylight, their gunners obtained a better range. The solid shot began to strike the face of the wall, and the shells from the mortars to explode with alarming precision over the parapet. Nevertheless, no great damage was done. One vital point was, however, quickly decided. Housed in the casemates, the garrison was comparatively safe. But out on the unprotected parapet, under the concentrated fire of all the rebel artillery, Anderson's little handful of cannoneers would melt away like frost in the morning sun. With a full war garrison, he could have replaced officers and men as they were shot down, but with only sufficient trained force to work 9 guns, he dared not risk the loss of a single man. His first reluctant duty, therefore, was to order the abandonment of all his barbette guns. These were 27 in number, more than half his available armament, and comprising nearly all his pieces of large caliber. Through this necessity alone, Fort Sumter was largely shorn of its offensive power. His 21 casemate guns, of which only 4 were 42-pounders and the remainder 32s, constituted the total of his fighting artillery. The rations of bread having been exhausted a day or two before, the command breakfasted on pork and water, and at about 7 o'clock, Captain Abner Doubleday, the ranking officer, took his station at a casemate gun and opened fire with a solid shot against the formidable ironclad battery on Cummings Point. Fully roused by the combined excitements of resentment and danger, the men sprang with alacrity to their duty. Even the 43 engineer workmen, forgetting their character of non-combatants, volunteered and rendered active service in the defense. In fact, the enthusiasm of the garrison somewhat outstripped its prudence. They began the engagement with a supply of only 700 cartridges. By the middle of the day, this stock had become so much reduced that the fort was compelled to slacken its fire. From this time, only 6 guns were kept in action, 2 towards Morris Island, 2 towards Fort Moultrie, and 2 towards the batteries on the west end of Sullivan's Island. These were also fired at longer intervals, while the only 6 needles in the fort were kept busy sewing up cartridge bags out of the extra clothing, blankets, hospital sheets, and even coarse paper. So the unequal combat went on throughout the first day. The journal of the bombardment kept by Captain Foster shows that no very decisive damage was effected on either side. From the fort there were occasional good shots. The ironclad batteries were repeatedly struck, but the light balls bounded off their sloping roofs. At other batteries they buried themselves harmlessly in the rebel sandbanks. Embrasures were struck, groups of rebel officers and men, allowing their curiosity to draw them out from their shelter, hustled pell-mell back into their bomb-proofs. An incautious schooner, receiving a ball, hauled down her Confederate flag and hurried out of range. The two 42-pounders bearing on Moultrie silenced a gun, riddled the barracks and quarters, and tore 3 holes through the rebel flag. Foster's report says, "The effect of the enemy's fire upon Fort Sumter during the day was very marked in respect to the vertical fire. This was so well directed and so well sustained that from the 17 mortars engaged in firing 10-inch shells, 1/2 of the shells came within or exploded above the parapet of the fort, and only about 10 buried themselves in the soft earth of the parade without exploding. The effect of the direct fire from the enemy's guns was not so marked as the vertical. For several hours' firing from the commencement, a large proportion of their shot missed the fort. Subsequently it improved and did considerable damage to the roof and upper story of the barracks and quarters, and to the tops of the chimneys on the gorge. The shots from the guns in the batteries on the west end of Sullivan's Island did not produce any considerable direct effect, but many of them took the gorge in reverse in their fall, completely riddling the officers' quarters even down to the first story, so great was the angle of fall of many of the balls." One additional danger manifested itself. 3 times during the day the wooden buildings in the fort caught fire, but were extinguished without great difficulty, being low and easily accessible. The rebel batteries, provided with several furnaces, now and then fired a hot shot, but whether these or bursting shells started the burning, the officers could not determine. The very work of ruin going on in the building used as officers' quarters aided in restraining the flames. The hallways were provided with iron water tanks, which, being soon perforated by cannon balls, deluged the chambers and rendered the woodwork difficult to ignite. Amid experience of this kind, the eventful 12th of April, the first day of the Sumter bombardment, drew to a close. The fire of Sumter ceased. The direct fire of the rebel batteries slackened and was finally discontinued. Only the mortars kept up a slow and sullen bombardment through the night at intervals of from 10 to 15 minutes. The work of sewing up cartridge bags was continued until midnight. Sentinels and lookouts were stationed to watch for the possible coming of boats from the fleet, or of boats bearing a storming party from the rebel camps. But the night proved dark and rainy, with a continuance of the prevailing gale, making the waters of the harbor too rough for either of these undertakings. Under cover of the thick gloom, Foster, the engineer, ventured outside the walls and satisfied himself by personal inspection that the exterior of the work was not damaged to any considerable extent, and that all the facilities for taking in supplies in case they arrived were as complete as circumstances would admit. 3 United States men of war had been seen off the bar during the afternoon, and the fort had dipped its flag in signal to them. What was the fleet doing? The several vessels of the Fox expedition were scarcely at sea when they encountered a driving gale. Captain Fox himself, who sailed in the Baltic on the morning of the 9th, was yet ignorant of the changed destination of the flagship Powhatan. This was doubtless an entirely unintentional omission, arising out of the cross purposes and system of profound secrecy which for a few days prevailed at Washington. The Baltic reached the rendezvous off Charleston just in time to hear the opening guns of the bombardment. The Harriet Lane was already there. The Pawnee arrived at daylight. There was an apparent conflict of orders and a hesitation to cooperate. The Baltic and the Harriet Lane stood in to offer to carry provisions to the fort, but as they neared the bar of the harbor, they saw by the quick flashing rebel guns that the war was already begun. At this intelligence, the commander of the Pawnee declared his intention to go in and share the fate of his brethren of the army. Fox, cool and practical, brought him back to reason by explaining the government instructions and induced him to await the chance of rendering more effective service. The two ships of war anchored near the bar, and the Baltic stood off and on to await the arrival of the Powhatan and the tugs. This, however, was a vain hope. The Powhatan was on her way to Pensacola. The tugs had been scattered by the storm. The Freeborn was not permitted to leave New York. The Uncle Ben was driven into Wilmington and fell into the hands of the rebels. The Yankee failed to reach the rendezvous till long after the affair was over. But, ignorant of these disasters and hoping hourly for the arrival of the missing vessels, the fleet waited and made signals all the long afternoon and through the dark and stormy night, while the lookouts in the garrison were anxiously scanning the turbulent waters of the bay for the coming of the boats, and the rebel gunners stood by their channel batteries in the drenching rain, hoping to intercept and sink them. Captain Fox and the officers of the fleet were sorely disappointed at the non-arrival of the Powhatan and the tugs. The former had on board the armed launches and the necessary sailors to man them. The tugs were to have carried the supplies and perhaps drawn the boats in tow. With these facilities for transportation, there is every probability that they would have reached the fort. The storm was both an advantage and a hindrance. It increased the friendly darkness to hide them from the rebel gunners, but at the same time it lashed the waters of the bay into fury. When morning came, such had been the pitchy gloom of the night and the roaring of the rain and the surf that the commanders of the rebel batteries were unable to report that their watch and guard had been completely effective. Opinions differ, wrote one of their best officers, as to whether anything got into Sumter last night. They may or may not. The night was dark and occasionally stormy, and a heavy sea running. If anything did, it could not have been very extensive. With the morning of the 13th, Captain Fox and the officers began to despair of the Powhatan and the tugs. Unwilling to remain mere spectators of the fight, they cast about to use such expedients as presented themselves. Among the merchant vessels by this time collected at the bar, awaiting the issue of the contest, was an ice schooner. This they impressed and began to prepare for an attempt to enter the following night. There were plenty of volunteers among both officers and seamen for the hazardous duty, but long before nightfall the bombardment had come to an end. That Captain Fox's undertaking thus terminated without direct practical result was not his fault. With characteristic generosity and truthfulness, President Lincoln took upon himself the principal blame for its failure. He wrote to Fox soon afterwards, "The practicability of your plan was not in fact brought to a test. By reason of a gale well known in advance to be possible and not improbable, the tugs, an essential part of the plan, never reached the ground, while by an accident for which you were in no wise responsible, and possibly I to some extent was, you were deprived of a war vessel with her men, which you deemed of great importance to the enterprise. You and I both anticipated that the cause of the country would be advanced by making the attempt to provision Fort Sumter, even if it should fail. And it is no small consolation now to feel that our anticipation is justified by the result." Fort Sumter opened early and spitefully and paid especial attention to Fort Moultrie, almost every shot grazing the crest of the parapet and crashing through the quarters. This was the rebel report of the beginning of the second day's bombardment, April 13. The garrison of Sumter was refreshed by a night of comparatively secure rest in their casemates, and no doubt a hearty breakfast of pork and water, and so long as the stock of cartridges made up during the night held out, they kept up so brisk a fire from their few guns that the rebels began to be confirmed in the opinion that the fort had really been reinforced. On their side, the besiegers also increased both the speed of firing and their accuracy of aim. and seeing that they were making no headway in the test of breaching the walls, they began to pay more attention to the use of red-hot shot. Thus far, this unequal contest of nearly 50 concentrating guns, replied to by about 6, had gone on without material damage to either party, showing, in proportion to the strength of each, nothing but indented brick walls or displaced sandbags, battered chimneys and perforated barracks, a few slight contusions from splinters, and 1 or 2 disabled guns. According to all the reports, it might have proceeded at this rate the whole week, and the waste of ammunition would have been its most serious feature. But at this stage a new element entered into the strife, and soon turned the fortune of the day against the unlucky garrison of Sumter. At about 9 o'clock in the morning, the roof of the officers' quarters once more caught fire, either from a bursting shell or a red-hot shot, and this time the distance from water and the exposure to the enemy's missiles made it impossible to extinguish the flames. Worse than all, it quickly became evident that the fire would soon encircle the magazine and make it imperative to close it. At Captain Foster's suggestion, all hands not employed at the guns sprang to the work of taking out a supply of powder. About 50 barrels were thus secured, distributed for safety in the various casemates, and covered with wet blankets, when the fire and heat so far increased that it was necessary to close the heavy metal door of the magazine and bank it up with earth. The enemy, observing the smoke, redoubled the fire of the batteries. A strong south wind carried the flames to all the barracks inside the fort, and though the men fought the advance of the fire, they were at length compelled to give way and take refuge in the casemates. Even here they were not safe. The course of the wind was such as to fill every nook and corner of the fort with blinding, stifling smoke. The men crouched close down to the floors, covered their faces with wet handkerchiefs, or took exposed stations near the embrasures to obtain a breath of fresh air. As if this were not enough, a still subtler danger pursued them. The rapid conflagration and sweeping wind had filled the air with fireflakes, and these drifted on the strong currents and countercurrents into the casemates to such an extent as to ignite the beds, boxes, and various small articles hastily collected there. Under such circumstances, the 50 barrels of powder saved with so much exertion from the magazine could no longer be kept, and, upon Anderson's order, all but 5 barrels were thrown through the embrasures of the fort into the sea. Noon had meanwhile come, and engaged in these pressing occupations, the garrison had ceased firing. By and by the wind changed a little, rendering the situation somewhat safer and more comfortable. There were but few cartridges left. Still an occasional shot was fired, which the rebels themselves, roused to admiration of the garrison, received with cheers. A new incident now engaged general attention. The flagstaff of the fort, struck 7 times during the first day and 3 the second, fell at about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Lieutenant Snyder and a couple of men, without much delay, again hoisted the flag on a jury mast extemporized on the parapet. The rebels had, however, noted the fall of the flag and sent several communications to Sumter. The first messenger was the ubiquitous and eccentric Senator Wigfall. He was a colonel on the staff of Beauregard, who sent him for special duty to the commander of Morris Island. From there, after a short consultation among the rebel officers, he was dispatched to Fort Sumter to make inquiries. He crossed the bay dramatically in an open boat, with his handkerchief tied to his sword for a flag of truce, and clambered up the wall to an accessible embrasure, where, one account says, an astonished artilleryman, seeing this unique apparition, summarily made him a prisoner of war. Officers soon came, however, and after a somewhat spirited dialogue and some further waving of Wigfall's sword and handkerchief out of an embrasure to which the rebel batteries paid no attention, he was taken into Anderson's presence. He made a complimentary speech to Anderson, requesting that hostilities might be suspended and terms of evacuation arranged. What then occurred, Captain Foster reports as follows. The commanding officer desiring to know what terms he came to offer, Mr. Wigfall replied, "Any terms that you may desire, your own terms, the precise nature of which General Beauregard will arrange with you." The commanding officer then accepted the conditions, saying that the terms he accepted were those proposed by General Beauregard on the 11th, namely, to evacuate the fort with his command, taking arms and all private and company property, saluting the United States flag as it was lowered, and being conveyed, if he desired it, to any Northern port. With this understanding, Mr. Wigfall left, and the white flag was raised and the United States flag lowered by order of the commanding officer. The officious Wigfall had not been gone a great while when two messages arrived at Sumter from General Beauregard, the first to inquire whether Anderson needed assistance, and the second to tender him the use of a fire engine and the services of a surgeon, both of which had been brought from the city. All of these Anderson declined with thanks, saying he had no wounded, that the fire was by this time nearly burned out, and that he thought the magazine safe. From these interviews, Anderson now learned that Beauregard was entirely ignorant of Wigfall's mission or his own capitulation. He explained the circumstances and threatened to hoist his flag again. He was persuaded, however, first to submit the matter to be fully reported at headquarters. General Beauregard, after some parley, ratified Wigfall's unauthorized proceeding and accepted Anderson's terms in detail. By 8 o'clock on Saturday evening, the capitulation was definitely arranged, and on the following day, Sunday, April 14, Anderson and his command sailed northward in the Baltic, which had come to the relief of Sumter. In the bombardment of Sumter, the insurgents for the third time made active, aggressive war upon the United States. Even if we leave out of sight the occupation of forts by simple entrance, or by the show of force, the building of batteries to menace Sumter, and receiving the surrender made by Twiggs in Texas. In fact, since the 27th of December, a continued series of acts had been perpetrated by them, not only outraging the authority of, but levying actual war against the United States. The rebels indulged in great rejoicing over their victory. Charleston, which had for 2 days witnessed the bombardment almost en masse, was once more vociferous with speeches and ablaze with bonfires, while at Montgomery the insurgent Secretary of War ordered an official salute to celebrate the capture and to emphasize his prediction of the previous evening that the rebel flag would float over the dome of the old Capitol at Washington before the 1st of May. Looking back now at the events of the first month of Lincoln's administration, we must wonder at the impression which prevailed then, and which has so often been expressed by impulsive men since, that he was too slow in making his decision to provision and reinforce Fort Sumter. We find that on the 15th of March, only 10 days after his first information about the condition of the fort, he formally asked the written opinion of his cabinet on the subject, and that on the 6th of April, only 3 weeks later, he gave his final order that the expedition should proceed on its mission. The intervening time was spent by him in consulting his cabinet and his military and naval officers about possible plans for relief and reinforcement, about alternative policies to be pursued, watching the culminating treason in the South and the slowly swelling loyalty in the North, awaiting the end of the contradictory words and acts of the Virginia Convention, whose majority protested unionism in public and at last voted secession in secret, using the delay which the rebels supposed they had contrived for their own benefit for preparing the Sumter Expedition, making the individual members of his cabinet responsible to the party and to the country for the advice they gave, and by all this gaining a coveted choice of position and allowing the rebels to attack and thus consolidate the North. When he finally gave the order that the fleet should sail, he was master of the situation, master of his cabinet, master of the moral attitude and issues of the struggle, master of the public opinion which must arise out of the impending conflict, master if the rebels hesitated or repented because they would thereby forfeit their prestige with the South, master if they persisted, for he would then command a united North. And all this was done, it must be remembered, not in the retirement which gives calm reflection, but after the rush and hurry of a triumphal journey and the parade of an inauguration, in the confusion of conflicting counsel, the worry of preliminary appointments, the prevalence of an atmosphere of treason and insurrection, and the daily defection of government officials. In the face of such self-assertion and victory, the final verdict can never be that he was tardy or remiss. To have acted more peremptorily in that strange crisis, when all men's minds were simply groping and drifting, would have brought upon him the just criticism of recklessness. No act of his will gain him greater credit than his kindly forbearance and patient wisdom in allowing full time and reflection for the ultimate decision at this supreme juncture. He had said in his inaugural, "In your hands, my dissatisfied fellow countrymen, and not in mine, is the momentous issue of civil war. The government will not assail you. You can have no conflict without being yourselves the aggressors." This promise to the South he kept in its most vital spirit and meaning. An autocratic ruler might have acted more arbitrarily, but in a representative government it would have been imprudent to do otherwise than to await and rely upon the slow but mighty anger of an outraged patriotism. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 4 by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 4. The Call to Arms. President Lincoln's decision and orders to prepare the Sumter and Pickens expeditions brought him face to face with the serious possibilities of civil war. And better to understand any military problems with which he might have to deal, he wrote to General Scott on the 1st of April as follows: "Would it impose too much labor on General Scott to make short, comprehensive daily reports to me of what occurs in his department, including movements by himself and under his orders and the receipt of intelligence? If not, I will thank him to do so." General Scott complied with the request, and from the 1st of April to the 4th of May sent the President nearly every day a short confidential memorandum in his own handwriting. The whole series forms a journal of the highest interest, and portions of it show better than any comment what was being done by the new administration to meet the crisis which the Fort Sumter bombardment precipitated upon the country. General Scott's daily report, No. 3, so endorsed in Lincoln's handwriting and dated April 3, 1861, in part runs thus: "There will remain in Washington a detachment of cavalry recruits from Carlisle Recruiting Depot, about 80 men and horses, Magruder's horse artillery, Griffin's ditto, belonging to the military academy and now needed there, Elzey's foot artillery and Haskins' ditto. The companies of foot artillery are acting as infantry. The number of Marines at the Washington Navy Yard varies. We heard today that the number now there is some 200. There is not another company of regulars within reach of Washington, except 7 at Fort Monroe, making about 400 men, the minimum force needed there under existing circumstances. 1 company at the Fayetteville Arsenal, North Carolina, to guard arms and ammunition against a thick population of blacks. A garrison of recruits, 50 at Fort Washington, 10 miles below us. A garrison of 100 recruits in Fort McHenry, Baltimore. About 750 recruits in New York Harbor. 220 ditto at Newport Barracks opposite to Cincinnati. And about 350 men at Jefferson Barracks and the St. Louis Arsenal nearby, mostly recruits." This memorandum was supplemented 2 days later, April 5, by a detailed report from the Adjutant General to the President, which showed the full strength of the Army of the United States and its distribution to be as follows: Department of the East, 3,894; Department of the West, 3,584; Department of Texas, 2,258; Department of New Mexico, 2,624; Department of Utah, 685; Department of the Pacific, 3,382; miscellaneous, 686; grand total, officers and men, 17,113. General Scott's daily report, April 5, 1861. I have nothing of special interest to report today, but that machinations against the government and this capital are secretly going on all around us, in Virginia, in Maryland, and here, as well as farther south, I have no doubt. I cannot, however, say that they are as yet formidable or are likely ever to come to a head. I have no policemen at my service and no fund for the payment of detectives, but under the circumstances recommend that such agents should be at once employed in Baltimore, Annapolis, Washington, Alexandria, Richmond, and Norfolk. For the reasons stated, I am not prepared to suggest that a militia force should be called out to defend this capital under Section 2 of the Militia Act, passed February 28, 1795. The necessity of such call, however, may not be very distant. General Scott's Daily Report, April 8, 1861. For the defense of the government, more troops are wanted. The steamer, with the dismounted cavalry, 6 companies from Texas, must be in New York today or tomorrow, to be followed by another steamer with about the same number of troops from Texas in a week. There is a growing apprehension of danger here in the meantime. I rely on the presence of a 3rd battery of flying artillery, Sherman's, by Saturday next. It is coming from Minnesota. 3 other companies of artillery on foot, serving as infantry, will be at New York from the same quarter in 14 days. All these reinforcements, excepting Sherman's battery, may be too late for this place. For the interval, I have sent Colonel Smith, the immediate commander of all the forces in the District of Columbia, to learn what number of reliable volunteers can be obtained in this city, and have also desired him to see whether the companies already here may not be advantageously concentrated near to the President's Square. I beg leave to suggest that a small war steamer to cruise between Alexandria and the Long Bridge over the Potomac would be of great importance to the system of defense that we are planning. General Scott's Daily Report, April 9, 1861. I suggested to the Secretary of War yesterday the calling out, say 10 companies, of the militia, or, by substitution, uniformed volunteers of this city to aid in the defense of the public buildings and other public property of the capital against an invasion or insurrection or probable prospect thereof. The necessity for this additional force and the manner of employing it were yesterday pretty fully discussed before the Secretary of War by Colonel Smith, Colonel Stone, 2 most excellent officers, and myself. Colonel Stone, Inspector General to Major General Waitman's division, thinks that twice that number of loyal volunteers can be promptly furnished by the division, and I apprehend that the 20 companies may be deemed necessary in a few days. I hope that the President may give the Secretary of War the authority to make the call for 10 companies at once. I have this moment received the President's instructions of this date through the Secretary of War on the safety of this district. General Scott's Daily Report, April 13, 1861. The 2 companies of dismounted cavalry arrived last night, as I had anticipated in my report of yesterday. At my instance, the Secretary of War has called for 4 other companies of district volunteers, which will make in all 15 companies of this description for the defense of the capital, besides 6 companies of regulars, the Marines at the Navy Yard, and, I hope very soon, the war steamer to cruise on the Potomac between the Long Bridge and a point a little below Alexandria. The next regular reinforcements to be expected here are Sherman's battery of flying artillery from Minnesota, and the companies of foot artillery from the same quarter in 5 and 7 days, and a portion of the troops expected in the next steamer from Texas. From the same steamer I shall have the means of reinforcing Fort McHenry at Baltimore, a most important point. These extracts show us the steps which were being quietly taken by the government to meet the possible dangers growing out of the Fox expedition to Charleston. They included every resource which the regular army then afforded, and to call upon the militia of the States was of course at that moment out of the question, as it would have frustrated the very result the President had planned and anticipated. The Sumter fleet finally at sea, the official note sent to Governor Pickens, and the work of enrolling militia for the defense of Washington progressing so satisfactorily, Lincoln again set himself during the brief respite to the work of making the new appointments. Ordinarily, this is only an act of official favor or partisan reward, which may be performed at leisure, but then it was a work of pressing need because of the imperative duty of substituting faithful and loyal agents for indifferent or treasonable ones in the public service. That such abounded, the numerous resignations and still more plentiful avowals made manifest beyond a doubt. The city was full of strangers, the White House full of applicants from the North. At any hour of the day one might see at the outer door and on the staircase one line going, one coming. In the anteroom and in the broad corridor adjoining the President's office there was a restless and persistent crowd, 10, 20, sometimes 50, varying with the day and hour, each one in pursuit of one of the many crumbs of official patronage. They walked the floor, they talked in groups, they scowled at every arrival and blessed every departure. They wrangled with the doorkeepers for the right of entrance. They intrigued with them for surreptitious chances. They crowded forward to get even as much as an instant's glance through the half-opened door into the executive chamber. They besieged the representatives and senators who had privilege of precedence. They glared with envy at the cabinet ministers who, by right and usage, pushed through the throng and walked unquestioned through the doors. At that day, the arrangement of the rooms compelled the President to pass through this corridor and the midst of this throng when he went to his meals at the other end of the executive mansion, and thus once or twice a day the waiting expectants would be rewarded by the chance of speaking a word or handing a paper direct to the President himself, a chance which the more bold and persistent were not slow to improve. At first, Lincoln bore it all with an admirable fortitude acquired in Western political campaigns. But 2 weeks of this experience on the trip from Springfield to Washington, and 6 weeks more of such beleaguering in the executive office, began to tell on his nerves. What with the Sumter discussion, the rebel negotiation, the diplomatic correspondence, he was subjected to a mental strain and irritation that made him feel like a prisoner behind the executive doors, and the audible and unending tramp of the applicants outside impressed him like an army of jailers. He said he felt like a man letting lodgings at one end of his house while the other end was on fire. We can well imagine how it intensified the suspense with which he awaited the news from the fleet and the answer to his official communication to the governor of South Carolina. Amid such surroundings and labors, the President received the news, which now reached the whole country from Sumter. It came very gradually. First, the military scurry about Charleston, then Beauregard's demand for a surrender, followed by Anderson's prompt refusal, and finally, on the morning of Saturday, April 13, the newspapers of Washington, like those of every other city in the Union, North and South, were filled with the startling headlines and thrilling details of the beginning and progress of an actual bombardment. That day there was little change in the business routine of the executive office. Mr. Lincoln was never liable to sudden excitement or sudden activity. Through all his life and through all the unexpected and stirring events of the rebellion, his personal manner was one of steadiness of word and act. It was this quality which in the earlier stages of the war conveyed to many of his visitors the false impression of his indifference. His sagacity gave him a marked advantage over other men in enabling him to forecast probable events, and when they took place his great caution restrained his comments and controlled his outward bearing. Oftentimes when men came to him in the rage and transport of a first indignation over some untoward incident, they were surprised to find him quiet, even serene, perhaps with a smile on his face and a jest on his lips, engaged in routine work and prone to talk of other and more commonplace matters. Of all things, the exhibition of mock heroism was foreign to his nature. Generally, it happened that when others in this mood sought him, his own spirit had already been through the fiery trial of resentment, but giving no outward sign, except at times with lowered eyebrow, a slight nodding and shaking of the head, a muttering motion or hard compression of the lips, and rarely an emphatic downward gesture with the clenched right hand. His judgment, like his perception, far outran the average mind. while others fumed and fretted at things that were. All his inner consciousness was abroad in the wide realm of possibilities, busily searching out the dim and difficult path towards things to be. His easy and natural attention to ordinary occupations afforded no indication of the double mental process which was habitual with him. So while the Sumter telegrams were on every tongue and revengeful indignation was in every heart, there was little variation in the business of the Executive Mansion on that eventful Saturday. The miscellaneous gathering was larger there, as it was larger at the departments, the newspaper and telegraph offices, and the hotels. More leading men and officials called to learn or to impart news. The cabinet, as by a common impulse, came together and deliberated. All talk, however, was brief, sententious, informal. The issue had not yet been reached. Sumter was still under fire. Nevertheless, the main question required no discussion, not even decision, scarcely an announcement. Jefferson Davis's order and Beauregard's guns had sufficiently defined the coming action of the government. After this, functionaries and people had but a single purpose, a single duty. Lincoln said but little beyond making inquiries about the current reports and criticizing the probability or accuracy of their details, and went on as usual receiving visitors, listening to suggestions, and signing routine papers throughout the day. One important exception deserves to be noticed. A committee from the Virginia Convention had an appointment for a formal audience with him that morning. The doubling and drifting attitude of the Old Dominion has already been described. The boasted conservatism of that convention was a sham. Its unionism was vague and traditional. Its complaint and contumacy were real and present. Day by day, with the loudest professions of loyalty on their lips, its majority was apologizing to its minority, and by labored argument against secession steadily convincing itself that treason was a necessity, if not a duty. Recoiling from the fire of civil war, it yielded itself the more than half-willing cat's paw of conspiracy. Bewailing the denial of shadowy claims of constitutional rights, it soon voluntarily put on the handcuffs of military despotism. A step in this road to political ruin was the appointment of a committee to visit Lincoln, requesting that he should define his policy, which request was only a covert and threatening demand for the evacuation of the Southern forts. To this committee, consisting of William Ballard Preston, Alexander H.A. Stewart, and George W. Randolph, respectively a conservative, a unionist, and a secessionist, the President read his reply, just written on this morning of Saturday, April 13. The papers temperate and dispassionate even to coldness. While the rebel guns were still raining bombs and red-hot shot on Sumter, he had already mapped out his course of procedure based on the facts within his knowledge, but free from all trace of excitement or feeling of revenge. He told them he had distinctly defined his policy in the inaugural address. It was still the plain and unmistakable chart of his intentions. It had been his plan to hold only the forts still occupied by the government when he became president, but he continued, if, as now appears to be true, in pursuit of a purpose to drive the United States authority from these places, an unprovoked assault has been made upon Fort Sumter, I shall hold myself at liberty to repossess, if I can, like places which had been seized before the government was devolved upon me. And in every event I shall, to the extent of my ability, repel force by force. In case it proves true that Fort Sumter has been assaulted, as is reported, I shall perhaps cause the United States mails to be withdrawn from all the States which claim to have seceded, believing that the commencement of actual war against the government justifies and possibly demands this. I scarcely need to say that I consider the military posts and property situated within the States which claim to have seceded as yet belonging to the government of the United States, as much as they did before the supposed secession. Whatever else I may do for the purpose, I shall not attempt to collect the duties and imposts by any armed invasion of any part of the country. not meaning by this, however, that I may not land a force deemed necessary to relieve a fort upon a border of the country. From the fact that I have quoted a part of the inaugural address, it must not be inferred that I repudiate any other part, the whole of which I reaffirm, except so far as what I now say of the mails may be regarded as a modification. In this reply of the President we have his entire administrative policy regarding the rebellion. But it must be noted that it goes only to the extent of his actual information. It deals only with accomplished facts. The program of the inaugural is already modified. The modification is slight but significant, and based not upon caprice or resentment, but on necessity. According to fair interpretation of language, the program of the inaugural was that he would execute the laws of the Union in all the States to the extent of his ability, hold, occupy, and possess the property and places belonging to the government, and collect the duties and imposts. This he would do, however, only so far as it was necessary to protect and defend the federal authority, not merely against domestic violence, but more especially against foreign influence or aggression. He would not invade, subjugate, menace, or harass local communities. All boundaries of the nation, seaboard or inland, he must of necessity hold and guard. He must occupy and control every custom house or an efficient equivalent for it. The favorite theory was that duties might be collected on shipboard in insurgent ports and thus avoid the friction of customs officers with the local populace. On inland boundaries, other substitutes might perhaps be devised. So also he explains in his reply that the military posts he had intended to hold, occupy, and possess were this cordon of forts on the exterior boundary, all of which were still in Union hands when he was inaugurated. The interior places seized under Buchanan's administration he would not immediately grasp at with the military hand. He would forego the exercise of federal offices in disaffected districts in the interior. As a means of reassurance and reconciliation, he would even send the malcontents their regular mails if they would permit him. All this not as a surrender of a single federal right, but to avoid violence, bloodshed, irritation, to create a feeling of safety, to induce calm reflection, to maintain peace, to restore fraternal sympathies and affections. You can have no conflict, he had told them, without being yourselves the aggressors. But in immediate connection with the tender of this benign policy, he had also warned them that it would be modified or changed if current events and experience shall show a modification or change to be proper. That experience had now come. The rebels had rejected the tendered immunity, spurned the proffered peace, become the aggressors, opened the conflict in deliberate malice. He therefore modified his plan. He would repel force by force. He would withdraw the mails. He would recapture Sumter if it were taken, and if he could, such other forts and places taken under his predecessor as were essential to the safety of the Union. So much was necessary for protection and precaution, less he could not do and fulfill his oath of office. Once more he told them that while he now felt himself by their act compelled to close and bolt the strong doors of federal authority, he would yet refrain from even the appearance of punishment, though he gave them to understand that he might attack the rebel batteries on Morris Island, or recapture Pensacola Navy Yard, or built a fort on Arlington Heights to protect Washington, yet he would not attempt to collect the duties and imposts by any armed invasion of any part of the country. His reply to the committee must be received with the same qualifications which he attached to his inaugural. He still reserved the right to use his best discretion in every exigency and to change his acts under the inspiration of current events and experiences. The events of the day were his beacons, the necessities of the hour formed his chart. Throughout the tedious 4 years' war, he pretended to no prophecy and recorded no predictions. When souls of little faith and great fear came to him with pertinacious questioning, he might possibly tell them what he had done. He never told them what he intended to do. My policy is to have no policy, was his pithy axiom oftentimes repeated. whence many illogically and most mistakenly inferred him to be without plans or expedients. His promise to the Virginia Committee must therefore be regarded as binding under the conditions of that day, namely, 7 Cotton States leagued in rebellion, active war begun, 7,000 rebels in arms at Charleston, Sumter under fire with prospect of capitulation, Virginia, North Carolina, Arkansas, and other border states yet in the Union under loud protestations of loyalty and unceasing deprecation of civil war. Lincoln's reservation was well considered. 1 week from that day, these conditions were transformed almost beyond comparison, compelling him to a widely different line of action. On the day they received their answer, the Virginia Committee had an engagement to dine with Secretary Seward, but in view of the Sumter telegrams, they excused themselves and hurried back to Richmond. By the next morning, Sunday, April 14, the news of the close of the bombardment and capitulation of Sumter was in Washington. In the forenoon, at the time Anderson and his garrison were evacuating the fort, Lincoln and his cabinet, together with sundry military officers, were at the Executive Mansion giving final shape to the details of the action the government had decided to take. A proclamation drafted by himself, copied on the spot by his secretary, was concurred in by his cabinet, signed and sent to the State Department to be sealed, filed, and copied for publication in the next morning's newspapers. The document bears date April 15, Monday, but was made and signed on Sunday. This proclamation, by authority of the Act of 1795, called into service 75,000 militia for 3 months and convened Congress in extra session on the coming 4th of July. It commanded treasonable combinations to disperse within 20 days and announced that the first object of this military force was to repossess the forts and places seized from the Union. This limit of time was made obligatory by the terms of the second section of the Act of 1795, under which the call was issued. It was necessary to convene Congress, and the law only authorized the use of the militia until the expiration of 30 days after the commencement of the then next session of Congress. In view of the subsequent gigantic expansion of the Civil War, 11th-hour critics continue to insist that a larger force should have been called at once. They forget that this was nearly 5 times the then existing regular army, that only very limited quantities of arms, equipments, and supplies were in the Northern arsenals, that the Treasury was bankrupt, and that an insignificant $8 million loan had not 2 weeks before been discounted nearly 6% by the New York bankers, some bids ranging as low as 85. They forget that the shameful events of the past 4 months had elicited scarcely a spark of war feeling, that the loyal states had suffered the siege of Sumter and firing on the Star of the West with a dangerous indifference. They forget the doubt and dismay, the panic of commerce, the division of counsels, the attacks from within, the sneers from without, that faith seemed gone and patriotism dead. 24 hours later, all this was measurably changed, but it was under such circumstances that Lincoln issued his call for 75,000 men to serve 3 months. Even that number appeared a hazardous experiment, an immense army, a startling expenditure. As matters stood, it seemed enough to cope with the then visible forces of the rebellion. The President had no means of estimating the yet undeveloped military power of the insurgent states. The ordinary indicia to accurate administration were wanting. To a certain degree, the government was compelled to sail in a fog. But it is precisely in such emergencies that men like Lincoln are the inestimable possession of free nations, hopeful, moderate, steadfast. He never for an instant forgot that he was the pilot, not the ship. He remembered what he had said in the inaugural: "If the Almighty Ruler of nations, with his eternal truth and justice, be on your side of the North or on yours of the South, that truth and that justice will surely prevail by the judgment of this great tribunal of the American people." He felt quite as confident that this popular justice would ultimately translate itself into armed might. But holding this faith, he was not carried away by too sanguine impulses. While discussing the proclamation, some of his advisers made a disparaging contrast of Southern enterprise and endurance with the Northern. This indulgent self-deception he checked at the very outset. "We must not forget," he said, "that the people of the seceded States, like those of the loyal ones, are American citizens, with essentially the same characteristics and powers. Exceptional advantages on one side are counterbalanced by exceptional advantages on the other. We must make up our minds that man for man, the soldier from the South will be a match for the soldier from the North, and vice versa. The action of the government brought in its train countless new duties and details. Both at the departments and the executive mansion, the Sunday was one of labor, not of rest. No end of plans to be discussed, messages to be sent, orders to be signed. The President's room was filled all day as by a general reception. Already the patriotic echoes were coming in from an excited country. Senators and representatives yet in Washington felt authorized to pledge the support of their States. Of all such words of cheer, it is safe to say none were personally so welcome and significant as the unreserved encouragement and adhesion of Senator Douglas of Illinois. Having, through a friend, signified his desire for an interview, Douglas went to the Executive Mansion between 7 and 8 o'clock on this Sunday evening, April 14, and being privately received by the President, these two remarkable men sat in confidential interview without a witness nearly 2 hours. What a retrospect their singular careers must have forced into memory, if not into words, in this eventful meeting. Their contemporary beginnings in Illinois, the flatboatman in Sangamon, the auctioneer's clerk in Scott County, their first meetings in country lawsuits, their encounters in the legislature, their intellectual wrestlings on the stump, their simultaneous leadership of opposing parties in the state, their contests for the Senate ending in Douglas's triumph, their rival nominations for the presidency resulting in Lincoln's success. This, however, was not the end. Both men were in the conscious prime of intellect, both still in the undiminished vigor of physical manhood. Recognizing his defeat, Douglas was by no means conquered. If Lincoln was in the White House, he was in the Senate. Already in a Senate debate, he had opened his trenches to undermine and wreck Lincoln's administration. Already he had set his subtle sophistry to demonstrate that the revenue laws gave the executive no authority for coercion. His usual skill in debate, however, failed him on this occasion, and allowing himself to be carried along in a singularly weak and illogical argument intended to force Mr. Lincoln and the Republican party into compromise to satisfy the border States and through their influence reclaim the Cotton States, he committed the serious blunder of declaring it unlawful and unwise to enforce the revenue laws in the insurrectionary ports or to recapture or hold their harbor defenses, except at Key West and Tortugas, which alone he seemed to think were essentially national. He strongly deprecated the reduction and subjugation of the seceded States, and declaring himself in favor of peace, said with emphasis, "War is disunion. War is final, eternal separation." Perhaps intending merely to emphasize his attitude of mediation, he carelessly permitted himself to make a plea to tolerate accomplished secession. All this was very far short of the language of his letter accepting the presidential nomination, that the laws must be administered, the constituted authorities upheld, and all the unlawful resistance to these things must be put down with firmness, impartiality, and fidelity. The adjournment of the Senate had terminated the debate without issue. Douglas still lingered in Washington when suddenly the whole country was holding its breath at the report of the outrage in Charleston Harbor. Wedded too closely to the arts of the demagogue, Douglas nevertheless possessed the vision and power of the statesman in a high degree. Past failures had come to him not so much through lack of ability as through adherence to vicious methods. Estimating success above principle, he had adopted reckless expedients and questionable combinations, and his speech of the 15th of March was only a new instance of his readiness to risk his consistency and his fame for a plausible but delusive move in party strategy. Until this time, throughout all his minor heresies, he had kept himself true and unspotted on one vital point of political doctrine: the Union must be preserved, the laws enforced. In the face of temptation and defeat, in New Orleans and in Norfolk as boldly as in New York, he had declared that if Lincoln were elected, he must be inaugurated and obeyed. This was popular sovereignty, genuine and undefiled. It was against this principle that the challenge had been hurled at Sumter, and the incident furnished Douglas the opportunity to retrieve the serious mistake of his recent Senate speech. That assault could no longer be disguised as lawful complaint or constitutional redress. It was the spring of a wild beast at the throat of the nation. It changed the issue from coercion to anarchy. No single act of Douglas's life so strongly marks his gift of leadership as that by which he accepted the new issue, and without a moment's hesitation came forward and placed himself beside Lincoln in defense of the government, the first as well as the greatest war Democrat. An army with banners, not a marshal with a writ, was now the constitutional remedy. In view of the unprovoked military assault, Douglas waived all party rivalry and assured Lincoln without questions or conditions of his help to maintain the Union. Lincoln's long-continued political contest with Douglas had always been kept within the bounds of social courtesy, if we accept their Illinois joint debates, where the heat of discussion had once or twice carried them to the verge of a personal quarrel. Those passages, however, were forgotten by both. The present emergency was too grave for party feeling. Lincoln knew Douglas too well to underrate him. It was the President's method to apply the representative principle to problems of statesmanship. It did not need an instant's reflection to remember that next in value to the rank and file of the Republican Party was the voluntary alliance of a great leader whom more than 1 million voters in the North had so lately followed unflinchingly to political defeat, and with whom that leader now offered to reinforce the defenders of the Union. If Lincoln had ever doubted the wisdom of his Sumter policy, which had kept open the road to this alliance, it was here vindicated. On the following morning, side by side with Lincoln's proclamation, the whole country read the telegraphic announcement of the interview and the authorized declaration that while Douglas was yet unalterably opposed to the administration on all its political issues, he was prepared to sustain the President in the exercise of all his constitutional functions to preserve the Union and maintain the government and defend the Federal capital. If there had been any possible uncertainty in the premises before, this was sufficient to make the whole North a unit in demanding the suppression of the rebellion. Douglas nobly redeemed the promise he had given to Lincoln. There remained to him, unhappily, but a brief remnant of life. But from the day of this interview until the hour of his death, which occurred in his Chicago home on the 3rd of June following, the voice of the great Democratic leader was ever earnest in his exhortations of fidelity to the government. One of his latest public utterances was a speech of extraordinary power made on the 25th of April before the legislature of Illinois, fitly closing the record of distinguished service which he had rendered his state and his nation. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 4, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 5, The National Uprising. The guns of the Sumter bombardment woke the country from the political nightmare which had so long tormented and paralyzed it. The line of the North was fully roused. Betrayed, insulted, outraged, the free states arose as with a cry of pain and vengeance. War sermons from pulpits, war speeches in every assemblage, tenders of troops, offers of money, military proclamations and orders in every newspaper, every city radiant with bunting, every village green a mustering ground, war appropriations in every legislature and in every city or town council, war preparations in every public or private workshop, gun casting in the great foundries, cartridge making in the principal towns, camps and drills in the fields, parades, drums, flags, and bayonets in the streets, knitting, bandage rolling, and lint scraping in nearly every household. Before the lapse of 48 hours, a Massachusetts regiment, armed and equipped, was on its way to Washington. Within the space of a month, the energy and intelligence of the country were almost completely turned from the industries of peace to the activities of war. The very children abandoned their old-time school games and played only at soldiering. From every governor of every free state to whom the President's proclamation and the requisition of the Secretary of War were addressed, most gratifying and loyal answers were promptly returned. They not only promised to obey the call and furnish the regiments asked for, but in their replies reflected the unanimity with which their people rallied to the defense of the assaulted Union. The governor's call was published on yesterday, and he has already received the tender of 40 companies, said Illinois. Our citizens throughout the state will respond with great enthusiasm to any call for sustaining the government against the designs of the conspirators, said Vermont. 10 days ago we had 2 parties in this state. Today we have but one, and that one is for the Constitution and Union unconditionally, said Iowa. The war spirit rose above all anticipation, and the offer of volunteers went far beyond the call. We have 6,000 men in camp here, and we'll have 8,000 men by tomorrow night. I have also made a tender of 6 additional regiments, to which I have received no answer. I shall put the 6 additional regiments in camp and under discipline, and hold them subject to the government's order, at least for a time. Such was the greeting from Indiana. A no less inspiring report was made by her sister state. I find that I have already accepted and have in camp, or ready to march instantly to it, a larger force than the 13 regiments named as the contingent of Ohio under the late requisition of the President. Indeed, without seriously repressing the ardor of the people, I can hardly stop short of 20 regiments. The telegrams and letters here quoted are fair samples of the language and spirit with which the people of the North answered the President's official summons. Special mention deserves to be made of the untiring zeal and labors of the various executives of the free states in organizing and equipping troops, which earned for them the popular and honorable title of the War Governors. If we would catch a glimpse of the dramatic forms in which popular fervor manifested itself in the President's own state, we need but read how the town of Quincy, Illinois, sent away her first company. Yesterday, Sunday, Captain Prentice left with his command for Springfield. At 12 m., all the pastors of the city with their congregations met the gallant captain and his loyal company in Washington Square to give them a parting benediction. 6,000 or 7,000 persons were present. A banner was presented, a hymn was sung, prayer was made, and the soldiers addressed by one of the clergymen and myself. We then marched with them to the depot, where the Star-Spangled Banner was sung, many thousands joining in the chorus. The scene altogether was the most solemn and impressive I have ever witnessed, and showed unmistakably how intensely the fires of patriotism are burning in the hearts of our people. In the Gulf states, the revolutionary excitement rose to a similar height, but with contrary sentiment. All Union feeling and utterance vanished, and overawed by a terrorism which now found its culmination, no one dared breathe a thought or scarcely entertain a hope for the old flag. The so-called government of the Confederate States, convinced that it must at length confront actual war, made such haste as it could to put an army in the field, manifesting meanwhile an outward gaiety at the prospect which its members could hardly have felt at heart. Montgomery telegram stated that the Cabinet of the Confederate States read President Lincoln's proclamation amid bursts of laughter. Alexander H. Stephens was reported as saying in an Atlanta speech that it would require 75 times 75,000 men to intimidate the South. In addition to the 21,000 volunteers conditionally asked for on April 8, the rebel Secretary of War notified the governors of the 7 cotton states that 32,000 more must be immediately got ready to take the field, and also asked that the forts and military posts within their limits be formally turned over to the control of the Montgomery authorities. Arkansas and Tennessee, not yet being members of the Confederacy, permission was asked of their executives to plant batteries to blockade the Mississippi. Spare guns from the captured Charleston forts were sent south, and extraordinary efforts were made to concentrate an army at Pensacola for the reduction of Fort Pickens. It was at this time, April 17, that Jefferson Davis issued a proclamation inviting applications for letters of marque and reprisal under which privateers were offered the opportunity to roam the high seas and ravage the commerce of the United States under the seal of these Confederate states. The final hope of the rebel leaders was in cotton and free trade, and they believed that privateering was the easy stepping stone to European intervention. The reasoning was plausible and the time not ill chosen, but the proclamation found itself confronted by the prompt precautionary act of the United States government. 2 days later, April 19, President Lincoln issued a counter proclamation setting on foot a blockade of the rebel ports in pursuance of the laws of the United States and of the laws of nations, and declaring that offenders under pretended letters of marque would be held amenable to the laws against piracy. Thus 16 states in the North and 7 in the South stood opposed in the attitude and preparation of war. Between these two extremes of sentiment lay the debatable land of the border slave states, the greater portion of their citizens tormented with anxiety, with doubt, with their affections evenly balanced between the Union on one hand and slavery on the other, with ties of consanguinity permeating alike the North and the South, with the horrible realization that in the impending conflict they were between the upper and the nether millstones. To a certain extent, the governors of these states had hitherto professed to share the irresolution of their people. Openly, they still expostulated with the Cotton States against precipitate disunion, and urged instead that all the slave states should join in a convention and demand constitutional guarantees from the North. All this, however, was largely a mere pretext, because they very well knew that the extreme demands which they formulated would not be granted. Secretly, most of them were in the revolutionary plot, and when by the assault on Sumter and President Lincoln's call for troops, they were compelled to take sides, all save 2 immediately gave their voice and help more or less actively in aid of the rebellion. This course they began by refusing the regiments called for under the President's proclamation. Kentucky will furnish no troops for the wicked purpose of subduing her sister Southern states, answered Governor Magoffin. I can be no party to this wicked violation of the laws of the country and to this war upon the liberties of a free people. You can get no troops from North Carolina. So ran the response from Governor Ellis. The people of this Commonwealth are free men, not slaves, and will defend to the last extremity their honor, lives, and property against Northern mendacity and usurpation, was the reply from Governor Rector of Arkansas. In such unholy crusade, no gallant son of Tennessee will ever draw his sword, wrote Governor Harris. Your requisition, in my judgment, is illegal, unconstitutional, and revolutionary in its object, inhuman and diabolical, and cannot be complied with, said Governor Jackson of Missouri. Chief among the plotting border state executives was Governor Letcher of Virginia. A former chapter has set forth the drift of that state towards rebellion under his leadership and instigation. The apparent Union majority in the Virginia Convention had somewhat restrained and baffled him and his coadjutors, but now they adroitly turned the fresh war excitement to their own advantage. Pretended Virginia Unionists had aided secession by clamoring for the unconditional evacuation of Sumter and other forts. Now that the government and the North resolved to repel force by force, the ground necessarily sank from under them. They were overwhelmed with arguments and reproaches. 1 or 2 vainly essayed to stem the tide, but when Anderson's flag went down, even their measured and conditional patriotism withered like Jonah's gourd. There was nothing more but brass bands, meetings, war speeches, and torchlight processions. The Virginia commissioners reported Lincoln's answer to the convention without comment, and shrinking Unionists admitted that if the President means subjugation of the South, Virginia has but one course to pursue. Governor Letcher did not need any stronger hint, with a dramatic affectation of incredulity and deliberation, to impress not only public opinion, but especially the wavering, dissolving majority of the convention. He waited a day before telegraphing his refusal to furnish troops, repeating the staple phrase about subjugation. Then, in the face of his own avowed project to capture Fort Monroe, and with the assaulting guns of Beauregard still ringing in his ears, he replied to Cameron, "You have chosen to inaugurate civil war." Meanwhile, the fever heat of the populace communicated itself to the convention. An outside states' rights assemblage of prominent Virginia politicians, which thronged into Richmond at this juncture, added its not inconsiderable tribute of pressure to the sweeping tide of treason. Under such impulses, the convention went into secret session on Wednesday, April 17, and by a vote of 88 to 55 passed an ordinance of secession, or as they softly phrased it, an ordinance to repeal the ratification of the Constitution of the United States. On the same day, Governor Letcher signed a proclamation announcing the dissolution of the Union and the existence of the rebel provisional government, and calling on all the armed regiments and companies of volunteers in the state to hold themselves in readiness for orders. Nor did his zeal confine itself to paper edicts. Under his instructions, doubtless matured and prepared in advance, seizures of the Custom House and government buildings in Richmond, of a private powder depot in Lynchburg, and of a number of steamers in the James River were hurriedly made, and military movements were begun to capture the United States Arsenal at Harper's Ferry and the United States Navy Yard at Norfolk. Of the two remaining border slave states, Delaware lay in such an isolated geographical position and had withal so few slaves that she was practically a part of the North, though still dominated in her local politics by pro-slavery influence. Allied to the South rather by tradition than by present interest, her executive took refuge in a course of inaction. He replied by saying that the laws of Delaware gave him no authority to comply with the requisition of the Secretary of War, and that the organized volunteer companies of the state might at their option tender their services to the United States. And to this effect he issued his official proclamation. The people took him at his word, and by their own action bore a patriotic and honorable part in the dangers and achievements of the Union Army. Of more immediate and vital importance, however, than that of any other border slave state was the course of Maryland in this crisis. Between that state and Virginia lay the District of Columbia, originally 10 miles square of federal territory containing the capital, the government, and the public archives. In Baltimore, the chief city of Maryland, centered three of the great railroad routes by which loyal troops must approach Washington. It was a piece of exceptional good fortune that the governor of Maryland was a friend of the Union, though hardly of that unflinching fearlessness needed in revolutionary emergencies. Whatever of hesitancy or vacillation he sometimes gave way to resulted from a constitutional timidity rather than from a want of patriotism. And with brief exceptions to be more fully narrated, he was active and energetic in behalf of the government. The population of the state was divided by a sharp antagonism, the Unionists having the larger numbers, the secessionists the greater persistence and daring. The city of Baltimore was so far corrupted by treasonable influences that Wigfall had established a successful recruiting office there for the rebel armies. As yet, disunion was working secretly, but this increased rather than diminished its effectiveness. Like the other border state executives, Governor Hicks had urged concession, compromise, peace, and joint border state action to maintain the Union. In this, while his colleagues for the greater part used such talk to cover their meditated treachery, he was entirely sincere and patriotic. When Lincoln's call for troops reached him, he had no thought of refusing or resisting, but nevertheless hurried to Washington to deprecate civil war and to ask that Maryland soldiers might not be sent to subjugate the South. Since the President had never entertained any purpose of subjugation, Hicks was assured that the Maryland regiments should be employed to defend Maryland itself and the federal district and capital. The governor thereupon wrote to the Secretary of War, "The condition of affairs in this state at this time requires that arms shall be placed in the hands of true men and loyal to the United States government alone, and requested arms for arming 4 regiments of militia, for the service of the United States and the federal government. Other prominent Marylanders were already combining for demonstrative action to sustain the government. A congressional election in the state was near at hand. On the day of the President's proclamation, Henry Winter Davis announced himself in a Baltimore evening paper as a candidate for Congress upon the basis of the unconditional maintenance of the Union. But the official announcement and the exciting rumors with which the newspapers were filled had also stirred the disunion elements of Maryland into unwanted activity, and the pressure of sentiment hostile to federal authority was quickly brought to bear on Governor Hicks and developed the timid and hesitating qualities of his character. He issued his proclamation April 18, containing, among many sage counsels in behalf of quiet and peace, 2 paragraphs doubtless meant by him for good, but which were well calculated to furnish the disunionists hope and encouragement. I assure the people that no troops will be sent from Maryland unless it may be for the defense of the national capital. The people of the state will in a short time have the opportunity afforded them in a special election for members of the Congress of the United States to express their devotion to the Union or their desire to see it broken up. With this outline view of the political condition of the country at large, and especially of the border states of Virginia and Maryland, let us follow events at the federal capital as recorded in the daily reports of General Scott to the President. On April 15, the day on which Lincoln issued his first call for 75,000 troops, the general says in his report, "I have but little of special interest to report today, except that Colonel Smith, the commander of the Department of Washington, like myself, thinks our means of defense with vigilance are sufficient to hold this city till reinforcements arrive. I have telegraphed the commander at Harper's Ferry Armory to say whether he can station to advantage for the defense of that establishment additional recruits from Carlisle. The ground about the armory is very contracted and rocky." General Scott's daily report, April 16, then proceeds, "For the President, he has no doubt been informally made acquainted with the reply of the officer commanding at Harper's Ferry yesterday, viz., that he wants no reinforcement. Nevertheless, as soon as the capital, the railroad to the Delaware at Wilmington, and Fort Monroe are made secure, my next object of attention will be the security of Harper's Ferry, proposing in the meantime, or rather suggesting, that the spare marines from the navy yards of Philadelphia, Brooklyn, and Boston be promptly sent to the Gosport Navy Yard. This relief may serve, by compelling the secessionists to enlarge their preparations, to give us time to send a regiment of volunteers to that important point in advance of any formidable attack upon it. With the authority of the Secretary of War, we are engaged in mustering into the service 8 additional companies of district volunteers. These, I think, place the capital a little ahead of impending dangers, and we will maintain at least that advantage till, by the arrival in a week of regulars and abundant volunteers, our relative advantage will, I trust, be more than doubled." General Scott's daily report, April 17. "I repeat in writing some details which I had the honor to submit verbally to the President this forenoon. 3 or 4 regiments from Massachusetts, believed to be the first ready under the recent call, may be expected, 3 of them, to arrive here, and 1 of them at Fort Monroe in 2 or 3 days. One of the 3 may, I think, be safely spared for Harper's Ferry if the danger there, and I shall know tomorrow, shall seem imminent. Captain Kingsbury, a most capable officer of the Ordnance Department, goes up this afternoon for that purpose, and to act a few days as superintendent, that is, till a new appointment of a civilian can be made. 2 of the Massachusetts regiments are needed here. One of them I shall endeavor to intercept at Baltimore and direct it to Harper's Ferry. As soon as one of the 4 reaches Fort Monroe, it perhaps may be safe to detach thence for the Gosport Navy Yard 2 or 3 companies of regulars to assist in the defense of that establishment. By tomorrow, or certainly the next day, we shall have Colonel Delafield here, an excellent engineer, to send to Gosport with a letter from the Secretary of the Navy, giving the necessary authority to devise, in conjunction with the naval commander there, a plan of defense. Colonel Delafield will take instructions to call for the 2 or 3 companies of regulars as mentioned above. Accepting the reinforcement of Marines suggested yesterday, and until the arrival of more volunteers, I know not what else can be done for the security of the Gosport Navy Yard. Tonight, all the important avenues leading into Washington shall be well guarded. The current demoralization of politics in the country had infected the Army and the Navy, and striking high as well as low, misdirected the zeal of Captain Adams, caused the dishonor of Major General Twiggs, commanding the Department of Texas, and carried into rebellion Brigadier General Joseph E. Johnston, the Quartermaster General, and Samuel Cooper, the Adjutant General of the Army. Among these victims of the states' rights heresy was yet another man destined to become prominent in the rebellion, who undertook the maintenance of a principle and a policy by him recognized and acknowledged to be false and monstrous. This was Robert E. Lee, a West Point graduate, an accomplished and experienced soldier, frequently recognized and promoted, the captor of John Brown at Harper's Ferry, and recently, March 16, 1861, made colonel of the 1st Cavalry by the Lincoln administration. He was about 2 years older than President Lincoln, of fine presence, ripe judgment, and mature manhood. Lee was a favorite of Scott. Under the call for troops, the general-in-chief at once selected him, in his own mind, as the most capable and promising officer in the service to become the principal commander in the field. And of this intention he spoke to many without reserve, having no misgiving as to his loyalty. Scott's confidence proved to be sadly misplaced. Repeated resignations and defections had very naturally engendered in the minds of the President and the Cabinet a distrust of every officer of Southern birth. Lincoln therefore requested F. P. Blair, Sr., an intimate friend, to ascertain Lee's feelings and intentions. On the 18th of April, the 3rd day after the President's call for troops, the day after Virginia's secret secession ordinance, and the day before the Baltimore riot, Mr. Blair invited Lee to an interview, informed him of the promotion and duties to which he was soon likely to be called, and thus unofficially offered him the command of the Union Army. A flat contradiction exists as to the character of Lee's answer. Cameron, then Secretary of War, says he accepted the offer. Montgomery Blair, then Postmaster General, says he was undecided what he would do. Both these gentlemen apparently derived their information from the elder Blair. On the other hand, Lee himself asserts that he declined the proposition because, though opposed to secession and deprecating war, I could take no part in an invasion of the Southern states. He further explains his motive to have been an unwillingness to take part against my native state or to raise my hand against my relatives, my children, my home. But in his interview with Blair, he also affirmed that secession was anarchy, that if he owned the whole 4 million slaves of the South, he would sacrifice them all for the Union. And he appears to have substantially repeated the sentiment written to his son a few weeks before as follows: Secession is nothing but revolution. The framers of our Constitution never exhausted so much labor, wisdom, and forbearance in its formation, and surrounded it with so many guards and securities, if it was intended to be broken by every member of the Confederacy at will. It was intended for perpetual union, so expressed in the preamble, and for the establishment of a government, not a compact, which can only be dissolved by revolution or the consent of all the people in convention assembled. It is idle to talk of secession. Anarchy would have been established, and not a government, by Washington, Hamilton, Jefferson, Madison, and the other patriots of the Revolution. Under a liberal interpretation, Lee's personal denial must be accepted, but the times, the circumstances, his qualifying declarations, and the strong statements of Cameron and Blair clearly reveal his hesitation and indecision. After his interview with Blair, Lee sought an interview with Scott, where the topics which filled men's hearts and occupied men's lips, Union, secession, Virginia, subjugation, duty and honor, defection and treason, were once more, we may be quite sure, thoroughly discussed. It is morally certain that Scott, also a Virginian, gave Lee a lesson in patriotism, but he caught no generous emulation from the voice and example of his great chief. From Scott's presence, Lee seems to have retired to his home and family at Arlington to wrestle with the haunting shadows of duty. Pregnant news came to him thick and fast. The secession of Virginia was verified in Washington that same evening. The next evening, the 6th Massachusetts marched in mingled pride and sorrow to the capital, having made an immortal record of service to their country. Here were new and important elements to influence his decision. Virginia seceded, Maryland in revolt, Washington threatened, Sumter lost, the border states defiant, the Confederate States arming and uttering a half-official threat that the rebel flag should float over the Capitol by the 1st of May. If the walls of Arlington heard secret or open conferences with conspirators from Washington or conspirators from Richmond, no record of them has come to light. But Saturday, April 20, Lee wrote to his old commander: General, since my interview with you on the 18th instant, I have felt that I ought not longer to retain my commission in the Army. I therefore tender my resignation, which I request you will recommend for acceptance. It would have been presented at once, but for the struggle it has cost me to separate myself from a service to which I have devoted all the best years of my life and all the ability I possessed. Save in defense of my native state, I never desire again to draw my sword. Lee was at the time, in military phrase, on leave of absence, and without waiting to hear whether his resignation had been accepted or even recommended for acceptance, as he himself had urged, without awaiting further orders or permission or discharge or dismissal from service, on the 22nd of April he was, by the governor and the Convention of Virginia, appointed to, and on the 23rd in Richmond, publicly invested with, chief command of the Virginia State forces under the secret secession ordinance and Letcher's revolutionary proclamation, with all his military obligations to the United States intact and uncanceled, thus rendering himself guilty of desertion and treason. No danger whatever menaced his native state. The President had positively disclaimed all intention to invade it. In the course of events, we find him not alone defending his native state, to which he owed nothing, but seeking to destroy the Union, which had done everything for him, opposing war by promoting revolution, and redressing grievances by endeavoring to establish anarchy. In instructive contrast with the weakness and defects of Lee, we have the honorable conduct and example of General Scott. He, too, was a Virginian who loved his native state. He, too, was opposed to secession and deprecated war. He, too, as officer, commander, diplomatist, and statesman, had learned from books and from men the principles and practice of loyalty, and perhaps better than any American exemplar, was competent to interpret a soldier's oath, a soldier's duty, a soldier's honor. To avoid bloodshed, he had declared his individual willingness to say to the seceded states, "Wayward sisters, depart in peace." But underneath pride of home, affection of kindred, and horror of war, on the solid substratum of consistency and character, lay his recognition of the principle of government, his real, not simulated veneration for the Constitution, his acceptance of the binding force of law, his unswerving fidelity to his oath, his undying devotion to his flag. The conspirators had long hoped for the assistance of his great name and authority. They filled the air with rumors of his disaffection. Since its abrupt secession ordinance, the Virginian Convention had sat with closed doors. But through a responsible witness, we know that on the day on which Lee wrote his resignation, April 20, a committee of that convention called on General Scott to tempt him with the offer of the command of the Virginia forces. Senator Stephen A. Douglas, on his way home to arouse the great West in aid of Lincoln's proclamation, told the circumstance in graphic language to excited listeners. I have been asked whether there is any truth in the rumor that General Scott was about to retire from the American Army. It is almost profanity to ask that question. I saw him only last Saturday. He was at his desk, pen in hand, writing his orders for the defense and safety of the American capital. Walking down the street, I met a distinguished gentleman, a member of the Virginia Convention, whom I knew personally, and had a few minutes' conversation with him. He told me that he had just had an interview with Lieutenant General Scott, that he was chairman of the committee appointed by the Virginia Convention to wait upon General Scott and tender him the command of the forces of Virginia in this struggle. General Scott received him kindly, listened to him patiently, and sent to him, "I have served my country under the flag of the Union for more than 50 years, and as long as God permits me to live, I will defend that flag with my sword, even if my own native state assails it." An eyewitness reports that the rebuke contained an additional feature of unusual impressiveness. When the spokesman of the committee, a man of venerable years and presence, had vaguely and cautiously so far unfolded the glittering lure of wealth and honor which Virginia held out that the general could catch the drift of the humiliating proposal, Scott held up his hand and said emphatically, "Friend Robertson, go no farther. It is best that we part here before you compel me to resent a mortal insult." That same afternoon, Scott also telegraphed to Senator Crittenden in response to an anxious inquiry based on the false rumors set afloat about him, "I have not changed. I have not thought of changing. Always a Union man." And in that unshaken mood of patriotism he lived and died, beloved of his country and honored by the world. The Virginia Secession Ordinance, though secretly adopted on the 17th, became quickly known to the people of Richmond. It was immediately announced to the States Rights Convention in session in another hall, and Governor Letcher, Senator Mason, ex-President Tyler, and ex-Governor Wise from the convention soon appeared there and glorified the event with speeches, the latter lamenting the blindness which had prevented Virginia from seizing Washington before the Republican hordes got possession of it. Nevertheless, an effort was still made to prevent the news from going north. But that evening, some of the unconditional Union delegates from Western Virginia, then a part of the Old Dominion, deemed it prudent to shake the Richmond dust from their feet and secure their personal safety by prompt departure. Delegates Carlisle and Dent were in Washington on the 18th, and in all probability informed Mr. Seward and the President how irretrievably Eastern Virginia was committed to rebellion, even if Governor Letcher's reply and proclamation had left any doubt on that point. Ominous rumors came from Harper's Ferry, and also a premature report of the burning of the railroad bridges beyond Baltimore. On that day, too, a detachment of 460 Pennsylvania volunteers, almost entirely without arms, and a company of regulars from Minnesota had been hurriedly forwarded from Harrisonburg to Washington. The unruly elements of Baltimore were already in commotion. The cars containing these men being in their passage through the city cheered by the crowd at some points and hooted and stoned at others, though no casualties occurred. Noting all these rumors and acts of hostility, Secretary Cameron telegraphed to Governor Hicks that the President is informed that threats are made and measures taken by unlawful combinations of misguided citizens of Maryland to prevent by force the transit of United States troops across Maryland on their way pursuant to orders to the defense of this capital, and strongly intimated to the governor that the loyal authorities of Maryland ought to put them down. The events of the week, the daily mustering of volunteers, the preparations for defense, the telegrams from the various state capitals, had thrown Washington into a military fever. The social sympathies of the permanent population of Washington, and especially of its suburbs, Georgetown and Alexandria, were strongly Southern, but the personal interests of its inhabitants and property holders were necessarily bound up with the course and fate of the existing government. The Union manifestations were for the moment dominant, and volunteers came forward readily, even with some enthusiasm, to fill up the district quota. The city was also yet full of office seekers from various states, North and West. Cassius M. Clay of Kentucky and Senator-elect James H. Lane of Kansas, both men of mark and courage, after an evening or two of flaming speech-making, organized them respectively into the Clay Battalion and the Frontier Guards. These companies of from 30 to 60 men each were what might be called irregular volunteers, recruits from East and West of all ranks in the great army of politics, who came forward to shoulder a musket without enlistment, commission, paymaster, or commissariat. By this time the danger had become so threatening that every scrap and show of military force was welcome and really useful. The government furnished them arms and gave them in charge of afterwards Major General David Hunter, who on the evening of the 18th stationed Clay's company in Willard's Hall with orders to patrol the streets, and took Lane's frontier guards to the post of honor at the Executive Mansion. At dusk they filed into the famous East Room, clad in citizen's dress, but carrying very new, untarnished muskets, and following Lane, brandishing a sword of irreproachable brightness. Here ammunition boxes were opened and cartridges dealt out, and after spending the evening in an exceedingly rudimentary squad drill under the light of the gorgeous gas chandeliers, they disposed themselves in picturesque bivouac on the brilliant patterned velvet carpet, perhaps the most luxurious cantonment which American soldiers have ever enjoyed. Their motley composition, their anomalous surroundings, the extraordinary emergency, their mingled awkwardness and earnestness, rendered the scene a medley of bizarre contradictions, a blending of masquerade and tragedy, of grim humor and realistic seriousness, a combination of Don Quixote and Daniel Boone altogether impossible to describe. However, their special guardianship of the East Room lasted only for a night or two, until more suitable quarters could be extemporized, and for many days they lent an important moral influence in repressing and overawing the lurking treason still present in a considerable fraction among the Washington inhabitants. The graphic pen of Bayard Taylor, who happened to be in Washington on this same afternoon of April 18, has left us a sharp and strong historical picture of the city at the time. Everywhere around me the flag of the Union was waving. Troops were patrolling the streets, and yonder the watchful Marshal Layman was galloping on the second horse he had tired out since morning. Everybody seemed to be wide awake, alert, and active. On reaching Willard's Hotel, the scene changed. The passages were so crammed that I had some difficulty in reaching the office. To my surprise, half the faces were Southern, especially Virginian, and the conversation was carried on in whispers. Presently I was hailed by several Northern friends and heard their loud, outspoken expressions of attachment to the Union. The whisperers near us became silent and listened attentively. I was earnestly questioned as to whether the delay of the mails was occasioned by rails being torn up or bridges destroyed. Everyone seemed to suspect that a treasonable demonstration had taken place in or near Baltimore. The most exciting rumors were afloat. Harper's Ferry was taken. Virginia had secretly seceded. Wise was marching on Washington, always winding up with the impatient question, "Why don't the troops come on?" From Willard's Hotel, Bayard Taylor went to the State Department and afterwards to make a call on Lincoln. He continues, "I need not describe the President's personal appearance, for nearly everybody has seen him. Honesty, firmness, and sound common sense were the characteristics with which personally he impressed me. I was very glad to notice the tough, enduring vitality of his temperament. He needs it all. He does not appear to be worn or ill, as I have heard, but on the contrary, very fresh and vigorous. His demeanor was thoroughly calm and collected, and he spoke of the present crisis with that solemn, earnest composure which is the sign of a soul not easily perturbed. I came away from his presence cheered and encouraged." End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 4 by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 6. Baltimore. Baltimore in 1861 was the great gateway of military approach from the northern states to Washington. Lying at the head of the magnificent Chesapeake Bay, impossible to close by forts, it was also the common center and terminus of three principal railroad routes. respectively from the Ohio River and the west, from Harrisburg and the Lake region northward, from Philadelphia, covering New York and New England. With the South in rebellion, Washington had but two established routes of transportation left her: the Potomac River, a fine water highway, but flowing through hostile territory and liable to be quickly obstructed by land batteries at narrow points, and a single line of railway, a distance of 40 miles to Baltimore, subject to the will or caprice of that great city of over 200,000 inhabitants, somewhat notorious for disorderly tendencies. It is therefore no marvel that the authorities, both state and federal, watched the temper of her people with anxious solicitude. 2 days after the President's call, Cameron asked the head of the great Pennsylvania road to take charge of the military transportation, who, going personally to Baltimore, reported the secession feeling very strong, and expressed fears lest the secession of Virginia might carry Maryland with her. Governor Andrew of Massachusetts had since January filled up with serviceable men the organized active militia regiments of that State, supplied them with perfect equipments and improved arms, and held them ready for call in view of possible emergencies. The President's proclamation was published in the Boston morning papers on Monday, April 15. On Tuesday forenoon, the 6th Massachusetts began mustering on Boston Common. On Wednesday evening, April 17, the completed regiment, with new rifles and filled cartridge boxes, with benedictions on the regimental flag, and amid the silent blessings of the multitude, embarked in railroad cars. As they sped southward, they witnessed the manifestation of the popular uprisings in the New England towns, the literally packed streets and the demonstrations of honor in New York, and the crowning enthusiasm in Philadelphia, where they arrived on the evening of the 18th. Here Colonel Edward F. Jones, commanding the regiment, found Major General Robert Patterson organizing the Pennsylvania militia, and received from the military and railroad officers warning of apprehended danger in Baltimore. But in obedience to what he deemed imperative orders from his governor, he determined to go forward, only delaying his progress that his wearied men might bivouac until after midnight, which arrangement would also permit them to pass through Baltimore by day. Before daylight, the men were roused, and the train started from Philadelphia. Reaching the Susquehanna River, it overtook a corps of Pennsylvania volunteers, Small's brigade, over 1,000 men, which had started for Washington without uniforms or arms. This corps was also attached to the train, which then numbered more than 30 cars. The railroad officials, to guard against accident or treachery, sent a pilot engine ahead, and had arranged an interchange of cipher messages with their Baltimore office, from which, at succeeding stations, as the train approached the city, repeated assurances were received that all was quiet and no trouble need be feared. Nevertheless, with due soldierly caution, Colonel Jones made deliberate preparation. His command loaded and capped their rifles while he went personally through the cars and issued the following order: "The regiment will march through Baltimore in columns of sections, arms at will. You will undoubtedly be insulted, abused, and perhaps assaulted, to which you must pay no attention whatever, but march with your faces square to the front, and pay no attention to the mob, even if they throw stones, bricks, or other missiles. But if you are fired upon, and any one of you is hit, your officers will order you to fire. Do not fire into any promiscuous crowds, but select any man whom you may see aiming at you, and be sure you drop him." This order clearly contemplated a march through the city by the regiment in a body, which by some misunderstanding or change of plan on the part of the railroad managers was not carried out. The train arrived at the Philadelphia or President Street station, and the troops were again to take cars for Washington at the Washington or Camden station. The two depots were perhaps a mile apart, the track connecting them running for the greater distance straight westward along Pratt Street, excepting a short bend to the north at the beginning and a corresponding short bend to the south near the inn. It seems at the last moment to have been decided to follow the ordinary method of hauling the loaded cars from the Philadelphia depot to the Washington depot with horses, and to make the troops change cars at the latter station. Accordingly, it was at this point that danger was apprehended and protection of the police had been asked. The Baltimore authorities assert that, though they only received about half an hour's notice, they responded promptly, and the mayor, chief of police, and a considerable force were on hand and rendered effective service in protecting the transfer of the troops at the Washington station. When, therefore, the train first halted at the Philadelphia or President Street station on its arrival, Colonel Jones, instead of receiving word to form his regiment for a march, as he expected, was astonished to find the first few cars drawn rapidly and separately through the streets by horses, which had been attached before he was well aware of what was going on. His own and 7 or 8 succeeding cars thus made the transit safely, and arriving at the Washington station, the troops began to change cars. Here an immense crowd was gathered, and demonstrations of hostility immediately began. Says a newspaper account, the scene while the troops were changing cars was indescribably fearful. Taunts, clothed in the most outrageous language, were hurled at them by the panting crowd, who, almost breathless with running, pressed up to the car windows, presenting knives and revolvers, and cursed up into the faces of the soldiers. The police were thrown in between the cars, and forming a barrier, the troops changed cars, many of them cocking their muskets as they stepped on the platform. The peaceful passage of the cars through the streets was not, however, of long duration. When the 9th car, containing the 7th Company, issued from the Philadelphia depot, it was greeted with riotous insults by the crowd which had, during the unavoidable delay, rapidly gathered, and while passing over a portion of Pratt Street, where certain street repairs were going on, the mob gathered up a pile of loose paving stones which they hurled at the car, smashing in the windows and blinds, and adding to this method of assault an occasional shot from a pistol or a gun. A trustworthy account states, the men were very anxious to fire on their assailants, but Major Watson forbade them. 1 or 2 soldiers were wounded by paving stones and bricks, and at length one man's thumb was shot. When holding up the wounded hand to the major, he asked leave to fire in return. Orders were then given to lie on the bottom of the car and load, and rising to fire from the windows at will. These orders were promptly obeyed. 3 times during the passage, obstructions were laid on the track, requiring the car to be stopped till they could be removed. Under such repeated attacks, this car reached the Washington depot. It had been a fight at long range, and in the shelter of the car, no death had resulted to the troops. It was apparently at this juncture that the various authorities at the Washington depot became aware of the serious character of the riot. Colonel Jones was informed by the railroad superintendent that cars could no longer be hauled across the city, and he hurriedly wrote an order to the missing companies to join him by a forced march. Mayor George W. Brown started immediately on foot for the scene of the disturbance. Marshal George P. Kane, chief of police, devolved his command on a subordinate, and collecting as many policemen as could be spared, also hastened eastward to join the mayor. Exciting scenes were meanwhile enacted about the Philadelphia depot. The car of the 7th Company having escaped their clutches, the rioters bethought themselves of permanently breaking communication between the 2 stations. They seized the laborers' picks and shovels used in the repairs of Pratt Street and tried to pry up the rails, but without success. Then they piled loose stones on the track, and at another place a load of sand. Elsewhere they laid on the rails a number of heavy anchors dragged from a neighboring wharf. At still another place they partly tore up a bridge. While the remaining 4 companies were waiting their turn to proceed, 2 of the railroad men informed them of the condition of affairs. Colonel Jones's order had failed to reach them, but the officers consulted together, and placing Captain Albert S. Follansbee in command, resolved to go forward. The companies filed out of their cars, formed deliberately on the sidewalk, and calling a policeman to lead the way, started on the perilous march. Almost at the outset they encountered a hastily improvised procession, following a secession flag and marching directly towards them, which refused to yield the way. In an instant there were crowding, hustling, confusion, groans, hooting, cries of nigger thieves, and a struggle for the capture and possession of the rebel flag. The soldiers pushed doggedly ahead, and thinking to pass the crowd, broke into a double quick. This encouraged the rioters, who took it as a sign of fear. They redoubled their yells, called them cowards, and followed them with showers of clubs and stones. After 2 or 3 blocks of such progress, the soldiers reached the torn-up bridge. "We had to play Scotch hop to get over it," says Captain Follansbee. "As soon as we had crossed the bridge, they commenced to fire upon us from the street and houses. I ordered the men to protect themselves, and then we returned their fire and laid a great many of them away." At this point, Mayor Brown met the advancing column. He writes, "An attack on them had begun, and the noise and excitement were great. I ran at once to the head of the column, some persons in the crowd shouting as I approached, 'Here comes the mayor.' I shook hands with the officer in command, saying as I did so, 'I am the mayor of Baltimore.' I then placed myself by his side and marched with him as far as the head of Light Street wharf, doing what I could by my presence and personal efforts to allay the tumult. The mob grew bolder, and the attack became more violent. Various persons were killed and wounded on both sides. The troops had some time previously begun to fire in self-defense, and the firing, as the attack increased in violence, became more general." Captain Follansbee confirms this statement. "The mayor of the city met us almost halfway. He said there would be no trouble and that we could get through, and kept with me for about 100 yards, but the stones and balls whistled too near his head, and he left. That was the last I saw of him." The mayor's separation from the troops was probably caused by an important diversion which occurred at this point in their progress. Marshal Kane, hurrying to the rescue at the head of about 50 policemen, met the struggling and fighting column of soldiers, with Captain Follansbee and Mayor Brown at their head, and taking in the situation and remedy at a glance, executed a movement which was evidently the turning point in the affray. By his order, the line of policemen opened their ranks, and having allowed the column of troops to pass through, immediately closed again behind them, forming a firm line across the street. The marshal directed his men to draw their revolvers and shoot down any man who dared to break through their line. This opposed an effectual barrier to the farther advance of this portion of the mob, which the police continued to hold in check, while the column of troops pursued its way to the Washington depot with only 1 or 2 further attacks. Arrived there, the 4 companies were hurried into the cars. The trouble, however, was not yet over. The immense crowd gathered here manifested a dangerous turbulence. Its savage temper had only grown during the delay, the receipt of the news and rumors, and the arrival of the harried rear guard. Still more threatening, the crowd repeatedly rushed ahead of the standing train and piled heavy stones, telegraph poles, and other objects on the track, which the police as often succeeded in removing. Colonel Jones and his officers had their men well under control. They kept them quiet, the blinds of the cars well drawn down, and thus prevented unnecessary challenge or irritation to the mob. All being at length ready, the train moved slowly and cautiously away, but as it did so, a discharge of muskets blazed from a window of the rear car, and a prominent citizen of Baltimore fell dying to the ground. The bystanders declared the act was without provocation. The soldiers and their officers maintained that it was in response to a volley of stones or a shot. The casualties were never accurately ascertained or published. The soldiers lost 4 men killed and 36 wounded. the citizens perhaps 2 or 3 times that number. The single death which occurred as the train moved out, however, created more subsequent excitement in Baltimore than the scores who were slain and wounded in the melee on Pratt Street. Marshal Kane, having stopped the progress of the mob along Pratt Street, had marched his policemen back to the Washington depot, where he learned that the train was gone, and supposing that all danger was at last over, dismissed his force and was proceeding to his office, when he was informed that there were yet other troops at the Philadelphia depot. These proved to be the regimental band of the Massachusetts men, and Small's Pennsylvania brigade, all unarmed. It is probable that the great length of the train had compelled the halting at a considerable distance from the depot of the cars in which they were, and that they had remained in ignorance of the occurrences described. When Marshal Kane arrived there, he found that the members of the band were already driven from their car and dispersed, and that the Pennsylvania men were just coming into the depot. Some of these troops, he says, commenced jumping from the train just as I got there, and were immediately set upon by an infuriated populace. I fought hard for their protection, at first almost alone, but soon had the assistance of a part of my force who hurried from the neighboring beats. Meanwhile, the railroad officials at Philadelphia were hastily consulted by telegraph, and orders soon came to have the remainder of the train and troops withdrawn from Baltimore without unloading, and carried back on the railroad towards Philadelphia as far as the Susquehanna River. The dispersed members of the band and other stragglers, for the most part, found sympathy, shelter, and concealment among humane Baltimoreans not engaged in the riot, until rescued and sent home by the police. All this rioting occurred in the forenoon between 10 and 12 o'clock. During the remainder of the day, mob feeling, if not mob violence, controlled the city. The military companies were ordered out, and a mass meeting was called for 4 o'clock in Monument Square. At the appointed time, a huge gathering assembled. The speakers, for the greater part, delivered strong anti-coercion speeches. Instead of the national banner, a flag was displayed bearing the arms of Maryland. In substance, the occasion was a great secession meeting. Mayor Brown and Governor Hicks were called to the rostrum and made professions and promises in the prevailing tone, the governor declaring that he bowed in submission to the people. "I am a Marylander," said he, "and I love my state, and I love the Union, but I will suffer my right arm to be torn from my body before I will raise it to strike a sister state." How completely the city was in revolt is told by Governor Hicks in a dispatch sent on the following day to Secretary Cameron. Up to yesterday there appeared promise, but the outbreak came. The turbulent passions of the riotous element prevailed. Fear for safety became reality. What they had endeavored to conceal, but what was known to us, was no longer concealed, but made manifest. The rebellious element had the control of things. We were arranging and organizing forces to protect the city and preserve order, but want of organization and of arms prevented success. They had arms, they had the principal part of the organized military forces with them, and for us to have made the effort under the circumstances would have had the effect to aid the disorderly element. They took possession of the armories, have the arms and ammunition, and I therefore think it prudent to decline for the present, responding affirmatively to the requisition made by President Lincoln for 4 regiments of infantry. This temporary bending before the storm of riot by the powerless authorities might have been pardoned under the emergency had they not proceeded to stultify their courageous conduct of the forenoon by an act, if not of treason, at least of cowardice. At midnight, Mayor Brown, Marshal Kane, and the Board of Police, and, as these assert, also Governor Hicks, consulted together and deliberately ordered the destruction of the railroad bridges between Baltimore and both Harrisburg and Philadelphia. 2 strong parties of men were sent out, one of them headed by Marshal Kane, who before daylight burned the bridges at Melvale, Relay House, and Cockeysville on the Harrisburg Road, and over the Bush and Gunpowder Rivers and Harris Creek on the Philadelphia Road. Governor Hicks soon after totally denied his consent to or complicity in the business, while the others insist that he was equally responsible with themselves. The fact remained that the authorities had, by an act of war, completely cut off the national capital from railroad communication with the North. The authors of this destruction attempt to justify their conduct by the excuse that they were informed of the approach of another large body of Northern troops, and they have feared that under the prevailing excitement the soldiers would wreak vengeance on the city for that day's attack on the 6th Massachusetts. They, however, cite nothing in the form of such a threat reaching them before their order, except a telegram from the railroad officer at Philadelphia that it was impossible to prevent these troops from going through Baltimore. The Union men must be aroused to resist the mob. Angry threats did soon come from the North, but not till after the bridge burning, and largely excited by that act itself. It is impossible to resist the conviction that Mayor Brown and Marshal Kane were secessionists at heart, and while they were too sagacious to have prompted or encouraged the mob of April 19, they were quite ready to join in any sweeping popular movement to precipitate Maryland into rebellion, even if they were not actually then in a secret conspiracy to that end. While on his way to burn the bridges, Marshal Kane sent a telegram to a kindred spirit, which leaves no doubt of his then treasonable intent. Thank you for your offer. Bring your men in by the first train, and we will arrange with the railroad afterwards. Streets red with Maryland blood. Send expresses over the mountains and valleys of Maryland and Virginia for the riflemen to come without delay. Fresh hordes will be down on us tomorrow, the 20th. We will fight them and whip them or die. General Scott's report and Cameron's dispatch of the 18th, quoted in the last chapter, show the already serious apprehensions of the administration about the condition of Maryland and particularly Baltimore. The rumors and news received on the 19th made the outlook still worse. It was definitely ascertained in the forenoon that Harper's Ferry had been so threatened by the Virginia rebels as to induce Lieutenant Roger Jones to burn the arsenal and armory and retreat into Maryland with his little handful of soldiers. Other news convinced the authorities that there was no reasonable prospect of saving the Gosport Navy Yard at Norfolk, Virginia, and that night the war steamer Pawnee was started on her mission with discretionary authority to destroy that immense establishment with its millions' worth of government property. Shortly after noon there came, both by telegraph and messenger, the dreaded dispatch from Governor Hicks and Mayor Brown. A collision between the citizens and the Northern troops has taken place in Baltimore, and the excitement is fearful. Send no more troops here. We will endeavor to prevent all bloodshed. A public meeting of citizens has been called, and the troops of the state and the city have been called out to preserve the peace. They will be enough. Carefully scrutinized, this dispatch was found to be like an ancient oracle capable of a twofold meaning. The President and part of the Cabinet supposed Hicks meant to say he needed no troops to put down the riot. On the other hand, General Scott and Mr. Seward, usually so hopeful, thought they could read between the lines that it was desired no more troops should be passed through Baltimore. The arrival of the assaulted 6th Massachusetts about 5 o'clock added nothing to the current information except to demonstrate the seriousness of the day's occurrences. A crowd of 5,000 people received the regiment at the depot with enthusiastic cheers of welcome and escorted its march to the rotunda of the Capitol, whence it went to quarters in the Senate chamber. Special messengers came that evening from Governor Hicks to say that the Pikesville Arsenal, 8 miles from Baltimore, having been abandoned by the Army officer in charge, the governor had caused it to be occupied and protected for the United States. The President showed them the dispatch, but they could give no explanation beyond reiterating the governor's and their own loyalty. The true interpretation soon came, though in a roundabout way. The riot had thrown all the railroad companies into a panic. Hicks and Brown had advised, and the Board of Police ordered, all troops en route to be sent back towards Pennsylvania. To its compliance with this advice and order, the Baltimore and Ohio road added a refusal to undertake any further transportation, and to this refusal the Philadelphia and Wilmington road had also given its assent. Amid the excitement and confusion, it was some time before the real condition of affairs became known to the authorities at Washington. The question was pretty fully debated by the President, Cabinet, and General Scott, and a sharp dispatch in cipher sent back to Philadelphia. Governor Hicks has neither right nor authority to stop troops coming to Washington. Send them on, prepared to fight their way through, if necessary. This decision having been reached, the President and various officials sought their rest for the night, not by any means assured of a tranquil sleep. The possible contingencies of the hour are briefly expressed in a memorandum made on the night of the Baltimore riot by an occupant of the Executive Mansion. We are expecting more troops here by way of Baltimore, but are also fearful that the secessionists may at any hour cut the telegraph wires, tear up the railroad track, or burn the bridges, and thus prevent their reaching us and cut off all communication. We have rumors that 1,500 men are under arms at Alexandria, 7 miles below here, supposed to have hostile designs against this city, and an additional report that a vessel was late this evening seen landing men on the Maryland side of the river. All these things indicate that if we are to be attacked at all soon, it will happen tonight. On the other hand, we have some 4,000 to 5,000 men under arms in the city, and a very vigilant watch out in all the probable directions of approach. The public buildings are strongly guarded. The Secretary of War will remain all night in his department, and General Scott is within convenient reach. Soon after midnight, a special train brought a committee from Baltimore. The authorities of that unhappy city were, first by the riot, and afterwards by the public meeting and the popular demonstrations in the streets, worked into a high state of excitement. About an hour before their determination and order to burn the bridges, Mayor Brown wrote a request to the President to stop the transit of troops, saying, "It is my solemn duty to inform you that it is not possible for more soldiers to pass through Baltimore unless they fight their way at every step." Being by this time in one of his yielding moods, Governor Hicks concurred in the request by a written note. It was too late to see the President when the committee bearing the letter arrived. They therefore applied to Cameron at the War Department, who refused flatly to entertain their request, turning over on his sofa for another nap. From the chief clerk they learned that no troops were then actually on the way, and with this bit of relief they contented themselves till daylight. Next morning, April 20, the President had just finished his breakfast when General Scott's carriage stopped under the White House portico. The general was suffering from gout, which made it painful for him to mount to the executive chamber, and to save him this exertion, Lincoln went down to exchange a word with him at the door. At the foot of the staircase, the President encountered the Baltimore committee, read their brief letter, and took them at once to General Scott's carriage, where they eloquently portrayed the danger, nay, the impossibility of bringing soldiers through Baltimore, whereupon the general, looking solely to the urgency of getting troops to the capital, and perceiving no advantage in fighting a battle in that city, suggested promptly, "March them around." The change from the dispatch sent the previous evening to Philadelphia being purely one of expediency under an alleged state of facts. The committee returned with the President to his office, where he wrote a reply to Governor Hicks's and Mayor Brown's letters. "For the future troops must be brought here, but I make no point of bringing them through Baltimore. Without any military knowledge myself, of course I must leave details to General Scott. He hastily said this morning in the presence of these gentlemen, march them around Baltimore and not through it. I sincerely hope the General, on fuller reflection, will consider this practical and proper, and that you will not object to it. By this a collision of the people of Baltimore with the troops will be avoided, unless they go out of the way to seek it. This arrangement was, on being communicated to the Governor, accepted by him. He wrote, "I hoped they would send no more troops through Maryland, but as we have no right to demand that, I am glad no more are to be sent through Baltimore. Give an inch, he'll take an ell." The proverb is especially applicable in times of revolution, when men act under impulse and not on judgment. President Lincoln did not lose sight of this human weakness while dealing with the Baltimore committee. When about to write his letter for them, he said half playfully, "If I grant you this concession, that no troops shall pass through the city, you will be back here tomorrow demanding that none shall be marched around it." They protested to the contrary, but the President's words were literally verified. When the committee returned to Baltimore, the alleged popular dread of invasion had already changed to extensive preparation for meditated but not yet avowed insurrection. So far from being thankful for their success in changing the march of Union troops, the incensed secessionists upbraided the committee for consenting to allow them to pollute the soil of Maryland. 2 members of the legislature were sent back to the President to formulate new demands. This, with the Governor's withdrawal of his offer to furnish the 4 regiments already cited and the scattering sensational telegrams received, induced Lincoln on the afternoon of Saturday, April 20, to telegraph to Governor Hicks and Mayor Brown to come by special train, as he desired to consult them relative to preserving the peace of Maryland. The Governor had gone to Annapolis, and after the interchange of various messages, the mayor himself was asked to come. So soon as the Baltimore route was closed by the riot of the 19th of April, the railroad authorities at Philadelphia had with commendable energy devised and prepared a new route, by rail to Perryville on the Susquehanna, thence by water on Chesapeake Bay to Annapolis, thence by railroad, or if that were destroyed, common wagon roads to Washington. This they suggested to General Scott on the 20th, and he ordered it adopted the same day. That forenoon, Senator David Wilmot, making his way northward from Washington as best he could, wrote back from Baltimore to the General-in-Chief confirming the rumor that some of the bridges of the Philadelphia road had been destroyed, the telegraph interrupted, and rapid communication with the North cut off, and added, "Troops coming on your road from Harrisburg to Baltimore could leave it about 3 miles from Baltimore, and by a march of 5 miles reach the Washington road, some 2½ miles from the city." It was with some such idea that General Scott had first proposed the march around Baltimore, and strengthened by Wilmot's suggestion, he on the following day wrote to General Patterson, who held command in Philadelphia, that this Harrisburg and Baltimore route was perhaps the most important military avenue to Washington, adding the injunction, "Give your attention in part to this line." The Washington authorities were, however, not long in finding that this assumption was a vital error. General Scott wrote, "In my letter to you yesterday, I intended that the railroad via Harrisburg and York towards Baltimore was more important perhaps for reinforcing Washington than that from Philadelphia to Perryville, etc. That supposition was founded on the Secretary's belief that the distance from a certain point on the Harrisburg Railroad to the Relay House, 8 miles this side of Baltimore, was but some 7 miles by a good wagon road, whereas there is no good common road between the 2 railroads of less than 30 miles. This fact renders the railroad from Harrisburg to Baltimore of no value to us here, without a force of perhaps 10,000 men to hold Baltimore, to protect the rails and bridges near it." Through all the Friday night and Saturday, the secession feeling steadily rose in Baltimore. The city, to the full extent of its ability, made ready to resist by force the further passage of troops, and to a considerable degree the same excitement and the same resolve and preparation spread like wildfire to the country villages of Maryland. Through various delays, it happened that Mayor Brown did not reach Washington until Sunday morning, April 21, in obedience to Lincoln's request of the previous afternoon. The mayor brought with him 2 members of the First Baltimore Committee, and besides these, a prominent and active secessionist. Naturally, Mayor Brown and his committeemen, while they carefully kept secret their own official bridge burning, did not undercolor their description of this insurrectionary mood of their people. The discussion was participated in by General Scott and the Cabinet and took a wide range, lasting all Sunday forenoon, April 21. The President insisted that troops must come. General Scott explained that they could only come in one of three ways. First, through Baltimore. Second, by the Harrisburg route and a march round Baltimore. And third, by the Annapolis route. The last two routes were therefore agreed upon. General Scott said if the people would permit them to go by either of these routes uninterrupted, the necessity of their passing through Baltimore would be avoided. If the people would not permit them a transit thus remote from the city, they must select their own best route, and if need be, fight their way through Baltimore, a result which he earnestly deprecated. The President expressed his hearty concurrence in the desire to avoid a collision, and said that no more troops should be ordered through Baltimore if they were permitted to go uninterrupted by either of the other routes suggested. In this disposition, the Secretary of War expressed his participation. Mayor Brown agreed to the arrangement and promised on his part that the city authorities would use all lawful means to prevent their citizens from leaving Baltimore to attack the troops in passing at a distance. With this agreement they took their leave, and the President proceeded to other business, when to his astonishment Mayor Brown and his companions again made their appearance between 2 and 3 o'clock in the afternoon. They brought a sensational telegram just received by them from Mr. Garrett, President of the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad, which read, 3,000 Northern troops are reported to be at Cockeysville. Intense excitement prevails. Churches have been dismissed and the people are arming in mass. To prevent terrific bloodshed, the result of your interview and arrangement is awaited. Cockeysville is on the Harrisburg route, 15 miles from Baltimore, and because they had no previous notice of such approach, the committee now intimated that advantage had been taken of their presence in Washington to bring these forces within striking distance of Baltimore. The Cabinet and Scott were again summoned, and the whole discussion was opened up anew. The President at once, in the most decided way, urged the recall of the troops, saying that he had no idea they would be there today, lest there should be the slightest suspicion of bad faith on his part in summoning the mayor to Washington and allowing troops to march on the city during his absence. He desired that the troops should, if it were practicable, be sent back at once to York or Harrisburg. Orders were accordingly issued to this effect, the President, however, notifying the committee that he should not again in any wise interfere with the military arrangements. In this, as in his Sumter policy, Lincoln interposed his authority to exercise the utmost liberality and forbearance. He did not expect to appease the Maryland rebels, but to make them clearly responsible for further bloodshed, should any occur, and thereby to hold the Maryland Unionists. These were sufficient motives, and underlying them he had yet another still more conclusive. All this examination of maps and discussion had brought the conviction to his quick penetration, in advance of any of his counselors, that the Harrisburg route was, in the present state of affairs, entirely impracticable and useless, which fact General Scott so fully set forth on the following day in his already cited letter to General Patterson. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 4 by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 7, Washington in Danger. Thanks to the promptness of Governor Andrew, the 8th Massachusetts was not far behind the 6th. It assembled on Boston Common on Thursday morning and was in Philadelphia on Friday evening, April 19, just in time to hear the authentic reports, as well as the multiplied and exaggerated rumors of that day's doings of the Baltimore mob, and the tragic fate of some of their comrades of the 6th. Massachusetts having agreed to double her quota, the 4 regiments thus to be received formed a brigadier general's command, and for this command Governor Andrew designated Benjamin F. Butler, who already held that office and rank under the state militia laws. He was a lawyer by profession, but possessed in an eminent degree the peculiarly American quality of ability to adapt himself to any circumstance or duty with a quick perception to discover and a ready courage to seize opportunities. It must be noted in passing that he was a radical Democrat in politics and could boast that he had voted 50 times in the late Charleston Convention to make Jefferson Davis the Democratic candidate for president. But with the same positive zeal, he denounced secession and helped to prepare the Massachusetts regiments to join in suppressing it by the authority and with the power of the federal government. Arrived with the 8th Massachusetts at Philadelphia, General Butler that night telegraphed further news of the day's fighting to Governor Andrew. I have reason to believe that Colonel Jones has gone through to Washington. 2 killed only of the Massachusetts men. We shall go through at once. The road is torn up through Baltimore. Will telegraph again. Later information caused him to modify his intention to press on. The Baltimore Railroad refused to carry any more troops into that city, and if it had not, the burning of the bridges made it impossible to do so. In this dilemma, the Philadelphia Railroad authorities had bethought them of a new route, that by Annapolis, previously described. The plan required not only much discussion, but great additional preparation, and Friday night and part of Saturday passed before it was pronounced even probably feasible. By this time, the 7th Regiment of New York, the corps d'élite of the whole Union, which on Friday afternoon started its march down Broadway through that tempest of cheers 2 miles long, had also reached Philadelphia, where it too, like the 8th Massachusetts, was obliged seriously to study the further ways and means of getting to Washington. The various railroad and military officials in Philadelphia strongly advised the Annapolis route, and Colonel Marshall Lefferts, commanding the 7th, telegraphed to Cameron asking orders to go that way. There was long delay in transmitting the dispatch and awaiting a reply, and before the requested permission came, Colonel Lefferts changed his purpose, chartered a steamship, placed his regiment on board, and started for Washington by way of the Delaware River and Bay and the Potomac River. This decision being apparently not a little hastened by certain military rivalries and jealousies which sprang up between Colonel Lefferts and Brigadier General Butler, acting as yet under separate state authority, and being therefore independent of each other's control. Scott's reply to send troops by Havre de Grace and Annapolis, as suggested, at length came through the somewhat deranged telegraph offices, and Lefferts being gone, the order was communicated to Butler. While the 7th New York, under Lefferts, was steaming down Delaware Bay on the transport Boston, the 8th Massachusetts, under Butler, proceeded by cars to Perryville, opposite Havre de Grace, and embarking on the ferry boat Maryland, steamed down Chesapeake Bay, and by midnight was anchored off Annapolis. As events turned out, this division of forces proved an advantage, since neither of the boats was capable of containing both regiments, and 24 hours later the Boston joined the Maryland at Annapolis before either regiment had disembarked. The small and antiquated town of Annapolis, the capital of Maryland and the seat of the United States Naval Academy, was for the moment in sympathy with secession. Governor Hicks had returned here from Baltimore, it being his official residence, to make ready for the special session of the Maryland legislature, which, in one of his moments of timidity, he had been prevailed upon to call together to meet on the 26th of April. The governor and the mayor of Annapolis both strongly urged Butler not to land his men, to which he replied that he must land to get provisions, and in turn requested the governor's formal consent. Pending this diplomatic small talk, Butler found a piece of work to do. The old frigate Constitution of historic fame was anchored off the grounds of the Naval Academy as a training ship. A few boatloads of Baltimore roughs might easily cut her out and convert her into a privateer. Commandant George S. Blake, who with the majority of his officers and cadets remained loyal, asked Butler to help pull her farther out into the bay for better security against capture. In this enterprise, the greater part of Sunday, the 21st of April, was spent. The two Sunday interviews of the mayor of Baltimore with President Lincoln and the resulting arrangement that troops should hereafter come by the Annapolis route have been detailed. The telegraph in the meantime was still working, though with delays and interruptions. As an offset to the disagreeable necessity of ordering the Pennsylvania troops back from Cockeysville, the cheering news of Butler's arrival at Annapolis had come directly to hand. That same Sunday afternoon, President Lincoln and his cabinet met at the Navy Department, where they might deliberate in greater seclusion, and the culminating dangers to the government underwent scrutinizing inquiry and anxious comment. The events of Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, as developed by the military reports and the conferences with the Baltimore committees, exhibited a degree of real peril such as had not menaced the capital since the British invasion in 1814. Virginia was in arms on one side, Maryland on the other. The railroad was broken, the Potomac was probably blockaded. A touch would sever the telegraph. Of this occasion, the President afterwards said, "It became necessary for me to choose whether, using only the existing means, agencies, and processes which Congress had provided, I should let the government at once fall into ruin, or whether, availing myself of the broader powers conferred by the Constitution in cases of insurrection, I would make an effort to save it, with all its blessings, for the present age and for posterity." Surveying the emergency in its remote as well as present aspects, and assuming without hesitation the responsibilities which existing laws did not authorize, but which the needs of the hour imperatively demanded, Lincoln made a series of orders designed to meet, as well as might be, the new crisis in public affairs. A convoy was ordered out to guard the California steamers bringing heavy shipments of gold. 15 merchant steamers were ordered to be purchased or chartered and armed at the navy yards of Boston, New York, and Philadelphia for coast protection and blockade service. $2 million were placed in the hands of three eminent citizens of New York, John A. Dix, George Opdyke, and Richard M. Blatchford, to be, in their judgment, dispersed for the public defense. Another commission of leading citizens of New York, George D. Morgan, William M. Evarts, Richard M. Blatchford, and Moses H. Grinnell, in connection with Governor Edwin D. Morgan, was empowered to exercise practically the full authority of the War and Navy departments in organizing troops and forwarding supplies. Two of the ablest naval officers were authorized each to arm 2 additional merchant vessels to cruise in the Potomac River and Chesapeake Bay, and sundry minor measures and precautions were taken. Before these various orders could even be prepared for transmittal, the crowning embarrassment had come upon the government. On that Sunday night, April 21, the telegraph operator at Baltimore reported that the insurrectionary authorities had taken possession of his office, to which the Washington Telegraph superintendent laconically added, "Of course, this stops all." So the prospect closed on Sunday night. Monday forenoon brought rather an exaggeration of the symptoms of danger. Governor Hicks, influenced by his secession surroundings at Annapolis, neither having consented to Butler's landing nor yet having dissuaded him from that purpose, turned his appeals to the President. I feel it my duty, he wrote, most respectfully to advise you that no more troops be ordered or allowed to pass through Maryland, and that the troops now off Annapolis be sent elsewhere. And I most respectfully urge that a truce be offered by you, so that the effusion of blood may be prevented. I respectfully suggest that Lord Lyons be requested to act as mediator between the contending parties of our country. The suggestion was not only absurd in itself, but it awakened painful apprehension, lest his hitherto friendly disposition might suddenly change to active hostility. This was a result to be avoided, for even in his present neutral mood he was still an effective breakwater against those who were striving day and night to force Maryland into some official act of insurrection. Mr. Seward, therefore, wrote the governor a very kindly and yet dignified rebuke, reminding him of the days when a general of the American Union, with forces designed for the defense of its capital, was not unwelcome anywhere in the State of Maryland, and certainly not at Annapolis, and suggesting at its close that no domestic contention whatever that may arise among the parties of this republic ought in any case to be referred to any foreign arbitrament, least of all to the arbitrament of an European monarchy. Meanwhile, another Baltimore committee found its way to the President, this time from one of the religious bodies of that city, with a Baptist clergyman as its spokesman, who bluntly proposed that Mr. Lincoln should recognize the independence of the Southern States. Though such audacity greatly taxed his patience, he kept his temper and replied that neither the President nor Congress possessed the power or authority to do this. And to the further request that no more troops be sent through Maryland, he answered in substance, "You gentlemen come here to me and ask for peace on any terms, and yet have no word of condemnation for those who are making war on us. You express great horror of bloodshed, and yet would not lay a straw in the way of those who are organizing in Virginia and elsewhere to capture this city. The rebels attack Fort Sumter, and your citizens attack troops sent to the defense of the government and the lives and property in Washington, and yet you would have me break my oath and surrender the government without a blow. There is no Washington in that, no Jackson in that. There is no manhood or honor in that. I have no desire to invade the South, but I must have troops to defend this capital. Geographically, it lies surrounded by the soil of Maryland, and mathematically, the necessity exists that they should come over her territory. Our men are not moles and can't dig under the earth. They are not birds and can't fly through the air. There is no way but to march across, and that they must do. But in doing this, there is no need of collision. Keep your rowdies in Baltimore, and there will be no bloodshed. Go home and tell your people that if they will not attack us, we will not attack them. But if they do attack us, we will return it, and that severely." Washington now began to take on some of the aspects of a siege. The large stores of flour and grain at the Georgetown mills, and even that already loaded for shipment on schooners, were seized, and long trains of carts were engaged in removing it to safer storage in the public buildings. Prices of provisions were rising. The little passenger steamers plying on the Potomac were taken possession of by the military officers to be used for guard and picket duty on the river. The doors, windows, and stairways of the public buildings were protected by barricades, and the approaches to them guarded by sentinels. All travel and nearly all business came to a standstill, and theaters and places of amusement were closed. With the first notice of the burning of the railroad bridges, the strangers, visitors, and transient sojourners in the city became possessed of an uncontrollable desire to get away. So long as the trains ran to Baltimore, they proceeded to that point. From there they sought to escape northward by whatever chances of transportation offered themselves. By some of these fugitives the government had taken the precaution to send duplicates of important orders and dispatches to northern cities. This sauve-qui-peut quickly denuded Washington of its redundant population. While the Unionist non-combatants were flying northward, the secessionists were making quite as hurried an escape to the south, for it was strongly rumored that the government intended to impress the whole male population of Washington into military service for the defense of the city. One incidental benefit grew out of the panic. The government was quickly relieved of its treasonable servants. Some hundreds of clerks resigned out of the various departments on this Monday, April 22, and the impending danger not only brought these to final decision, but also many officers of high grades and important functions. Commodore Franklin Buchanan, in charge of the Washington Navy Yard, together with nearly all his subordinate officers, suddenly discovered their unwillingness longer to keep their oaths and serve the United States. And that night this invaluable Navy depot, with all its vast stores of material, its immense workshops and priceless machinery, was entrusted solely to the loyalty and watchfulness of Commander John A. Dahlgren and a little handful of Marines, scarcely enough in number to have baffled half a dozen adroit incendiaries or to ascertain the street gossip outside the walls of the establishment. Among the scores of Army and Navy resignations reported the same day was that of Captain John B. Magruder, 1st Artillery, then in command of a light battery on which General Scott had placed special reliance for the defense of Washington. No single case of defection gave Lincoln such astonishment and pain as this one. Only 3 days ago, he said, when the fact was made known to him, Magruder came voluntarily to me in this room, and with his own lips and in my presence repeated over and over again his asseverations and protestations of loyalty and fidelity. It was not merely the loss of an officer, valuable and necessary though he might be in the emergency, but the significance of this crowning act of perfidy which troubled the President, and to the suggestiveness of which he could not close his eyes. Was there not only no patriotism left, but was all sense of personal obligation, of everyday honesty, and of manliness of character gone also? Was everything crumbling at his touch? In whom should he place confidence? To whom should he give orders if clerks and captains and commodores and quartermaster generals and governors of states and justices of the Supreme Court proved false in the moment of need? If men of the character and rank of the Magruders, the Buchanans, the Macaulays, the Lees, the Johnstons, the Coopers, the Campbells were giving way, where might he not fear treachery? There was certainly no danger that all the officers of the government would thus prove recreant, but might not the failure of a single one, bearing an important trust, cause a vital and irreparable disaster? The perplexities and uncertainties of the hour are set forth with frank brevity by General Scott in the report which was sent to the President that night of Monday, April 22. I have but little that is certain to report, viz., first, that there are 3 or 4 steamers off Annapolis with volunteers for Washington. Second, that their landing will be opposed by the citizens reinforced from Baltimore. Third, that the landing may be effected nevertheless by good management. And fourth, that the rails on the Annapolis road, 20 miles, have been taken up. Several efforts to communicate with those troops today have failed, but 3 other detached persons are repeating the attempt, and 1 or more of them will, I think, succeed. Once ashore, the regiments, if but 2, and there are probably more, would have no difficulty in reaching Washington on foot, other than the want of wagons to transport camp equipage. And the quartermaster that I have sent there, I do not know that he has arrived, has orders to hire wagons if he can, and if not, to impress, etc. Of rumors, the following are probable, viz. First, that from 1,500 to 2,000 troops are at the White House, 4 miles below Mount Vernon, a narrow point in the Potomac, engaged in erecting a battery. Second, that an equal force is collected or in progress of assemblage on the two sides of the river to attack Fort Washington. And third, that extra cars went up yesterday to bring down from Harper's Ferry about 2,000 other troops to join in a general attack on this capital, that is, on many of its fronts at once. I feel confident that with our present forces we can defend the Capitol, the Arsenal, and all the executive buildings, 7, against 10,000 troops, not better than our district volunteers. Tuesday morning came, but no news from Annapolis, no volunteers up the Potomac. It was Cabinet Day, and about noon, after the President and his counselors were assembled, messengers announced the arrival of 2 steamers at the Navy Yard. There was a momentary hope that these might be the long-expected ships from New York, but inquiries proved them to be the Pawnee and a transport on their return from the expedition to Norfolk. The worst apprehensions concerning that important post were soon realized. It was irretrievably lost. The only bit of comfort to be derived from the affair was that the vessels brought back a number of marines and sailors who would now add a little fraction of strength to the defense of the capital. The officers of the expedition were soon before the President and Cabinet, and related circumstantially the tale of disaster and destruction which the treachery of a few officers and the credulity of the commandant had rendered unavoidable. The Gosport Navy Yard at Norfolk, Virginia, was of such value and importance that its safety from the very beginning of Mr. Lincoln's administration had neither been overlooked nor neglected. But like every other exposed or threatened point, like Sumter, Pickens, Tortugas, Key West, Fort Monroe, Baltimore, Harper's Ferry, and Washington itself, its fate was involved in the want of an army and navy of adequate strength. The day the President resolved on the Sumter Expedition, 250 seamen had been ordered from Brooklyn to Norfolk to render Gosport more safe. Instead of going there, it was thought necessary to change their destination to Sumter and Pickens. And so, though the danger to Gosport was not lost sight of, the reinforcements to ward it off were never available. The officers of the Navy Yard were outwardly loyal. The commandant had grown gray in the service of his country and enjoyed the full confidence of his equals and superiors. It was known that the secessionists had designs upon the post, but it was believed that the watchfulness which had been ordered and the measures of precaution which had been arranged under the special supervision of 2 trusted officers of the Navy Department, who were carrying out the personal instructions of Secretary Wells, would meet the danger. At a critical moment, Commandant Charles S. Macaulay committed a fatal mistake. The subordinate officers of the Yard, professing loyalty, practiced treason, and lured him into their designs. Several valuable vessels lay at the Navy Yard. To secure them eventually for Virginia, Governor Letcher had, among his first acts of hostility, attempted to obstruct the channel from Norfolk to Fort Monroe by means of sunken vessels. But the effort failed. The passage still remained practicable. Ascertaining this, Commodore James Alden and Chief Engineer Benjamin F. Isherwood, specially sent for the task by Secretary Wells, had, with the help of the commandant of the yard, prepared the best ships, the Merrimac, the Germantown, the Plymouth, and the Dolphin, for quick removal to Fort Monroe. The engines of the Merrimac were put in order, the fires under her boilers were lighted, the moment of her departure had been announced, when suddenly a change came over the spirit of Commandant Macaulay. Virginia passed her ordinance of secession. The traitorous officers of the Navy Yard were about to throw off their mask and desert their flag, and as a parting stroke of intrigue, they persuaded the commandant that he must retain the Merrimac for the security of the Yard. Yielding to this treacherous advice, he countermanded her permission to depart and ordered her fires to be put out. Thus baffled, Isherwood and Alden hastened back to Washington to obtain the superior orders of the Secretary over this most unexpected and astounding action. They reached Washington on this errand, respectively, on the 18th and 19th of April, just at the culminating point of insurrection and danger. Hasty consultations were held and energetic orders were issued. The Pawnee, just returned from her Sumter cruise, was again coaled, supplied, and fitted out, processes consuming precious hours, but which could not be omitted. On the evening of April 19, she steamed down the Potomac under command of Commodore Hiram Paulding, with discretionary orders to defend or to destroy. Next evening, April 20, having landed at Fort Monroe and taken on board 300 to 500 men of the 3rd Massachusetts, only that morning arrived from Boston, and who embarked without a single ration, the Pawnee proceeded to Norfolk, passing without difficulty through the 7 sunken hulks in the Elizabeth River. But Commodore Paulding was too late. The commandant, once more successfully plied with insidious advice, had yielded to the second suggestion of his juniors and had scuttled the removable ships, ostensibly to prevent their being seized and used by the rebels. As they were slowly sinking, no effort to remove them could succeed, and no resource was left but to destroy everything so far as could be done. Accordingly, there being bright moonlight, the greater part of Saturday night was devoted to the work of destruction. Several parties were detailed to fire the ships and the buildings and to lay a mine to blow up the dry dock, and the sky was soon lighted by an immense conflagration. Yet, with all this effort, the sacrifice was left incomplete. Not more than half the buildings were consumed. The workshops with their valuable machinery escaped. The 1,500 to 2,000 heavy cannon in the yard could neither be removed nor rendered unserviceable. Some unforeseen accident finally prevented the explosion of the dry dock. Of the 7 ships burned to the water's edge, the hull of the Merrimac was soon afterwards raised, and in the course of events changed by the rebels into the ironclad Merrimac, or as they named her, the Virginia. At 5 o'clock on Sunday morning, the Pawnee considered her work finished and steamed away from Gosport, followed by the sailing ship Cumberland. No point of peril had been so clearly foreseen, and apparently so securely guarded against, as the loss of the 3 or 4 valuable ships at Norfolk. And yet, in spite of foresight and precaution, they had gone to worse than ruin through the same train of circumstances which had lost Sumter and permitted the organization of the Montgomery Rebellion. The loss of ships and guns was, however, not all. Behind these was the damaging moral effect upon the Union cause and feeling. For 4 consecutive days, each day had brought a great disaster. Virginia's secession on the 17th, the burning of Harper's Ferry on the 18th, the Baltimore riot and destruction of railroad bridges on the 19th, the abandonment and destruction of the great Navy Yard and its ships on the night of the 20th. This began to look like an irresistible current of fate. No popular sentiment could long stem such a tide of misfortune. The rebels of Virginia, Maryland, and especially of Washington began to feel that Providence wrought in their behalf, and that their conspiracy was already crowned with success. Evidently, with such a feeling, on this same Tuesday, Associate Justice John A. Campbell, still a member of the Supreme Court and under oath to support the Constitution of the United States, again sent a letter of aid and comfort to Jefferson Davis. He wrote, "Maryland is the object of chief anxiety with the North and the administration. Their fondest hope will be to command the Chesapeake and relieve this capital. Their pride and their fanaticism would be sadly depressed by a contrary issue. This will be the great point of contest in all negotiations. I incline to think that they are prepared to abandon the South of the Potomac, but not beyond. Maryland is weak. She has no military men of talents, and I did hear that Colonel Huger was offered command and declined it. However, his resignation had not been accepted. Huger is plainly not competent for such a purpose. Lee is in Virginia. Think of the condition of Baltimore and provide for it, for there is the place of danger. The events at Baltimore have placed a new aspect upon everything to the north. There is a perfect storm there. While it has to be met, no unnecessary addition should be made to increase it. Another night of feverish public unrest, another day of anxiety to the President. Wednesday, April 24. There was indeed no attack on the city, but on the other hand, no arrival of troops to place its security beyond doubt. Repetition of routine duties, repetition of unsubstantial rumors, long faces in the streets, a holiday quiet over the city, closed shutters and locked doors of business houses, the occasional clatter of a squad of cavalry from point to point, sentinels about the departments, sentinels about the executive mansion, Willard's Hotel, which a week before was swarming with busy crowds, now deserted, as if smitten by a plague, with only furtive servants to wake echoes along the vacant corridors, an oppressive contrast to the throng of fashion and beauty which has so lately made it a scene of festivity from midday to midnight. Ever since the telegraph stopped on Sunday night, the Washington operators had been listening for the ticking of their instruments and had occasionally caught fugitive dispatches passing between Maryland secessionists, which were for the greater part immediately known to be untrustworthy, for General Scott kept up a series of military scouts along the Baltimore Railroad as far as Annapolis Junction, 20 miles from Washington, from which point a branch railroad ran at a right angle to the former, 20 miles to Annapolis on Chesapeake Bay. The general dared not risk a detachment permanently to hold the junction. No considerable secession force had been encountered, and the railroad was yet safe, but it was known, or at least strongly probable, that the volunteers from the north had been at Annapolis since Sunday morning. Why did they not land? Why did they not advance? The Annapolis road was known to be damaged, but could they not march 20 miles? The previous day, April 23, had by some lucky chance brought a New York mail 3 days old. The newspapers in it contained breezy premonitions of the northern storm, Anderson's enthusiastic reception, the departure of the 7th New York Regiment, the sailing of Governor Sprague with his Rhode Islanders, the monster meeting in Union Square with the outpouring of 500,000 of people in processions and listening to speeches from half a dozen different stands, the energetic measures of the New York Common Council, the formation of the Union Defense Committee, whole columns of orders and proclamations, the flag raisings, the enlistments, the chartering and freighting of ships, and from all quarters news of the wild, jubilant uprising of the whole immense population of the free states. All this was gratifying, pride-kindling, reassuring, and yet read and reread with avidity in Washington that day, it would always bring after it the galling reflection that all this magnificent outburst of patriotism was paralyzed by the obstacle of a 20 miles march between Annapolis and the Junction. Had the men of the North no legs? Lincoln, by nature and habit so calm, so equable, so undemonstrative, nevertheless passed this period of interrupted communication and isolation from the North in a state of nervous tension which put all his great powers of mental and physical endurance to their severest trial. General Scott's reports, though invariably expressing his confidence in successful defense, frankly admitted the evident danger, and the President, with his acuteness of observation and his rapidity and correctness of inference, lost no single one of the external indications of doubt and apprehension. Day after day, prediction failed and hope was deferred. Troops did not come. Ships did not arrive. Railroads remained broken. Messengers failed to reach their destination. That fact itself demonstrated that he was environed by the unknown, and that whether a Union or a secession army would first reach the capital was at best an uncertainty. To a coarse or vulgar nature, such a situation would have brought only one of two feelings, either overpowering personal fear or overweening bravado. But Lincoln, almost a giant in physical stature and strength, combined in his intellectual nature a masculine courage and power of logic with an ideal sensitiveness of conscience and a sentimental tenderness as delicate as a woman's. This presidential trust which he had assumed was to him not a mere regalia of rank and honor. Its terrible duties and responsibilities seemed rather a coat of steel armor, heavy to bear and cutting remorselessly into the quick flesh. That one of the successors of Washington should find himself even to this degree in the hands of his enemies was personally humiliating. But that the majesty of a great nation should be thus insulted, and its visible symbols of authority be placed in jeopardy, above all, that the hitherto glorious example of the Republic to other nations should stand in this peril of surprise and possible sudden collapse, the Constitution be scoffed, and human freedom become a byword and reproach, this must have begotten him an anxiety approaching torture. In the eyes of his countrymen and of the world, he was holding the scales of national destiny. He alone knew that for the moment the forces which made the beam vibrate with such uncertainty were beyond his control. In others' society he gave no sign of these inner emotions. But once, on the afternoon of the 23rd, the business of the day being over, the executive office deserted, after walking the floor alone in silent thought for nearly half an hour, he stopped and gazed long and wistfully out of the window down the Potomac in the direction of the expected ships, and unconscious of other presence in the room, at length broke out with irrepressible anguish in the repeated exclamation, "Why don't they come? Why don't they come?" One additional manifestation of this bitterness of soul occurred on the day following, though in a more subdued manner. The wounded soldiers of the 6th Massachusetts, including several officers, came to pay a visit to the President. They were a little shy when they entered the room, having the traditional New England awe of authorities and rulers. Lincoln received them with sympathetic kindness, which put them at ease after the interchange of the first greetings. His words of sincere thanks for their patriotism and their suffering, his warm praise of their courage, his hearty recognition of their great service to the public, and his earnestly expressed confidence in their further devotion quickly won their trust. He spoke to them of the position and prospect of the city, contrasting their prompt arrival with the unexplained delay which seemed to have befallen the regiments supposed to be somewhere on their way from the various States. Pursuing this theme, he finally fell into a tone of irony to which only intense feeling ever drove him. "I begin to believe," said he, "that there is no North. The 7th Regiment is a myth. Rhode Island is another. You are the only real thing." There are few parchment brevets as precious as such a compliment at such a time from such a man. However much the tardiness of the Annapolis reinforcements justified the President's sarcasm, they were at last actually approaching. We left Butler engaged in assisting the schoolship Constitution to a more secure position. The aid proved effectual, but the day's work ended by the ferryboat Maryland, with the 8th Massachusetts still on board, getting hard aground in the shoal water of Annapolis harbor. In this helpless predicament, with nothing to eat but hard pilot bread and raw salt pork furnished from the Constitution, and with no water to drink, the regiment passed the night of Sunday. Early next morning, Monday, April 22, the Boston arrived, bringing the 7th New York, and thus these two regiments, so lately parted at Philadelphia, were once more united. Colonel Lefferts had proceeded on his independent course to Fort Monroe, but receiving no intelligence concerning the Potomac route, concluded after all to adopt the more prudent plan of steaming up Chesapeake Bay to Annapolis. The Boston at once set to work, but without eventual success, to pull the Maryland into deeper water. Meanwhile, the officers of the two regiments were holding interviews and correspondence with Commandant Blake of the Naval School on the one hand, and with the Maryland authorities on the other. Governor Hicks, in punctilious assertion of the paramount state sovereignty of Maryland, protested in writing against landing the troops. The mayor of Annapolis joined in the protest, though privately both declared that Maryland was loyal to the Union and that they would make no military resistance. That afternoon both regiments were landed. There was yet a certain friction of military jealousy and refusal to cooperate between Butler and Lefferts. Both were eager to proceed to Washington, but differed in their plans, and the many and apparently authentic rumors of the opposing force that would meet them from Baltimore caused discussion and delay. They had no transportation, few rations, and little ammunition. Butler took the first practical measures by ordering the railroad depot and buildings to be occupied. Here an old locomotive was found, the machinery of which had been carefully disarranged. The mechanical skill of the Yankee militiamen now asserted its value. Private Charles Homans of the 8th Massachusetts at once recognized the locomotive as having been built in our shop, and calling to his help several machinists like himself from the Massachusetts regiment, they had no great difficulty in putting it in running order. Tuesday morning, April 23, showing still no warlike demonstrations from any quarter, the surroundings of the town were reconnoitered, and 2 companies of the 8th Massachusetts pushed out 3½ miles along the railroad. A beginning was also made towards repairing the track, which was found torn up and displaced here and there. In this work, and in testing the newly repaired locomotive and improvising a train, another day slipped by. In the evening, however, 2 of the 8 messengers sent out from Washington to Annapolis succeeded in reaching there, the second one bringing the definite orders of General Scott that Butler should remain and hold the place, and that the advancing troops should repair the railroad. That night also came 4 or more steamships with as many additional regiments of volunteers. Wednesday morning, April 24, being the 4th day at Annapolis for the 8th Massachusetts and the 3rd for the 7th New York, they started on their 20 miles march to the junction. A couple of extemporized platform cars on which the 7th mounted their little brass howitzers, the patched-up locomotive, and 2 rickety passenger cars constituted their artillery, baggage, supply, ambulance, and construction train all in one. Thus, provided the 2 regiments marched, scouted, laid track, and built bridges as occasion required, now fraternizing and cooperating with hearty goodwill. It was slow and tedious work. They were not inured to nor provided for even such holiday campaigning as this. Luckily, they had fine weather, a warm, sunny spring day succeeded by a clear night with a full moon to light it. So they clung pluckily to their duty, hungry and sleepy though they were, all day and all night of Wednesday, and arrived at the junction about daybreak of Thursday. All the previous rumors had taught them that here they might expect a rebel force and fight. The anticipation proved groundless. They learned, on the contrary, that a train from Washington had come to this place for them the day before. It soon again made its appearance, and quickly embarking on it, by noon the 7th New York was at its destination. Those who were in the Federal capital on that Thursday, April 25, will never during their lives forget the event. An indescribable gloom had hung over Washington nearly a week, paralyzing its traffic and crushing out its life. As soon as the arrival was known, an immense crowd gathered at the depot to obtain ocular evidence that relief had at length reached the city. Promptly debarking and informing, the 7th marched up Pennsylvania Avenue to the White House. As they passed up the magnificent street with their well-formed ranks, their exact military step, their soldierly bearing, their gaily floating flags, and the inspiring music of their splendid regimental band, They seemed to sweep all thought of danger and all taint of treason out of that great national thoroughfare and out of every human heart in the Federal city. The presence of this single regiment seemed to turn the scales of fate. Cheer upon cheer greeted them. Windows were thrown up, houses open. The population came forth upon the streets as for a holiday. It was an epoch in American history. For the first time, the combined spirit and power of liberty entered the nation's capital. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 4, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 8, Rebellious Maryland. No sooner had the secession ordinance been secretly passed by the Convention of Virginia than Governor Letcher informed Jefferson Davis of the event, and doubtless by preconcert invited him to send a commissioner from Montgomery to Richmond to negotiate an alliance. The adhesion of Virginia was an affair of such magnitude and pressing need to the Cotton States that Davis made the vice president of the new Confederacy, Alexander H. Stephens, his plenipotentiary, who accordingly arrived at Richmond on the 22nd of April. Here he found everything favorable to his mission. The convention was filled with a newborn zeal of insurrection. Many lately stubborn Union members were willingly accepting offices in the extemporized army of the state. The governor had that day appointed Robert E. Lee to the command-in-chief of the Virginia forces, military and naval, which choice the convention immediately confirmed. Stephens was shrewd enough to perceive that his real negotiation lay neither with the governor nor the convention, but with this newly created chieftain. That very evening he invited Lee to a conference at which the late Federal colonel forgot the sentiment written by his own hand 2 days before, that he never again desired to draw his sword except in defense of his native state, and now expressed great eagerness for the proposed alliance. Lee being willing, the remainder of the negotiation was easy, and 2 days afterwards, April 24, Stephens and certain members of the convention signed a formal military league, making Virginia an immediate member of the Confederate States and placing her armies under the command of Jefferson Davis, thus treating with contempt the convention proviso that the secession ordinance should only take effect after ratification by the people, the vote on which had been set for the fourth Thursday of May. Lee and others endured without protest this military usurpation, under which they became beneficiaries. No excuse for it could be urged. Up to this time, not the slightest sign of hostility to Virginia had been made by the Lincoln administration. No threats, no invasion, no blockade. The burning of Harper's Ferry and Gosport were induced by the hostile action of Virginia herself. On the contrary, even after those acts, Mr. Lincoln repeated in a letter to Reverdy Johnson, which will be presently quoted, the declarations made to the Virginia commissioners on the 13th that he intended no war, no invasion, no subjugation, nothing but defense of the government. At the time of the Baltimore riot, the telegraph was still undisturbed, and by its help, as well as by personal information and private letters, that startling occurrence and the succeeding insurrectionary uprising were speedily made known throughout the entire South, where they excited the liveliest satisfaction and most sanguine hopes. Southern newspapers became clamorous for an advance on Washington. Some of the most pronounced Richmond conspirators had all along been favorable to such an enterprise, and extravagant estimates of possibilities were telegraphed to Montgomery. They set forth that Baltimore was in arms, Maryland rising, Lincoln in a trap, and not more than 1,200 regulars and 3,000 volunteers in Washington, that the rebels had 3,000 men at Harper's Ferry, that Governor Letcher had seized 3 to 5 steamers on the James River, that the connecting Southern railroads could carry 5,000 to 7,000 men daily at the rate of 350 miles per day. As a leader, we want Davis. An hour now is worth years of common fighting. One dash, and Lincoln is taken, the country saved, and the leader who does it will be immortalized. This from a railroad superintendent supposed to have practical skill in transportation looked plausible. The Montgomery cabinet caught the enthusiasm of the moment, and on April 22 Jefferson Davis telegraphed to Governor Letcher at Richmond, "In addition to the forces heretofore ordered, requisitions have been made for 13 regiments, 8 to rendezvous at Lynchburg, 4 at Richmond, and 1 at Harper's Ferry. Sustain Baltimore if practicable. We reinforce you." This dispatch shows us what a farce even the Virginia Military League was, since 2 days before its conclusion foreign rebel troops were already ordered to the sacred soil of the Old Dominion. Governor Letcher was doubtless willing enough to respond to the suggestion of Davis, but apparently had neither the necessary troops nor preparation. He had as yet been able to muster but a shadowy force on the line of the Potomac, notwithstanding his adjutant general's pretentious report of the previous December. Nevertheless, hoping that events might ripen the opportunity into better conditions for success, he lost no time in sending such encouragement and help as were at his control. The rebel commander at Harper's Ferry had communicated with the Baltimore authorities and effected a cordial understanding with them, and they promised to warn him of hostile menace or approach. Senator James M. Mason thereupon was dispatched to Baltimore. He seems to have agreed to supply the Maryland rebels with such arms as Virginia could spare, and some 2,000 muskets actually found their way to Baltimore from this source during the following week, though an arrangement to send 20 cannon 32-pounders to the same city from the Gosport Navy Yard apparently failed. But it would appear that the project of a dash at Washington found unexpected opposition in the councils of Virginia's new military chief, Robert E. Lee, who assumed command of the state forces April 23. He instructed the officers at Alexandria and along the Potomac to act on the defensive, to establish camps of instruction and collect men and provisions. This course was little to the liking of some of the more ardent rebels. They telegraphed in substance that Davis's immediate presence at Richmond was essential, that his non-arrival was causing dissatisfaction, that the troops had no confidence in Lee, and were murmuring that there were signs of temporizing, hopes of a settlement without collision, and consequent danger of demoralization, that Lee dwelt on enthusiasm north and against aggression from us. Said another dispatch, "Have conversed with General Robert E. Lee. He wishes to repress enthusiasm of our people. His troops not ready, although pouring in every hour. They remain here. General Kock has 300 and no more corps of observation on Potomac near Alexandria. He considers Maryland helpless, needing encouragement and succor. Believes 20,000 men in and near Washington." In no state were the secession plottings more determined and continuous than in Maryland. From the first, a small but able and unwearying knot of Baltimore conspirators sought to commit her people to rebellion by the empty form of a secession ordinance. They made speeches, held conventions, besieged the governor with committees. They joined the Washington conspirators in treasonable caucus. They sent recruits to Charleston. They incited the Baltimore riot, and there is no doubt that in these doings they reflected a strong minority sentiment in the State. With such a man as Pickens or Letcher in the executive chair, they might have succeeded, but in Governor Hicks they found a constant stumbling block and an irremovable obstacle. He gave Southern commissioners the cold shoulder. He refused at first to call the legislature. He declined to order a vote on holding a convention. He informed General Scott of the rebel plots of Maryland and testified of treasonable designs before the investigating committee of Congress. His enemies have accused him of treachery and cite in proof a letter which they allege he wrote a few days after Lincoln's election, in which he inquired whether a certain militia company would be good men to send out to kill Lincoln and his men. If the letter be not a forgery, it was at most an ill-judged and awkward piece of badinage, for his repeated declarations and acts leave no doubt that from first to last his heart was true to the Union. He had the serious fault of timidity, and in several instances foolishly gave way to popular clamor, but in every case he soon resumed his hostility to secession. The Baltimore riot, as we have seen, put a stop to the governor's arrangements to raise and arm 4 regiments of Maryland volunteers, of picked Union men, for United States service within the State or at Washington. Instead of this, he, in the flurry of the uprising, called out the existing militia companies, mainly disloyal in sentiment and officered by secessionists. The Baltimore authorities collected arms, bought munitions, and organized companies to resist the passage of troops. They forbade the export of provisions, regulated the departure of vessels, controlled the telegraph. General Stuart, commanding the state militia, established posts and patrols, and in effect Maryland became hostile territory to the North and to the government. For 3 or 4 days treason was rampant. All Union men were intimidated. All Union expression or manifestation was suppressed by mob violence. The hitherto fearless Union newspapers, in order to save their offices and material from destruction, were compelled to drift with the flood and to print editorials advising in vague terms that all must now unite in the defense of Maryland. It was in this storm and stress of insurrection that Governor Hicks protested against Butler's Landing and sent Lincoln his proposal of mediation, and on the same day, April 22, and by the same influence, he was prevailed upon to summon the legislature to meet on the 26th. It so happened that the seats of the Baltimore members were vacant. A special election, dominated by the same passions, was held on the 24th. Only a states' rights ticket was voted for, and of the 30,000 electors in the city, 9,244, without opposition, elected the little clique of secession conspirators, the Union men not daring to nominate candidates or come to the polls. For the moment, the leading Unionists of Maryland deemed their true role one of patience and conciliation. In this spirit, Reverdy Johnson, a lawyer and statesman of fame and influence, both at home and abroad, came to Lincoln upon the stereotyped errand to obtain some assurance in writing that he meditated no invasion or subjugation of the South, to which the President confidentially replied, "I forbore to answer yours of the 22nd because of my aversion which I thought you understood, to getting on paper and furnishing new grounds for misunderstanding. I do say the sole purpose of bringing troops here is to defend this capital. I do say I have no purpose to invade Virginia with them or any other troops, as I understand the word invasion. But suppose Virginia sends her troops or admits others through her borders to assail this capital. Am I not to repel them even to the crossing of the Potomac, if I can? Suppose Virginia erects or permits to be erected batteries on the opposite shore to bombard the city. Are we to stand still and see it done? In a word, if Virginia strikes us, are we not to strike back, and as effectively as we can? Again, are we not to hold Fort Monroe, for instance, if we can? I have no objection to declare 1,000 times that I have no purpose to invade Virginia or any other state, but I do not mean to let them invade us without striking back. Mr. Johnson replied, thanking the President for his frankness and endorsing all his policy. In a word, he said, all that your note suggests would be my purpose were I entrusted with your high office. He also promised that the President's note should be held perfectly confidential, but it appears that Mr. Johnson chose his confidants with very poor judgment, for within 4 days its substance was written from Washington direct to Jefferson Davis. By no means the least of the difficult problems before Mr. Lincoln and his Cabinet was the question how to deal with the Maryland legislature so unexpectedly called to assemble. The special election in Baltimore, held under secession terrorism, had resulted in the unopposed choice of 10 delegates from the city, all believed to be disloyal, and several of them known to be conspicuous secessionists. With this fresh element of treason suddenly added to a legislative body so small in numbers, it seemed morally certain that its first act would be to arm the State and pass something equivalent to a secession ordinance. Should this be permitted, how could it best be prevented? Ought the legislature to be arrested? Should it be dispersed by force? General Butler was at Annapolis, where it was expected that the session would be held, and he signified more than willingness to act in the matter. The plans were discussed in Cabinet with great contrariety of opinion. Some of the least belligerent of the President's counselors were by this time in hot blood over the repeated disasters and indignities which the government had suffered, and began to indulge in the unreasoning temper and impatience of the irritated public opinion of the North, where one of the largest and most influential journals had intimated that the country needed a dictator. Mr. Bates filed a written opinion, in spirit a protest, declaring that the treasonable acts in Virginia and Maryland were encouraged by the fact that we frighten nobody, we hurt nobody, though he failed to suggest any other than merely vindictive remedies that were immediately feasible. Mr. Chase also partook of this frame of mind, and wrote the President a curt note of querulous complaint, eminently prophetic of his future feelings and attitude toward Mr. Lincoln. Let me beg you to remember that the disunionists have anticipated us in everything, and that as yet we have accomplished nothing but the destruction of our own property. Let me beg you to remember also that it has been a darling object with the disunionists to secure the passage of a secession ordinance by Maryland. The passage of that ordinance will be the signal for the entry of disunion forces into Maryland. It will give a color of law and regularity to rebellion, and thereby triple its strength. The Custom House in Baltimore will be seized and Fort McHenry attacked, perhaps taken. What next? Do not, I pray you, let this new success of treason be inaugurated in the presence of American troops. Save us from this new humiliation. A word to the brave old commanding general will do the work of prevention. You alone can give the word. The bad taste and injustice of such language consisted in its assumption that the President was somehow culpable for what had already occurred, whereas Mr. Chase had in the beginning been more conciliatory towards the rebels than had Mr. Lincoln. With a higher conception of the functions of the presidential office, Mr. Lincoln treated public clamor and the fretfulness of Cabinet ministers alike with quiet toleration. Again, as before, and as ever afterward, he listened attentively to such advice as his Cabinet had to give, but reserved the decision to himself. He looked over the Attorney General's legal notes, weighed the points of political expediency, canvassed carefully the probabilities of military advantage, and embodied his final directions in a letter to General Scott. My dear Sir, the Maryland Legislature assembles tomorrow at Annapolis, and not improbably will take action to arm the people of that State against the United States. The question has been submitted to and considered by me whether it would not be justifiable, upon the ground of necessary defense, for you, as General in Chief of the United States Army, to arrest or disperse the members of that body. I think it would not be justifiable nor efficient for the desired object. First, they have a clearly legal right to assemble, and we cannot know in advance that their action will not be lawful and peaceful. And if we wait until they shall have acted, their arrest or dispersion will not lessen the effect of their action. Secondly, we cannot permanently prevent their action. If we arrest them, we cannot long hold them as prisoners, and when liberated, they will immediately reassemble and take their action. And precisely the same if we simply disperse them, they will immediately reassemble in some other place. I therefore conclude that it is only left to the commanding general to watch and await their action, which, if it shall be to arm their people against the United States, he is to adopt the most prompt and efficient means to counteract, even if necessary to the bombardment of their cities, and in the extremest necessity the suspension of the writ of habeas corpus. Thus directed, General Scott wrote to General Butler on the following day. In the absence of the undersigned, the foregoing instructions are turned over to Brigadier General B. F. Butler of the Massachusetts Volunteers, or other officer commanding at Annapolis, who will carry them out in a right spirit, that is, with moderation and firmness. In the case of arrested individuals notorious for their hostility to the United States, the prisoners will be safely kept and duly cared for, but not surrendered except on the order of the commander aforesaid. At the last moment, however, conscious of the offenses against the government which some of their members were meditating, the Maryland legislature induced the governor to convene their special session at the town of Frederick. Here Governor Hicks sent them his special message on the 27th, reciting the recent occurrences, transmitting his correspondence with the various Federal authorities, and expressing the conviction that the only safety of Maryland lies in preserving a neutral position between our brethren of the North and of the South. At the same time, he admitted the right of transit for Federal troops and counseled that we shall array ourselves for union and peace. The lack of coherence and consistency in the message was atoned for by its underlying spirit of loyalty. Meanwhile, the plentiful arrival of volunteers enabled the government to strengthen its hold upon Annapolis and the railroad. The military department of Annapolis was created, and General Butler assigned to its command. This embraced 20 miles on each side of the railroad from Annapolis to Washington, and all of Maryland, not included in these limits, was left in General Patterson's Department of Pennsylvania. Measures were taken to concentrate sufficient troops at Harrisburg and at Philadelphia to approach Baltimore in force from those quarters and permanently to occupy the city, and to give the military ample authority for every contingency. The President issued the following additional order to General Scott. You are engaged in suppressing an insurrection against the laws of the United States. If at any point on or in the vicinity of any military line which is now or which shall be used between the city of Philadelphia and the city of Washington, you find resistance which renders it necessary to suspend the writ of habeas corpus for the public safety, you personally, or through the officer in command at the point at which resistance occurs, are authorized to suspend that writ. Having run its course about a week or 10 days, the secession frenzy of Baltimore subsided. The railroad managers of that city once more tendered their services to the War Department, but Secretary Cameron, instead of giving them immediate encouragement, ordered that the Annapolis route be opened for public travel and traffic. Their isolation, first created by the bridge burning, was thus continued, and soon began to tell seriously upon their business interests, as well as upon the general industries and comfort of the city. On the 4th of May, General Butler, under Scott's orders, moved forward and took post with 2 regiments at the Relay House, 8 miles from Baltimore, where he could control the westward trains and cut off communication with Harper's Ferry. The significance of all these circumstances did not escape the popular observation. The Union newspapers took courage and printed bold leaders. The city government dismissed the rebel militia and permitted bridges and telegraphs to be repaired. Governor Hicks issued a proclamation for the election of representatives in Congress to attend the coming special session on the 4th of July, and also by special message to the legislature and publication in the newspapers, repudiated the charge that he had consented to the bridge burning. The Unionists of both city and State, gaining confidence with the strong evidences of reaction, began to hold meetings and conventions vigorously to denounce secession and to demonstrate that they were in a decided majority. The manifest and sweeping change in popular feeling produced due effect upon the legislature. The first movements of that body were somewhat contradictory. Both branches declared that they did not possess the requisite authority to commit the State to secession, but they legalized the Insurrectionary Act of Baltimore and gave the city authorities unlimited discretion to raise and appropriate moneys for defense. Secret deliberations of the Senate soon developed the disloyalty of that branch, and a bill placing the military control of the State in the hands of a secession board of public safety was passed to a second reading by 14-8. This measure, as its scope and purpose became known, met such fierce opposition both in and out of the legislature, and concentrated the Union sentiment to such a degree that its authors felt themselves compelled to abandon it. It was shaded off into a project for a convention, and this again, under the popular protest and reaction, dwindled away into spiteful reports and strings of resolutions in both branches remonstrating against the military occupation of Maryland, against the prosecution of the war, and urging the government to recognize the independence of the South. It is said that Senator Mason of Virginia appeared before the legislature as a commissioner to negotiate a military alliance. If so, he found public opinion too strong and the Union armies too near to consummate the scheme, whatever encouragement he may have received from a minority of the members. The question of attempted secession was for the moment set at rest by sending a committee of 3 to President Lincoln. They were respectfully received May 4 and assured by him that he would act in no revengeful spirit. But he, together with Seward and Cameron, gave the committee to understand that they were well informed of the treasonable spirit which animated a considerable minority of the legislature, and that the government was not only firm in its purpose, but also now had ample force at hand to sustain the Unionists of Maryland and maintain the military approaches to the capital. The committee returned to Frederick and reported the result of their mission, stating that they felt painfully confident that a war is to be waged to reduce all the seceding States to allegiance to the United States government, and that the whole military power of the Federal government will be exerted to accomplish that purpose. While in a previous portion of their report they had already declared that they did not feel themselves authorized to enter into any engagements or arrangements with the Federal government to induce it to change its relations to the State of Maryland, considering it proper under the circumstances to leave the entire discretion and responsibility of the existing state of things to that government. Little by little, loyalty and authority asserted themselves. About the 1st of May, General Scott began preparing to reestablish the transit of troops through Baltimore, and on the 9th, the first detachment since the riot of April 19 successfully made the journey. Some 1,300 men in all, including Sherman's regular battery from Minnesota and 500 regulars from Texas, were brought in transports from Perryville and landed at Locust Point under the guns of the Harriet Lane, embarked in cars, and carried through South Baltimore. The city authorities, police, and a large concourse of people were present, and the precautions and arrangements were so thorough that not the slightest disturbance occurred. 4 days after this, May 13, the railroad brought the first train from Philadelphia over its repaired track and restored bridges. The Maryland legislature, finding its occupation gone, and yet nursing an obstinate secession sympathy, adjourned on May 14 to meet again on the 4th of June. About the same time, the people of Baltimore received a surprise. Late on the evening of May 13, under cover of an opportune thunderstorm, General Butler moved from the Relay House into the city with about 1,000 men, the bulk of his force being the famous 6th Massachusetts, which had been mobbed there on the 19th of April. The movement was entirely unauthorized and called forth a severe rebuke from General Scott, but it met no resistance and was loudly applauded by the impatient public opinion of the North, which could ill comprehend the serious military risk it involved. The general carried his spirit of bravado still further. He made his camp on Federal Hill, which he proceeded to fortify, and on the afternoon of the 14th sent a detachment of only 35 men to seize a lot of arms stored near the locality of the riot. The little squad of volunteers found the warehouse and were given possession of the arms, 2,200 muskets sent from Virginia and 4,020 pikes of the John Brown pattern made for the city by the Winans establishment during the riot week, and loading them on 35 wagons and drays, started for Fort McHenry over some of the identical streets where the Massachusetts soldiers had been murdered by the mob. It was late when this long procession got under way. Large crowds collected, and riotous demonstrations of a threatening character were made at several points. Fortunately, the police gave efficient assistance, and unnecessary sacrifice of life was averted. Coincident with this, the Union cause gained another signal advantage in Maryland. Governor Hicks's courage had risen with the ebb of disloyalty throughout the State, and as soon as the legislature was adjourned, he issued his proclamation calling into the service of the United States the 4 regiments he originally promised under the President's requisition. These were rapidly formed and became a part of the Union Army under a new call. Amidst such fluctuations, the more belligerent Maryland rebels also formed companies and went south, some to Richmond, some to the rebel camp at Harper's Ferry. But the fraction of military aid which Maryland gave to the rebellion rose to no special significance. Out of these transactions, however, there arose a noteworthy judicial incident. A man named John Merriman, found recruiting as a lieutenant for one of these rebel companies, was arrested May 25 and imprisoned in Fort McHenry. Chief Justice Taney, then in Baltimore, being applied to, issued a writ of habeas corpus to bring the prisoner before him. General George Cadwalader at this time in command, made a respectful reply to the writ, alleging Merryman's treason, and stating further that the President had authorized him to suspend the writ in such cases, and requested the Chief Justice to postpone further action till the matter could be referred to the President. The Chief Justice immediately ordered an attachment to issue against General Cadwalader for contempt, upon which the marshal made return that he was unable to serve it, being denied entrance to Fort McHenry. Thereupon the Chief Justice admitted the existence of a superior military force, but declared that the President, under the Constitution of the United States, cannot suspend the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus, nor authorize a military officer to do it, and that Merryman ought therefore to be immediately discharged, and went on to say that he should cause his opinion, when filed, and all the proceedings to be laid before the President, in order that he might perform his constitutional duty to enforce the laws by securing obedience to the process of the United States. To this general purport the Chief Justice filed his written opinion on the 1st of June, and caused a copy to be transmitted to the President. Of that opinion it will not be irrelevant to quote the criticism of one of the profoundest and most impartial jurists of that day. Chief Justice Taney's opinion in Merryman's case is not an authority. This, of course, is said in the judicial sense, but it is not even an argument in the full sense. He does not argue the question from the language of the clause, nor from the history of the clause, nor from the principles of the Constitution, except by an elaborate depreciation of the President's office, even to the extent of making him, as Commander-in-Chief of the Army, called from the United States into the service of the United States, no more than an assistant to the Marshal's posse, the deepest plunge of judicial rhetoric. The opinion, moreover, has a tone, not to say a ring, of disaffection to the President and to the northern and western side of his house, which is not comfortable to suppose in the person who fills the central seat of impersonal justice. To this estimate of the spirit of Chief Justice Taney's view we may properly add President Lincoln's own official answer to its substance. No attention was, of course, paid to the transmitted papers, but the President at the time of their receipt was engaged in preparing his message to the coming special session of Congress, and in that document he presented the justification of his act. The original draft of the message in Lincoln's autograph manuscript thus defines the executive authority with that force of statement and strength of phraseology of which he was so consummate a master. Soon after the first call for militia, I felt it my duty to authorize the commanding general, in proper cases, according to his discretion, to suspend the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus, or, in other words, to arrest and detain, without resort to the ordinary processes and forms of law, such individuals as he might deem dangerous to the public safety. At my verbal request, as well as by the general's own inclination, this authority has been exercised, but very sparingly. Nevertheless, the legality and propriety of what has been done under it are questioned, and I have been reminded from a high quarter that one who is sworn to take care that the laws be faithfully executed should not himself be one to violate them. Of course, I gave some consideration to the questions of power and propriety before I acted in this matter. The whole of the laws which I was sworn to take care that they be faithfully executed were being resisted, and failing to be executed in nearly one-third of the States. Must I have allowed them to finally fail of execution, even had it been perfectly clear that by the use of the means necessary to their execution some single law made in such extreme tenderness of the citizen's liberty that practically it relieves more of the guilty than the innocent should, to a very limited extent, be violated? To state the question more directly, are all the laws but one to go unexecuted, and the government itself go to pieces, lest that one be violated? Even in such a case, I should consider my official oath broken if I should allow the government to be overthrown when I might think the disregarding the single law would tend to preserve it. But in this case I was not, in my own judgment, driven to this ground. In my opinion, I violated no law. The provision of the Constitution that the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus shall not be suspended unless when in cases of rebellion or invasion the public safety may require it is equivalent to a provision, that such privilege may be suspended when in cases of rebellion or invasion the public safety does require it. I decided that we have a case of rebellion, and that the public safety does require the qualified suspension of the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus, which I authorized to be made. Now it is insisted that Congress and not the executive is vested with this power, but the Constitution itself is silent as to which or who is to exercise the power. And as the provision plainly was made for a dangerous emergency, I cannot bring myself to believe that the framers of that instrument intended that in every case the danger should run its course until Congress could be called together, the very assembling of which might be prevented, as was intended in this case, by the rebellion. The alterations and corrections from this first draft into the more impersonal form as finally sent to Congress and officially printed, but nowise changing its argument or substance, are also entirely in Lincoln's handwriting. That second and corrected form better befits the measured solemnity of a state paper. But in the language quoted above, we seem brought into direct contact with the living workings of Lincoln's mind, and in this light the autograph original possesses a peculiar biographical interest and value. End of Chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn Spiegel. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 4, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 9. Texas. When secession began, there were in the great state of Texas a total of 2,445 United States soldiers. Their duty was to guard a frontier line of more than 1,000 miles, partly along the border of Mexico, partly along the boundary of the Indian Territory. These troops were stationed in small detachments at 18 different posts, widely scattered and difficult of access, the nearest being 60 and the farthest 600 miles distant from San Antonio, the department headquarters. Brigadier General David E. Twiggs, Major General by brevet, had returned to the Department of Texas and resumed command on November 27, 1860, reaching San Antonio December 8th. Perhaps he was sent back by that subtle influence then in power at Washington, which placed so many officers of Southern birth and proclivities in stations of trust, where they might, as was no doubt hoped in certain contingencies they would, render passive or active help to the contemplated insurrection. Twiggs soon gave evidence of his sympathy with the rebels. A 2 years' residence in New Orleans had probably imbued him with secession notions and purposes. Nevertheless, his convictions of soldierly duty and sense of military honor seemed to have tempered his utterances and restrained his actions. About 2 weeks after he had assumed command by general orders, he wrote from headquarters at San Antonio to General Scott, predicting the secession of Texas and asking instructions. The reply which the General-in-Chief felt compelled to send is another strong indictment of President Buchanan for that want of patriotic vigilance and neglect of executive duty which everywhere permitted feeble rivulets of disloyalty to grow unchecked into active streams of treason and finally to unite in a torrent of rebellion. In cases of political disturbance involving local conflict with the authority of the general government, the General-in-Chief considers that the military questions, such as you suggest, contain a political element, with due regard to which, and in due deference to the chief executive authority, no extraordinary instructions concerning them must be issued without the consent of such authority. He has labored hard in suggesting and urging proper measures to vindicate the laws and protect the property of the United States, without waging war or acting offensively against any state or community. All such suggestions, though long since made in good time to have been peaceably and efficiently carried out, have failed to secure the favorable attention of the government. Scott concluded by commending affairs to your discretion, firmness, and patriotism, but these proved a poor reliance. Still, Twiggs did not rush eagerly into treason. 4 times after this he called attention to the coming danger. He declared that he was a Southern man, that all he had was in the South, that he must follow Georgia out of the Union, and asked to be relieved of his command before the 4th of March. Had he been patriotic instead of disloyal, or had President Buchanan sent a faithful and energetic officer to replace him, the current of events might have been greatly modified. The political elements of Texas were somewhat antagonistic. In pro-slavery sentiment, in a spirit of adventure peculiar to frontier states, and in the extensive organization of secret societies known as Knights of the Golden Circle, secession found, as elsewhere, a favoring influence. On the other hand, the sparseness of population, the large infusion of German emigrants, and especially the determined opposition of the governor, were serious impediments to disunion and revolt. General Sam Houston, famous as the liberator of Texas, was governor. Though pro-slavery in sentiment, he had no sympathy with the Southern écus which now plotted the destruction of the great government to which he had linked the fortune of the Lone Star State. A sagacious and resolute leader in former revolutions, this new crisis paralyzed him with a divided purpose and a misguided ambition. Opposing secession, he either dared not nor desired not to defend the Union, but shaped his plans to bring about an independent local revolution, which should erect Texas into a separate nation, to be enlarged and strengthened by the subsequent conquest and annexation of Mexico. Replying to the invitation of the Alabama commissioner to join a Southern Confederacy, he rebuked the theory and principle of secession, and said that the people of Texas will prefer a separate nationality to even an equal position in a confederacy which may be broken and destroyed at any moment by the caprice or dissatisfaction of one of its members. Texas has views of expansion not common to many of her sister states. Although an empire within herself, she feels that there is an empire beyond, essential to her security. She will not be content to have the path of her destiny clogged. The same spirit of enterprise which founded a republic here will carry her institutions southward and westward. Under favoring conditions, this bold and daring conception might perhaps have been a dazzling lure for the restive elements of Southern communities which had hitherto spent their force in filibustering enterprises, offering proportionately fewer rewards and encountering vastly greater hazards. But a little reflection ought to have shown him that this Southern and Western empire was precisely the object at which the Confederate conspiracy was grasping, and that in attempting to interpose between it and the power of the Union, he, like the border states, was placing himself in the path of certain destruction. The governor's intrigue being passive, and secession active and audaciously aggressive, he gradually but steadily lost ground. At first he refused to call together the Texas legislature, but the conspirators set on foot a revolutionary state convention. Under an entirely illegal and irresponsible call, self-constituted committees appointed time and place for an election at which polls were opened on request of any 5 citizens. Such an election was of course utterly without authority, underwent no scrutiny, and imposed no obligation either on candidates or on voters present or absent. Nearly half the counties in the state were unrepresented, and those which acted in many cases sent delegates upon insignificant and farcical minority votes. Houston was at length constrained to convene the legislature in extra session, and in a message, while declaring that the election of Lincoln was no cause for secession, and that there could be no middle ground between constitutional remedies and anarchy, nevertheless proposed that the people should express their will at the ballot box, and that he would not oppose a convention. The legislature had, however, so far slipped from his grasp as to pass a joint resolution that the government of the state of Texas hereby gives its assent to and approves the convention which had been so irregularly and illegally called. Houston, probably seeing no other way out of his dilemma, formally approved this resolution, with a protest against the assumption of any powers on the part of said convention beyond the reference to the question of a longer connection of Texas with the Union to the people. The convention, which had meanwhile assembled, did not even wait for the governor's approval. On the 1st of February, it passed an ordinance of secession, appointing the 23rd of that month for its submission to popular vote in the state. As in Virginia, this was the merest pretense of an appeal to the people. With perfect predetermination, the convention proceeded to appoint delegates to the Montgomery Congress and took secret steps to effect a revolutionary seizure of military control. The warnings and requests of General Twiggs had at length stirred the Washington authorities to action. By orders of January 28, Twiggs was relieved, and Colonel C.A. Waite placed in command of the Department of Texas. 5 companies of artillery stationed along the Rio Grande were 3 days afterwards ordered to be withdrawn by sea and were sent, some to Fort Jefferson at Tortugas and Fort Taylor at Key West, and others ordered north to aid in the defense of Washington. As the political condition of Texas was daily growing more alarming, General Scott issued the following sweeping order to the new commander on February 15th. In the event of the secession of the state of Texas, the General-in-Chief directs that you will, without unnecessary delay, put in march for Fort Leavenworth, Kansas, the entire military force of your department. Preliminary thereto, you will at once concentrate the troops in sufficient bodies to protect their march out of the country at central points on the proper lines of march. This order came fully 2 weeks too late. The convention had sent 3 commissioners to treat with General Twiggs for the surrender and evacuation of the military posts. He was already favorably disposed toward such an agreement, and on February 9th appointed a military commission to transact such business as relates to the disposition of the public property upon the demand of the state of Texas. Negotiations were duly proceeding between these bodies when the change of command became known, and the Texas commissioners resolved on bolder measures. On the morning of February 16th, before daylight, the noted partisan leader, Ben McCulloch, appeared before the town of San Antonio with some 1,200 to 1,500 hastily gathered rebel volunteers, and entered and took possession of the arsenal and the public storehouses. Backed by this force, the commissioners at 6 o'clock in the morning sent Twiggs a peremptory demand that he should deliver up all military posts and public property. He was in no mood to refuse, and his 2 companies of regulars could have offered no successful resistance, so the official transfer was formally made. Colonel Waite, the new commander, was yet 60 miles distant at Camp Verde, and did not reach San Antonio till February 19th. When he arrived, he found that General Twiggs had further agreed to withdraw the army by way of the coast, and had issued his orders for the movement. Colonel Waite's report says, "The troops in this department are stationed at different camps or posts in small garrisons, and spread over a very large extent of country. To concentrate a sufficient number to make a successful resistance, after the Texans had taken the field, was not practicable. Besides, we had no large depot of provisions to move upon, and the means of transportation at the posts were so limited that the troops could have taken with them a supply for only a few days. An attempt to bring them together would have no doubt resulted in their being cut up in detail before they could get out of the country. Under these circumstances, I felt it my duty to comply with the agreement entered into by General Twiggs and remove the troops from the country as early as possible." The election at which the secession ordinance was submitted was duly held, February 23rd, and the reported vote showed a large majority in its favor. The result was announced in convention March 4th, and Texas declared to be free and independent. On the following day, March 5th, the convention ratified the Constitution of the Provisional Government of the Confederate States and instructed its delegates, appointed prior to the popular vote on the secession ordinance, to apply for the admission of Texas. So much being done, it supposed its task to be finished, and sent a committee to Governor Houston to invite his adhesion. But this the governor still stubbornly refused, replying, March 6th, that the convention was empowered only to submit the question of secession to the vote of the people. The convention performed the functions assigned to it by the legislature, and in the opinion of the executive its powers were then exhausted. He added that it would be within the province of the legislature to call a new convention with authority to make such changes in the constitution of the state as her present and future relations to the world at large may require. This position the governor also further maintained in an answer which he instructed his Secretary of State to write, March 13th, to the Confederate Secretary of War, who had at once claimed control of military operations. The governor in firm language repudiated such control, representing on behalf of the people of Texas the course pursued in annexing them to a new government without their knowledge or consent. Bold words were, however, of little avail against bolder deeds of usurpation. The convention, disdaining any other authority than that afforded by the ragged regiment of Ben McCulloch, declined to be set aside. It passed an ordinance requiring state officers to appear in open convention at a designated hour to take an oath of allegiance to the Confederate States. Houston, being notified, responded that he did not recognize the convention. At the appointed hour, the name of Governor Sam Houston was called, but as he did not appear, the lieutenant governor came forward and took the prescribed oath. Another ordinance was at once adopted, that the office of governor of the state of Texas, by reason of the refusal of the late Governor Sam Houston to take the official oath, is vacant, and that the lieutenant governor Edward Clark is hereby required and authorized to exercise the powers and authority, etc. Against the action of the convention, Governor Houston had nothing to oppose except an address to the people, which he published on the same day. He recited his many services and reiterated his continued devotion to the Lone Star State. He denounced the convention as revolutionary and without the sanction of a majority of the people. He declared it would be impossible to enumerate all its usurpations, as a great part of its proceedings had been in secret, that while a portion of its appointed delegates were representing Texas in the Confederate Congress, 2 of them, still claiming to be United States Senators, continued to represent Texas in the United States Senate. The people, he said, had been transferred like sheep from the shambles, required to support a constitution which ignored their very name and render allegiance to a government to which Texas had never been annexed. He protested against the act of the convention whose members were bound by no oath themselves, and who nevertheless declared his office vacant because he refused the oath they prescribed for him. If he had adhered patriotically to the Union, he might perhaps yet have found means to resist this usurpation of his official functions. 2 weeks later, April 1st, there arrived at the headquarters of Colonel Waite a messenger from Washington bearing important dispatches from the Lincoln administration. They contained the order of General Scott, directing Colonel Waite, if he still had sufficient troops within call, to form immediately a strongly entrenched camp at some suitable point convenient to and covering the post and seaport of Indianola, of not less than 500, but preferably of 1,200 men, and hold the same against hostile Texans until further orders. The objects of the entrenched camp near Indianola, continued General Scott's letter, are first, to keep a foothold in that state till the question of secession on her part be definitely settled among her own people, and second, in case of conflict between them, to give such aid and support to General Houston or other head of authority in the defense of the federal government as may be within your power. The substance of this proffer of help was also communicated to Governor Houston by another special messenger who went directly to Austin. But either the governor had lost his courage or was unwilling to compromise his scheme of Texan independence. He wrote to Colonel Waite, declining the assistance of the United States government and protesting against the concentration of troops or fortifications in Texas. This refusal is the end of Houston's public career. Without aid, he could no longer command sufficient popular support to maintain his authority against the local revolution. He was nearly 70 years old, and his advanced age was perhaps the underlying cause of his inability to ride and direct the new political storm. The orders from General Scott to tender aid to Governor Houston also instructed Colonel Waite that if there were no substantial Union party under the lead of Houston or some other executive authority of Texas, ready to defend the federal authority by force of arms, he might consider as withdrawn the suggestion of forming an entrenched camp, and might proceed with the evacuation of the state. Colonel Waite, therefore, devoted his attention to this latter duty, and as rapidly as possible brought his different detachments from their stations towards Indianola to embark for the North. In the very nature of things, this could only go on very slowly. Twiggs's capitulation had provided that all troops should retain their arms, and the artillery companies their guns. But the quartermaster's property being turned over to the commissioners, they had the control of all means of transportation, and these they were in no haste to place at the service of the commanding officer. At the moment they had no great love for the United States Army. Much as had been yielded to the conspirators, they desired and expected a great deal more. Because a few officers were ready to desert their flag and forfeit their honor, they assumed that the whole army in Texas would go over to the service of the rebellion. "Would prefer your going to Texas and securing the United States troops for our army," telegraphed the rebel Secretary of War to Colonel Earl Van Dorn, who, after conferring with two officers whose allegiance was as frail as his own, wrote back, "I think I shall have no difficulty in securing many of the troops and officers." The result did not confirm his sanguine expectations. Excepting General Twiggs and half a dozen others of insignificant rank and influence, officers and soldiers remained true to their flag, notwithstanding the fact, as reported by the commander, that the most flattering inducements were held out by agents of the Confederate States for them to resign and enter that service. The lapse of a few weeks brought matters to a crisis. Sumter had no sooner fallen than dispatches went from Montgomery to Van Dorn directing him to arrest and seize all troops and stores of the United States in transitu or otherwise wherever found in the state of Texas. Before this order could be executed, the greater part of the troops had sailed. Only about 700 remained in the state. One detachment of these was at Indianola ready to embark, but being delayed by the non-arrival of the transport and the prevalence of bad weather, the commanding officer made praiseworthy efforts to take them to a Mexican port in schooners. Before they could put to sea, however, Van Dorn appeared with 3 steamers containing triple their number of Texans, and compelled their surrender, afterwards allowing them to proceed northward on parole. About the same time Colonel Waite and his headquarters staff at San Antonio were made prisoners. The last detachment, pursuing its march to the coast, was similarly confronted by overwhelming numbers at San Lucas Springs, brought to surrender and held as close prisoners of war. Thus, before the middle of May, the whole of Texas was firmly in the military grasp of Jefferson Davis. Long before the happening of the later events here narrated, President Buchanan, being yet in authority when information reached Washington, dismissed General Twiggs from the Army of the United States for his treachery to the flag of his country. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 4, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 10. The Ohio Line. The American Rebellion cannot be studied without constantly bearing in mind the immense geographical area of the United States. From the Allegheny Mountains to the Mississippi River, across a territorial breadth of 9 degrees of longitude, runs the Ohio River in a southwesterly course, beginning at Pittsburgh among the western spurs of the Alleghenies and ending at Cairo, where it empties itself into the Mississippi. The Ohio is both a great political and commercial factor. For almost 1,000 miles it was then the dividing line between free and slave states, and on its banks at intervals the cities of Pittsburgh in Pennsylvania, Wheeling in Virginia, Cincinnati in Ohio, Louisville in Kentucky, Evansville in Indiana, and Cairo in Illinois, gathered for it, notwithstanding the competition of railroads, a heavy tribute of commerce from 6 of the principal western states. At Cairo, the 1,000 miles of navigation of the Ohio are joined to another 1,000 miles of navigation southward to New Orleans, and an additional 1,000 northward on the Mississippi to St. Paul, not to mention the Missouri River and various other tributaries. Cairo, therefore, where the Ohio joins the Mississippi, is the military key of the Mississippi Valley, so far as that may be said of any interior point. In relation to the Civil War it was doubly so, not merely because it controlled such a vast network of navigation, but because it lay on the extreme southern point of the free state of Illinois, running like a dividing wedge deep into the slave states of Kentucky and Missouri. Cairo was also the terminus of the Illinois Central Railroad, giving it a direct northern connection with Chicago. Being in addition the point nearest of any in the free states to New Orleans, it had unequaled advantages as a base for military operations against the South. That the people of the Mississippi Valley shared the prevailing excitement over the rebellion needs hardly to be repeated. It is sufficiently indicated in the insulting replies of the slave state governors and the patriotic responses of the war governors from the free states in that section to the President's proclamation. With Virginia in succession and Kentucky setting up the pretense of armed neutrality, the Ohio line became at once a quasi-military frontier, and the river commerce, with its advantages and risks, was instantly an object of paramount solicitude to the great cities of Pittsburgh, Cincinnati, and Louisville, and in relative measure to all the border states on both sides. Illinois, holding the extreme right flank of the Ohio line, was neither unmindful of the importance of Cairo nor forgetful of her patriotic pride as Lincoln's home state. Lincoln, on his part, did not lose sight of the loyalty of Illinois and the free West, nor the military value of its great river system. No sooner had disloyalty in the border slave states shown itself in the contumacious answers of their governors than a dispatch went from the Secretary of War to the Governor of Illinois. As soon as enough of your troops are mustered into service, send a brigadier general with 4 regiments to or near Cairo. Governor Yates had no organized and equipped regiments of state militia. There were in the principal cities and towns of Illinois some scattering and slender volunteer companies of young men organized for holiday parades, perhaps 500 stands of miscellaneous arms in the state arsenal, and one man holding an antiquated commission of brigadier general. But he lived in Chicago and had practical Western ideas and habits. Governor Yates immediately telegraphed General Swift, "As quick as possible, have as strong a force as you can raise, armed and equipped with ammunition and accoutrements, and a company of artillery ready to march at a moment's warning. A messenger will start to Chicago tonight." The official report shows that at 11 o'clock on the 21st, only 40 hours after the governor's summons, General Swift started from Chicago with a force of 595 men and 4 6-pounder pieces of artillery. This expedition, continues the report, indifferently armed with rifles, shotguns, muskets, and carbines, hastily gathered from stores and shops in Chicago, arrived at Big Muddy Bridge on the Illinois Central Railroad at 5 o'clock a.m., April 22nd. And detaching Captain Harding's company at that point, arrived at Cairo at 8 o'clock the following morning. The batteries were unprovided with shot, shell, or canister, but slugs hurriedly prepared, and some of which were used at a critical time, and with terrible effect, by one of these batteries at Fort Donelson, answered the purpose of all. Next day, April 24th, 3 other batteries from northern Illinois were added to the expedition, and 7 newly organized companies from Springfield also reached Cairo under Colonel Benjamin M. Prentiss, a gallant volunteer officer who had served in Mexico and who assumed command. These troops found a field for immediate usefulness at Cairo. At the very beginning, the rebels were forced to lament and endeavor to repair their want of foresight and preparation for war. Consult with merchants in Alexandria as to the feasibility of obtaining bacon from Ohio or Kentucky, wrote General Lee from Richmond, April 24th. On the same day, Governor Pickens telegraphed from Charleston to the rebel Secretary of War, "I desire to send an agent to St. Louis and Louisville to make large purchases of provisions." Walker responded that "an agent has been sent to St. Louis and Louisville to make provisions for the army." Other purchasers, it seems, were also in the field, for that day Governor Yates telegraphed from Springfield to Colonel Prentiss at Cairo, "The steamers C.E. Hillman and John D. Perry are about to leave St. Louis with arms and munitions. Stop said boats and seize all the arms and munitions." The orders were duly executed, and Governor Yates, who had given them on his own responsibility as Commander-in-Chief for Illinois, reported his action to Washington. "We have directed the officer in command at Cairo," he wrote, "to seize munitions of war passing that point, but have not yet assumed the responsibility of preventing commercial intercourse." Under date of April 29th, there came to the President a letter from Governor Harris of Tennessee complaining of the seizure and asking whether it was by authority, to which Mr. Lincoln prepared the following reply. Sir, yours of the 29th ultimo calling my attention to the supposed seizure near Cairo, Illinois, of the steamboat C.E. Hillman, and claiming that the said boat and its cargo are the property of the State of Tennessee and her citizens, and demanding to know whether the seizure was made by the authority of this government, or is approved by it, is duly received. In answer, I have to say this government has no official information of such seizure, but assuming that the seizure was made, and that the cargo consisted chiefly of munitions of war owned by the State of Tennessee, and passing into the control of its governor, This government avows the seizure for the following reasons. A legal call was recently made upon the said governor of Tennessee to furnish a quota of militia to suppress an insurrection against the United States, which call said governor responded to by a refusal couched in disrespectful and malicious language. This government therefore infers that munitions of war passing into the hands of said governor are intended to be used against the United States, and the government will not indulge the weakness of allowing it, so long as it is in its power to prevent. This government will not at present question but that the State of Tennessee by a majority of its citizens is loyal to the Federal Union, and the government holds itself responsible in damages for any injuries it may do to any one who may prove to be such. This letter by Lincoln, owing to more pressing occupations, was never signed or sent, but it shows us his feeling and intention, and it is specially characteristic for the ready discernment with which it draws the distinction between the insurrectory course of Governor Harris, the legal attitude of the State of Tennessee, and the rights of loyal Tennesseans. The occupation of Cairo created great excitement in the adjacent South and indignation among the rebels whose schemes it interrupted. Hasty telegrams were sent from them to Montgomery announcing the event and suggesting remedies, defense, and retaliation. An incautious Kentucky state senator, resident at Paducah, forgetting that Paducah was in the state of Kentucky and Cairo in the state of Illinois, wrote a letter of protest to Lincoln on the subject. And to this disciple of states' rights and armed neutrality, the President returned a reply of good-natured irony. Under his direction, one of his secretaries wrote, "The President directs me to acknowledge the receipt of your letter of the 26th ultimo, protesting against the stationing of Union States troops at Cairo. He directs me to say that the views so ably stated by you shall have due consideration, and to assure you that he would never have ordered the movement of troops complained of had he known that Cairo was in your senatorial district." Of scarcely less immediate interest to the authorities and people of Illinois than the occupation of Cairo was the safety of the United States arsenal at St. Louis, Missouri. It had been and was then more than ever in jeopardy from the secession intrigues for its capture, which will be more fully related in another chapter. Governor Richard Yates needed arms for the volunteers that were gathering at his call. He made application for them to General William S. Harney at St. Louis, who, probably from habit of routine and overcaution, refused them. Captain Nathaniel Lyon, his subordinate, readier to act in revolutionary emergencies, recommended a large transfer to Illinois. Governor Yates hurried off a messenger with Lyon's official recommendation and his own requisition for 10,000 stands of arms, who arrived in Washington on Saturday, April 20th, the day following the Baltimore riot. He brought letters which sustained and confirmed Lyon's recommendation. The President, with the concurrence of Secretary Cameron and General Scott, directed that Governor Yates should have the arms, that Harney should be relieved, and that 3 Illinois regiments should be sent to reinforce the arsenal. The messenger who had come through Baltimore that Saturday morning went back through the turbulent city the same evening, bearing on his person papers which, had they been discovered, would have ensured him short shrift at the first lamppost. In 2 days more the order was in Governor Yates's hands. But then came the dilemma how to transport the arms without exciting a secession riot to capture the arsenal. There is not room here to relate the well-planned devices to lull the suspicion and elude the attention of the St. Louis rebels. On April 25th at midnight, 10,000 stands of arms in boxes were loaded on a river steamer, and as the time seemed favorable, and the remaining arms in evident danger, Captain James H. Stokes of Chicago, who was managing the removal, asked permission to empty the arsenal. Captain Lyon bravely took the responsibility, and 11,000 additional stands of arms, together with quantities of ammunition and equipments, were transferred to the boat, and a company of Missouri volunteers went aboard as a guard. There was a moment of consternation when the steamer was found to be aground with overweight, and the night hours were rapidly slipping away. But the moving of some 200 boxes to the stern lightened the bow so that the steamer could back off into deep water. Then followed a laconic dialogue between the captain of the boat and the officer in charge. Which way? Straight to Alton in the regular channel. What if we are attacked? Then we will fight. What if we are overpowered? Run her into the deepest part of the river and sink her. But the precautions had been well taken, and so heroic a sacrifice did not become necessary. By early dawn of April 26th, the steamer touched the wharf at Alton, Illinois, 25 miles above St. Louis, where a railroad train stood waiting. The city fire bell was rung, and as the startled citizens assembled, volunteer working parties were formed to carry the heavy boxes to the cars. In a couple of hours the train moved off amid their enthusiastic cheers for Springfield. Governor Yates' report of the transaction was brief and businesslike. We this day received from St. Louis Arsenal 21,000 stands of arms and 110,000 musket cartridges and 2 field pieces all complete. There are left there 8,000 stands of arms. The transition from peace to war along the Ohio line did not fail to produce numberless inconveniences and embarrassments which were greatly complicated by the uncertain sentiment and hesitating attitude of Kentucky. Desiring to treat this state with all tenderness and consideration, General Scott telegraphed on May 2nd, "It is deemed inexpedient, because irritating to Kentucky and other states bordering on the Ohio, to detain cargoes of provisions descending the rivers from those states." To this the officer at Cairo replied, "No boats have been searched unless I have been previously and reliably informed that they had on board munitions of war destined to the enemies of the government." While Governor Oliver P. Morton explained that citizens of Indiana were also anxious to take advantage of the brisk demand for their surplus products, but that such a commerce was simply a channel by which rebel armies in the South would be supplied. He suggested that trade should be cut off with all the states which had refused to furnish volunteers under the President's call. The urgent necessity of some such prohibition very soon became apparent, and on the 8th of May the positive orders of the Secretary of War were telegraphed that provisions must be stopped at Cairo. Meanwhile the military frontier, shaping itself much more slowly than east of the Alleghanies, yet so far took definite form that the Department of the Ohio, created on May 3rd, consisting of the states of Ohio, Indiana, and Illinois, was now formally organized by General George B. McClellan, who assumed command about the middle of May, and who recommended a system of defense for observation rather than for immediate action. He thought Cairo ought to be occupied with a heavy battery, 2 or 3 regiments, and 3 gunboats. Governor Morton is anxious to establish batteries against Louisville. I cannot permit this at present. It would only serve to irritate. The moral effect of the presence of troops at Cairo, Evansville, and Camp Dennison, near Cincinnati, ought to be sufficient to reassure the Union men in Kentucky, although I confess that I think all our calculations should be based on the supposition that Kentucky will secede. Before any suggestion came of the need of gunboats on the western rivers, the government had taken measures to have them supplied. On the 16th of May, Secretary Wells issued to Commander John Rogers the following order: "You will proceed to Cincinnati, Ohio, or the headquarters of General McClellan, wherever they may be, and report to that officer in regard to the expediency of establishing a naval armament on the Mississippi and Ohio rivers, or either of them, with a view of blockading or interdicting communication and interchanges with the states that are in insurrection." Nor did the government hesitate to set in action whatever agency or resource offered itself, which gave reasonable promise of success. Captain James B. Eads, then little known, but afterwards famous as a civil engineer, came from St. Louis to Washington, and being introduced by Attorney General Bates to the President and Cabinet, laid before them his plans of war vessels for the western rivers. He carried back with him the direction of Secretary Cameron that the subject was referred to General McClellan, who will consult with Mr. Eads and with such naval officers as the Navy Department may send out for that purpose, and then, as he shall find best, take order for the proper preparation of the boats. The fact that the efforts of many leading Kentuckians committed that state to the doctrine of armed neutrality, and the hollow pretense of maintaining this abnormal status, retarded the definition of the true military frontier and the development of military operations. General Simon B. Buckner, then in command of the militia of Kentucky and in the confidence and plans of her governor, held 2 interviews with McClellan, one on the 8th and the second on the 13th of June, in which the subject was discussed at length. McClellan reports, "We differed entirely as to the position that Kentucky should assume in the present controversy. He regarded the state as the most loyal one of the Union. I considered his view of the status of Kentucky as inconsistent with true loyalty. In the course of the conversation, Buckner voluntarily proffered me his word of honor that he would use all his influence to have Kentucky troops drive out any Confederate forces that might invade the state, and that if he did not possess the necessary power, he would take steps to have me called upon for assistance. To this I replied that the state authorities must be prompt in their call, else they would find me there before it, as I would not stand on ceremony in such a case. This, General, is substantially the gist of the interview. I made no stipulations with Buckner, neither did I, directly or by implication, recognize the neutrality of Kentucky. So long as the disposition to carry out this promise in good faith continued, the duties of McClellan and succeeding Union commanders along that part of the Ohio line bordering on Kentucky were mainly advisory and administrative, and the local intercourse of that state with the North remained unbroken. Towards the close of the month of May, McClellan's attention and active service were required on and beyond that part of the Ohio River bordering the then state of Virginia, now the state of West Virginia. At the western end of the Ohio line, little took place except holding and strengthening Cairo and some adjacent points in order to make it a military depot and a principal base of supplies, while armies were being gathered and gunboats built for the expected fall and winter campaigns. This comparative military idleness on the lower Ohio and the equivocal and uncertain attitude of Kentucky which sustained it were not destined to be of long continuance. The neutrality of that state was something to be respected by the rebellion only so long as it might hope to secure her adhesion. As early as July 4th, the Richmond authorities created a military department embracing substantially the river counties of the lower Mississippi north of Red River and below Kentucky. To this command, General Leonidas Polk, late a bishop, was assigned, with headquarters at Memphis, and to him was confided the duty of watching and opposing the progress of the Union armies from Cairo southward. All these preparations moved forward under incidental characteristics of confusion and delay that were extremely vexatious to both the government and the public. To mobilize 100,000 soldiers is a task of magnitude even for nations working under military government and provided with standing armies. To expect that such a feat should be accomplished with system and order in a few weeks by a nation having the merest skeleton of a regular army, where military traditions had nearly faded out, where the people were deeply absorbed in peaceful industries, would be to suppose impossibilities. Yet the stupendous undertaking found a practical, if not an ideal, accomplishment. Under the inspiring calls issued by the war governors, volunteers were thronging to the great military camps, improvised not only by the states of Ohio, Indiana, and Illinois, but also by each of their northwestern sisters. The great Pittsburgh foundries began to cast mortars and heavy guns, and though regiments were often sent to post or garrison in advance of arms and equipments, these were supplied at the earliest moment they could be obtained. The military martinet, reviewing these incipient stages of the War of the Rebellion, finds on every hand shortcomings to point out and irregularities to censure. We shall hear him frequently prating of political generals and building a sagacious after-criticism on the texts of Big Bethel and Bull Run. But the historian will see in these beginnings the sign of a prodigious popular movement, in whose spontaneous energy and persistent continuance early defects and missteps are but as bubbles on the surface of a mighty river. Of all the conflicting calls for arms, for equipments, for siege guns and field batteries, for gunboats and transports, for officers to muster in regiments and perform staff duties, for supplies, for credit, for cash, only a fraction could be immediately supplied. Promises by the government and the exercise of patience by the applicants were the only alternatives. End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 4, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 11, Missouri. The governor of Missouri, Claiborne F. Jackson, was early engaged in the secession conspiracy, though, like other border state executives, he successfully concealed his extreme designs from the public. There was an intolerant pro-slavery sentiment throughout the state, but it also had a positive and outspoken minority of strong anti-slavery citizens in a few localities, chiefly in the great commercial city of St. Louis. This minority was made up principally of its German residents and voters, numbering fully 1/2 of the total population of the city, which in 1860 was 160,000. Here, in 1856, a young, talented, courageous leader and skillful politician, Francis P. Blair, Jr., though himself a slaveholder, had dared to advocate the doctrine and policy of gradual emancipation, and on that issue secured an election to Congress. The same issue, repeated in 1858, brought him sufficiently near an election to entitle him to contest his opponent's seat. In 1860, Blair and his followers, now fully acting with the Republican Party, cast 17,028 votes for Lincoln, while the remaining votes in the state were divided as follows: Douglas, 58,801, Bell, 58,372, Breckinridge, 31,317. Blair was again elected to Congress. The combined Lincoln, Douglas, and Bell vote showed an overwhelming Union majority. But the governor elected by the Douglas plurality became a disunionist and secession conspirator. With Blair as a leader, and such an organized minority at his call, the intrigues of Governor Jackson to force Missouri into secession met from the outset many difficulties, notwithstanding the governor's official powers, influential following, and the prevalent pro-slavery opinion of the state. The legislature was sufficiently subservient. It contained a majority of radical secessionists, and only about 15 unconditional Union members. But these were vigilant and active, and made most of their minority influence. The same general expedients resorted to in other states by the conspirators were used in Missouri. Visits and speeches from Southern commissioners, messages and resolutions of Southern rights and sympathy, and strong enunciation of the doctrine of non-coercion, military bills and measures to arm and control the state, finally, a sovereign state convention. Here they overshot their mark. A strong majority of Union members was elected. The convention met at Jefferson City, the state capital, adjourned to the healthier atmosphere of St. Louis, and by an outspoken report and decided votes condemned secession and took a recess till December following. The secession leaders, however, would not accept their popular defeat. In the interim, Sumter fell, and Lincoln issued his call for troops. Governor Jackson, as we have seen, insultingly denounced the requisition as, quote, illegal, unconstitutional, revolutionary, inhuman, and diabolical, and again convened his rebel legislature in extra session to do the treasonable work which the sovereign Missouri Convention had so recently condemned. It was an essential feature of Governor Jackson's program to obtain possession of the St. Louis arsenal, and as early as January he had well nigh perfected his plot for its surrender to the state by a treacherous officer. But suspicion was aroused, the commandant changed, and the arsenal reinforced. By the middle of February, the garrison had been increased to 488 irregulars and recruits. In the meantime, local intrigue was active. The secessionists organized bodies of Minutemen to capture it, while the Union men, with equal alertness, formed a safety committee and companies of home guards to join in its defense. These latter were largely drawn from the German part of the city, to which the arsenal lay contiguous, and their guardianship over it was direct and effective. Lincoln was inaugurated, and making Montgomery Blair his postmaster general, and Edward Bates his attorney general, Missouri had virtually 2 representatives in the cabinet. Francis P. Blair, Jr., brother of Montgomery, therefore found no great difficulty in having the command of the arsenal given to Captain Nathaniel Lyon, not only a devoted soldier, but a man of thorough anti-slavery convictions. Lyon was eager to forestall the secession conspiracy by extensive preparation and swift repression, but the department commander, General William S. Harney, and the ordnance officer whom Lyon had displaced, both of more slow and cautious temper, and reflecting the local political conservatism, thwarted and hampered Lyon and Blair, who from the beginning acted in concert. No great difficulty grew out of this antagonism till the President's call for troops. Then it created discussion, delay, want of cooperation. Blair could not get his volunteers mustered into service, and Governor Yates of Illinois could get no arms. The President finally grew impatient. Harney was relieved and called to Washington, and Lyon directed to muster in and arm the 4 Missouri regiments of volunteers with all expedition, and to send the extra arms to Springfield, Illinois, while 3 Illinois regiments were ordered to St. Louis to assist in guarding the arsenal. These orders were issued in Washington on April 20th. By this time St. Louis, like the whole Union, was wrought up to high excitement. But public opinion was more evenly divided there than elsewhere. There were Union speeches and rebel speeches, cheers for Lincoln and cheers for Davis, Union headquarters and rebel headquarters. The antagonism quickly grew into armed organizations. The Unionists were mustered, armed, and drilled at the arsenal as United States volunteers. On the other hand, Governor Jackson, having decided on revolution, formed at St. Louis a nominal camp of instruction under the state militia laws. The camp was established at Lindell's Grove, was christened Camp Jackson in honor of the governor, and was commanded by Brigadier General D. M. Frost, a West Point graduate. 2 regiments quickly assembled, and a third was in process of formation. The flag of the United States still floated over the camp, and many Unionists were in the ranks of the old holiday parade militia companies, but the whole leadership and animating motive were in aid of rebellion. It was soon literally one of Jefferson Davis's outposts. As soon as Governor Jackson had avowed his treason, he dispatched 2 confidential agents to Montgomery to solicit arms and aid. Jefferson Davis wrote in reply, quote, "After learning as well as I could from the gentlemen accredited to me what was most needful for the attack on the arsenal, I have directed that Captains Greene and Duke should be furnished with 2 12-pounder howitzers and 2 32-pounder guns, with the proper ammunition for each. These from the commanding hills will be effective both against the garrison and to breach the enclosing walls of the place. I concur with you as to the great importance of capturing the arsenal and securing its supplies, rendered doubly important by the means taken to obstruct your commerce and render you unarmed victims of a hostile invasion. We look anxiously and hopefully for the day when the Star of Missouri shall be added to the constellation of the Confederate States of America." End quote. In reality, he regarded the star as already in the constellation. 3 days later, the rebel Secretary of War wrote to the governor, quote, "Can you arm and equip 1 regiment of infantry for service in Virginia to rendezvous at Richmond? Transportation will be provided by this government. The regiment to elect its own officers, and must enlist for not less than 12 months, unless sooner discharged." End quote. In face of the overwhelming Union sentiment of Missouri, so lately manifested by the action of the State Convention, Governor Jackson was not prepared for so bold a proceeding, and therefore wrote in reply, quote, "Yours of the 26th ultimo via Louisville is received. I have no legal authority to furnish the men you desire. Missouri, you know, is yet under the tyranny of Lincoln's government, so far at least as forms go. We are woefully deficient here in arms, and cannot furnish them at present, but so far as men are concerned, we have plenty of them, ready, willing, and anxious to march at any moment to the defense of the South. Our legislature has just met, and I doubt not will give me all necessary authority over the matter. If you can arm the men, they will go wherever wanted, and to any point where they may be most needed. I send this to Memphis by private hand, being afraid to trust our mails or telegraphs. Let me hear from you by the same means. Missouri can and will put 100,000 men in the field if required. We are using every means to arm our people, and until we are better prepared must move cautiously. I write this in confidence. With my prayers for your success, etc." End quote. First to capture the arsenal and then to reinforce the armies of Jefferson Davis were doubtless the immediate objects of Camp Jackson. It would be a convenient nucleus, which, at the given signal, would draw to itself similar elements from different parts of the state. Already the arsenal at Liberty, the same one from which arms were stolen to overawe Kansas in 1855, had been seized on April 20th, and its contents appropriated by secessionists in western Missouri. Jeff M. Thompson had been for some weeks drilling a rebel camp at St. Joseph and threatening the neighboring arsenal at Leavenworth. The legislature was maturing a comprehensive military bill, which would give the governor power to concentrate and use these scattered fractions of regiments. Until this was passed, Camp Jackson had a lawful existence under the old militia laws. But the Union Safety Committee, and especially Mr. Blair and Captain Lyon, followed the governor's intrigue at every step, and reporting the growing danger to Washington, received from President Lincoln extraordinary powers to overcome it. An order to Captain Lyon read as follows, quote, The President of the United States directs that you enroll in the military service of the United States the loyal citizens of St. Louis and vicinity, not exceeding, with those heretofore enlisted, 10,000 in number, for the purpose of maintaining the authority of the United States for the protection of the peaceable inhabitants of Missouri. And you will, if deemed necessary for that purpose by yourself, and Messrs. Oliver T. Filley, John Howe, James O. Broadhead, Samuel T. Glover, J. Witzig, and Francis P. Blair, Jr., proclaim martial law in the city of St. Louis. It was upon this order, with certain additional details, that General Scott made the endorsement, "It is revolutionary times, and therefore I do not object to the irregularity of this." The Union Safety Committee soon had indisputable evidence of the insurrectionary purposes and preparations. On the night of May 8th, cannon, ammunition, and several hundred muskets sent by Jefferson Davis were landed at the St. Louis levee from a New Orleans steamer, and at once transferred to Camp Jackson. They had been brought from the arsenal at Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and were a part of the United States arms captured there in January by the governor of that state. The proceeding did not escape the vigilance of the Safety Committee, but the material of war was allowed to go unobstructed to the camp. The next day Captain Lyon visited Camp Jackson in disguise, and, thus acquainting himself personally with its condition, strategical situation, and surroundings, matured his plan for its immediate capture. All legal obstacles which had been urged against such a summary proceeding were now removed by the actual presence in the camp of the hostile supplies brought from Baton Rouge. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon of May 10th, a strong battalion of regulars with 6 pieces of artillery, 4 regiments of Missouri volunteers, and 2 regiments of Home Guards, all under the command of Captain Lyon, were rapidly marching through different streets to Camp Jackson. Arrived there, it was but a moment's work to gain the appointed positions surrounding the camp and to plant the batteries ready for action on commanding elevations. General Frost heard of their coming, and undertook to avert the blow by sending Lyon a letter denying that he or his command, or any other part of the State forces, meant any hostility to the United States, though it was himself who had endeavored to corrupt the commandant of the arsenal in January, and who, in a letter to the governor, had outlined and recommended these very military proceedings in Missouri, convening the legislature, obtaining heavy guns from Baton Rouge, seizing the Liberty Arsenal, and establishing this camp of instruction expressly to oppose President Lincoln. So far from being moved from his purpose, Lyon refused to receive Frost's letter, and, as soon as his regiments were posted, sent a written demand for the immediate surrender of Camp Jackson, "with no other conditions than that all persons surrendering under this demand shall be humanely and kindly treated." The case presented no alternative, and seeing that he was dealing with a resolute man, Frost surrendered with the usual protest. Camp and property were taken in possession, arms were stacked, and preparation made to march the prisoners to the arsenal, where, on the following day, they were paroled and disbanded. Up to this time everything had proceeded without casualty, or even turbulent disorder, but an immense assemblage of the street populace followed the march and crowded about the camp. Most of them were peaceful spectators whose idle curiosity rendered them forgetful of danger, but among the number was the usual proportion of lawless city rowdies, of combative instincts whose very nature impelled them to become the foremost elements of disorder and revolution. Many of them had rushed to the scene of expected conflict with such weapons as they could seize, and now, as the homeward march began, they pressed defiantly upon the troops with cheers for Jefferson Davis and insults and bitter imprecations upon the soldiers. It seems a fatality that when a city mob in anger, and soldiers with loaded guns, are by any circumstances thrown into close contact, it produces the same incidents and results. There are insult and retort, a rush and a repulse, then comes a shower of missiles, finally a pistol shot, and after it, a return volley from the troops, followed by an irregular fusillade from both sides. Who began it, or how it was done, can never be ascertained. It so happened on this occasion, both at the head and rear of the marching column, and during a momentary halt. And, as usual, the guilty escaped, and innocent men, women, and children fell in their blood, while the crowd fell pell-mell in mortal terror. 2 or 3 soldiers and some 15 citizens were killed and many wounded. As in Baltimore, the event threw St. Louis into the excitement of a general riot. Gun stores were broken into and newspaper offices threatened, but the police checked the outbreak, though public tranquility and safety were not entirely restored for several days. Aside from its otherwise deplorable results, the riot produced, or rather magnified, a military and political complication. On the day after the capture of Camp Jackson, General Harney returned from Washington and once more assumed command. His journey had been eventful. Arrested by the rebels at Harper's Ferry, he had been sent to Richmond. There the authorities, anxious to win him over to secession by kindness, set him at liberty. Proof against their blandishments, however, he merely thanked them for their courtesy, and, loyal soldier as he was, proceeded to his superiors and his duty at Washington. This circumstance greatly aided his explanations and excuses before General Scott, President Lincoln, and the Cabinet, and secured his restoration as department commander. But his return to St. Louis proved ill-timed. His arrival there in the midst of the excitement over the capture of Camp Jackson and the riot emphasized and augmented the antagonism between the radical Unionists, led by Blair and Lyon, and the pro-slavery and conservative Unionists, who now made the general their rallying point. Paying too much attention to the complaints and relying too blindly upon the false representations and promises of secession conspirators like Frost, and greatly underrating the active elements of rebellion in Missouri, Harney looked coldly upon the volunteers and talked of disbanding the Home Guards. This brought him into conflict with the Union Safety Committee and President Lincoln's orders. Delegations of equally influential citizens, representing both sides, went to Washington, in a stubborn mistrust of each other's motives. In their appeal to Lincoln, Lyon's friends found a ready advocate in Mr. Blair, Postmaster General, and Harney's friends in Mr. Bates, the Attorney General, and the Missouri discord was thus in a certain degree, and at a very early date, transplanted into the cabinet itself. The local embitterment in St. Louis, beginning then, ran on for several years, and in its varying and shifting phases gave the President no end of trouble in his endeavor from first to last to be just to each faction. Harney was strongly entrenched in the personal friendship of General Scott. Besides, he was greatly superior in army rank, being a brigadier general, while Lyon was only a captain. On the other hand, Lyon's capture of Camp Jackson had shown his energy, courage, and usefulness, and had given him great popular applause. Immediately to supersede him seemed like a public censure. It was one of the many cases where unforeseen circumstances created a dilemma involving irritated personal susceptibilities and delicate questions of public expediency. President Lincoln took action promptly and firmly, though tempered with that forbearance by which he was so constantly enabled to extract the greatest advantage out of the most perplexing complications. The delegations from Missouri with their letters arrived on May 16th, a week after the Camp Jackson affair. Having heard both sides, Lincoln decided that in any event Lyon must be sustained. He therefore ordered that Harney should be relieved and that Lyon be made a brigadier general of volunteers. In order, however, that this change might not fall too harshly, Lincoln did not make his decision public, but wrote confidentially to Frank Blair under date of May 18th, quote, "My dear sir, we have a great deal of anxiety here about St. Louis. I understand an order is gone from the War Department to you to be delivered or withheld in your discretion, relieving General Harney from his command. I was not quite satisfied with the order when it was made, though on the whole I thought it best to make it, but since then I have become more doubtful of its propriety. I do not write now to countermand it, but to say I wish you would withhold it unless in your judgment the necessity to the contrary is very urgent. There are several reasons for this. We had better have him a friend than an enemy. It will dissatisfy a good many who otherwise would be quiet. More than all, we first relieve him, then restore him, and now if we relieve him again, the public will ask, why all this vacillation? Still, if in your judgment it is indispensable, let it be so." End quote. Upon receipt of this letter, both Blair and Lyon, with commendable prudence, determined to carry out the President's suggestion. Since Harney's return from Washington, his words and acts had been more in conformity with their own policy. He had published a proclamation defending and justifying the capture of Camp Jackson, and declaring that, "Missouri must share the destiny of the Union," and that the whole power of the United States would be exerted to maintain her in it. Especially was the proclamation unsparing in its denunciation of the recent military bill of the rebel legislature. "This bill cannot be regarded in any other light than an indirect secession ordinance, ignoring even the forms resorted to by other States. Manifestly, its most material provisions are in conflict with the Constitution and laws of the United States. To this extent, it is a nullity, and cannot and ought not to be upheld. Within the field and scope of my command and authority, the supreme law of the land must and shall be maintained, and no subterfuges, whether in the forms of legislative acts or otherwise, can be permitted to harass or oppress the good and law-abiding people of Missouri. I shall exert my authority to protect their persons and property from violations of every kind, and I shall deem it my duty to suppress all unlawful combinations of men, whether formed under pretext of military organizations or otherwise." He also suggested to the War Department the enlistment of Home Guards, and the need of additional troops in Missouri. So far as mere theory and intention could go, all this was without fault. There can be no question of Harney's entire loyalty, and of his skill and courage as a soldier dealing with open enemies. Unfortunately, he did not possess the adroitness and daring necessary to circumvent the secret machinations of traitors. Governor Jackson, on the contrary, seems to have belonged to the race of conspirators. He and his rebel legislature, convened in special session at Jefferson City, were panic-stricken by the news of the capture of Camp Jackson. On that night of May 10th, the governor, still claiming and wielding the executive power of the State, sent a train to destroy the telegraph and to burn the railroad bridge over the Osage River, in order to keep the bayonets of Lyon and Blair at a safe distance. At night the legislature met for business, the secession members, belted with pistols and bowie knives, with guns lying across their desks or leaning against chairs and walls, while sentinels and soldiers filled the corridors and approaches. The city was in an uproar of alarms and apprehension. The young ladies of the female seminary and many families were moved across the river for security. Until late in the night, the secession governor and his secession majority hurried their treasonable legislation through the mere machinery of parliamentary forms. It was under these conditions that the famous military bill and kindred acts were passed. It appropriated $3 millions, authorized the issue of bonds, diverted the school fund, anticipated 2 years' taxes, made the governor a military dictator, and ignored the federal government. It was, in truth, as Harney called it, an indirect secession ordinance. Armed with these revolutionary enactments, but still parading his state authority, Governor Jackson cautiously attempted to consolidate his military power. Ex-Governor Sterling Price was appointed Major General commanding the Missouri State Guard, who, more conveniently to cloak the whole conspiracy, sought an interview with General Harney, and entered with him into a public agreement, vague and general in its terms, of restoring peace and good order to the people of the State in subordination to the laws of the general and State governments. General Price, having by commission full authority over the militia of the State of Missouri, undertakes, with the sanction of the Governor of the State, already declared, to direct the whole power of the State officers to maintain order within the State among the people thereof, and General Harney publicly declares that, this object being thus assured, he can have no occasion, as he has no wish, to make military movements which might otherwise create excitements and jealousies which he most earnestly desires to avoid. Blinded and lulled by treasonous professions, Harney failed to see that this was evading the issue, and committing the flock to the care of the wolf. Price's undertaking to maintain order was in fact nothing else than the organization of rebel companies at favorable points in the State, and immediately brought a shower of Union warnings and complaints to Harney. Within a week, the information received caused him to inform Price of these complaints, and of his intention to organize Union Home Guards for protection. More serious still, trustworthy news came that an invasion was threatened from the Arkansas border. Price replied with his blandest assurances, denying everything. The aggressions, he said, were acts of irresponsible individuals. To organize home guards would produce neighborhood collision and civil war. He should carry out the agreement to the letter. Should troops enter Missouri from Arkansas or any other state, he would cause them to return instanter. Harney, taking such declarations at their surface value, and yielding himself to the suggestions and advice of the St. Louis conservatives, who disliked Lyon and hated Blair, remained inactive, notwithstanding a sharp admonition from Washington. The Adjutant General wrote, quote, "The President observes with concern that, notwithstanding the pledge of the State authorities to cooperate in preserving peace in Missouri, loyal citizens in great numbers continue to be driven from their homes. The professions of loyalty to the Union by the State authorities of Missouri are not to be relied on. They have already falsified their professions too often, and are too far committed to secession to be entitled to your confidence, and you can only be sure of their desisting from their wicked purposes when it is out of their power to prosecute them. You will, therefore, be unceasingly watchful of their movements, and not permit the clamors of their partisans and opponents of the wise measures already taken to prevent you from checking every movement against the government, however disguised, under the pretended State authority. The authority of the United States is paramount, and whenever it is apparent that a movement, whether by color of State authority or not, is hostile, you will not hesitate to put it down." End quote. Harney had announced this identical policy in his proclamation of May 14th. The difficulty was that he failed to apply and enforce his own doctrines, or rather, that he lacked penetration to discern the treachery of the State authorities. He replied to the War Department, quote, "My confidence in the honor and integrity of General Price, in the purity of his motives, and in his loyalty to the Government remains unimpaired. His course as President of the State Convention, that voted by a large majority against submitting an ordinance of secession, and his efforts since that time to calm the elements of discord, have served to confirm the high opinion of him I have for many years entertained." End quote. Lyon and Blair were much better informed, and the latter wrote to Lincoln, quote, "I have today delivered to General Harney the order of the 16th of May above mentioned, relieving him, feeling that the progress of events and condition of affairs in this State make it incumbent upon me to assume the grave responsibility of this act, the discretionary power in the premises having been given me by the President." End quote. The President and the Secretary of War duly sustained the act. This change of command soon brought matters in Missouri to a crisis. The State authorities were quickly convinced that Lyon would tolerate no evasion or misunderstanding. They therefore asked an interview, and Lyon sent Governor Jackson and General Price a safeguard to visit St. Louis. They on the one part, and Lyon and Blair on the other, with one or two witnesses, held an interview of 4 hours on June 11th. The governor proposed that the State should remain neutral, that he would not attempt to organize the militia under the military bill on condition that the Union Home Guards should be disarmed, and no further Federal troops be stationed in Missouri. Lyon rejected this proposal, insisting that the governor's rebel State Guards should be disarmed and the military bill abandoned, and that the Federal government should enjoy its unrestricted right to move and station its troops throughout the State to repel invasion or protect its citizens. This the governor refused. So the discussion terminated. Jackson and Price hurried by a special train back to Jefferson City, burning bridges as they went. Arrived at the capital, the governor at once published a proclamation of war. He recited the interview and its result, called 50,000 militia into the active service of the State, and closed his proclamation by coupling together the preposterous and irreconcilable announcements of loyalty to the United States and declaration of war against them, a very marvel of impudence, even among the numerous kindred curiosities of secession literature. Begin footnote. Quote, "In issuing this proclamation, I hold it to be my solemn duty to remind you that Missouri is still one of the United States, that the executive department of the State government does not arrogate to itself the power to disturb that relation, that that power has been wisely vested in a convention which will, at the proper time, express your sovereign will, and that meanwhile it is your duty to obey all constitutional requirements of the Federal government. But it is equally my duty to advise you that your first allegiance is due to your own State, and that you are under no obligation whatever to obey the unconstitutional edicts of the military despotism which has enthroned itself at Washington, nor to submit to the infamous and degrading sway of its wicked minions in this State. No brave and true-hearted Missourian will obey one or submit to the other. Rise, then, and drive out ignominiously the invaders who have dared to desecrate the soil which your labors have made fruitful, and which is consecrated by your homes. Jackson, Proclamation, June 12, 1861. Peckham, General Nathaniel Lyon, page 252. This sudden announcement of active hostility did not take Lyon by surprise. Thoroughly informed of the conspirators' plans, he had made preparations for equally energetic action. Though Jackson had crippled the railroad, the Missouri River was an open military highway, and numerous swift steamboats lay at the St. Louis wharf. On the afternoon of June 13th, he embarked one of his regular batteries and several battalions of his Missouri volunteers, and steamed with all possible speed up the river to Jefferson City, the capital of the State, leading the movement in person. He arrived on the 15th of June, and landing, took possession of the town without resistance, and raised the Union flag over the State House. The governor and his adherents hurriedly fled, his Secretary of State carrying off the Great Seal with which to certify future pretended official acts. There had been no time for the rebellion to gather any head at the capital, but at the town of Boonville, 50 miles farther up the river, General Price was collecting some fragments of military companies. This nucleus of opposition Lyon determined also to destroy. Leaving but a slight guard at the capital, he re-embarked his force next day, and reaching Boonville on the 17th, landed without difficulty, and put the half-formed rebel militia to flight after a spirited skirmish. General Price prudently kept away from the encounter, and Governor Jackson, who had come hither, and who witnessed the defeat from a hill 2 miles distant, once more betook himself to flight. 2 on the Union and 15 on the rebel side were killed. This affair was the outbreak of open warfare in Missouri, though secret military aggression against the United States government had been for nearly 6 months carried on by the treasonable state officials, aided as far as possible by the conspiracy in the South. The local state government of Missouri, thus broken by the hostility of Governor Jackson and subordinate officials, was soon regularly restored. The Missouri State Convention, chosen, as already related, with the design of carrying the state into rebellion, but which, unexpectedly to the conspirators, remained true to the Union, had, on adjourning its session from March to December, wisely created an emergency committee with power to call it together on any necessary occasion. This committee now issued its call, under which the convention assembled in Jefferson City on the 22nd of July. Many of its members had joined the rebellion, but a full constitutional quorum remained, and took up the task of reconstructing the disorganized machinery of civil administration. By a series of ordinances, it declared the state offices vacant, abrogated the military bill and other treasonable legislation, provided for new elections, and finally, on the 31st of July, inaugurated a provisional government, which thereafter made the city of St. Louis its official headquarters. Hamilton R. Gamble, a conservative, was made governor. He announced his unconditional adherence to the Union, and his authority was immediately recognized by the greater portion of the state. Missouri thus remained throughout the entire war, both in form and in substance, a state of the Union. Nevertheless, a considerable minority of its population, scattered in many parts, was strongly tinctured with sympathy for the rebellion. The conspiracy so long nursed by Governor Jackson and his adherents had taken deep and pernicious root. An anomalous condition of affairs suddenly sprung up. Amidst a strongly dominant loyalty, there smoldered the embers of rebellion, and during the whole Civil War there blazed up fitfully, often where least expected, the flames of neighborhood strife and guerrilla warfare, to an extent and with a fierceness not equaled in any other state. We shall have occasion to narrate how, under cover of this sentiment, the leaders of secession bands and armies made repeated and desolating incursions. Some months later, ex-Governor Jackson, with his perambulating state seal, set up a pretended legislature and state government, and the Confederate authorities at Richmond enacted the farce of admitting Missouri to the Southern Confederacy. It was, however, from first to last, a palpable sham. The Confederate officials in Missouri had no capital or archives, controlled no population, permanently held no territory, collected no taxes, and Jackson was nothing more than a fugitive pretender, finding temporary refuge within Confederate camps. End of Chapter 11. Recording by Owen Cook in Potawatomi ceded land. Chapter 12 of Abraham Lincoln A History, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln A History, Volume 4, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 12, Kentucky. The three states of Ohio, Indiana, and Illinois, forming McClellan's department, were bounded south of the Ohio River by the single state of Kentucky, stretching from east to west, and occupying at least 4/5 of the entire Ohio line. Kentucky being a slave state, the institution naturally created among her people a pervading sympathy with Southern complaints and demands. Her geographical position and her river commerce also connected her strongly with the South. On the other hand, the traditions of her local politics bound her indissolubly to the Union. The fame of her great statesman, Henry Clay, rested upon his lifelong efforts for its perpetuity. The Compromise of 1850, which thwarted and for 10 years postponed the Southern Rebellion, was his crowning political triumph. But Henry Clay's teaching and example were being warped and perverted. Feebler minds, unable, as he would have done, to distinguish between honorable compromise and ruinous concession, undertook now to quell war by refusing to take up arms, and proposed to preserve the government by leaving rebellion unchecked. The legislature, though appealing to the South to stay secession, and though firmly refusing to call a state convention, nevertheless protested against the use of force or coercion by the general government against the seceding states. John J. Crittenden took similar ground, counseling Kentucky to stand by the Union, and correctly characterizing secession as simple revolution. Nevertheless, he advised against the policy of coercion, and said of the seceding states, quote, "Let them go on in peace with their experiment." End quote. A public meeting of leading citizens at Louisville first denounced secession, and then denounced the President for attempting to put down secession. They apostrophized the flag and vowed to maintain the Union, but were ready to fight Lincoln. It makes one smile to read the contradictions which eminent Kentucky statesmen uttered in all seriousness. Quote, "A people that have prospered beyond example in the records of time, free and self-governed, without oppression, without taxation to be felt, are now going to cut each other's throats. And why? Because Presidents Lincoln and Davis couldn't settle the etiquette upon which the troops were to be withdrawn from Fort Sumter." End quote. James Guthrie, Speech at Louisville, April 18, 1861. This was the analysis of one. Another said, quote, "Why this war? Because Mr. Lincoln has been elected President of the country, and Mr. Davis could not be, and therefore a Southern Confederacy was to be formed by Southern demagogues, and now they are attempting to drag you on with them. Let us not fight the North or the South, but firm in our position, tell our sister border States that with them we will stand to maintain the Union, to preserve the peace, and uphold our honor and our flag, which they would trail in the dust. If we must fight, let us fight Lincoln, and not our government." End quote. Archibald Dixon, Speech at Louisville, April 18, 1861. The resolutions of the meeting were quite as illogical. They declared that, quote, "The present duty of Kentucky is to maintain her present independent position, taking sides not with the administration nor with the seceding States, but with the Union against them both, declaring her soil to be sacred from the hostile tread of either, and, if necessary, to make the declaration good with her strong right arm." End quote. The preposterous assumption was also greatly strengthened in the popular mind by the simultaneous publication of an address of the same tenor in Tennessee from John Bell and others. Bell had been one of the 4 candidates for president in the election of 1860, the one for whom both Kentucky and Tennessee cast their electoral votes, and as the standard-bearer of the Constitutional Union Party, had in many ways reiterated his and their devotion to the Union, the Constitution, and the enforcement of the laws. The address distinctly disapproved secession. It condemned the policy of the administration. It unequivocally avowed the duty of Tennessee to resist by force of arms the subjugation of the South. What shall be said when men of reputed wisdom and experience proclaim such inconsistencies? All these incidents are among the ever-recurring signs of that dangerous demoralization of public sentiment, of that utter confusion of political principles, of that helpless bewilderment of public thought, into which portions of the country had unconsciously lapsed. Governor Magoffin of Kentucky and his personal adherents seem to have been ready to rush into overt rebellion. His official message declared that Kentucky would resist the principles and policy of the Republican Party, "to the death if necessary," that the Union had practically ceased to exist, and that she would not stand by with folded arms while the seceding States were being "subjugated to an anti-slavery government." With open contumacy, he replied to President Lincoln's official call, "Kentucky will furnish no troops for the wicked purpose of subduing her sister Southern States." He applied to Jefferson Davis for arms, and to the Louisville banks for money, but neither effort succeeded. The existing legislature contained too many Union members to give him unchecked control of the public credit of the State. He was therefore perforce driven to adhere to the policy of neutrality as the best help he could give the rebellion. Nevertheless, he was not without power for mischief. The militia of Kentucky had recently been reorganized under the personal influence and direction of Simon B. Buckner, who, as Inspector General, was the legal and actual General in Chief. Buckner, like the Governor, ex-Vice President Breckinridge, and others, was an avowed neutral, but a predetermined rebel, who in the following September entered the military service of Jefferson Davis. For the present, he busied himself with intrigue to forward the secession of Kentucky, which he carried on under pretense of his formal instructions from the Governor to employ the State Guard, or rather its shadow of authority, to prevent the violation of State neutrality by either the Southern or the Northern armies. The public declarations and manifestations in Kentucky were not reassuring to the people north of the Ohio line. Governor Morton of Indiana wrote, "The country along the Ohio River bordering on Kentucky is in a state of intense alarm. The people entertain no doubt but that Kentucky will speedily go out of the Union. They are in daily fear that marauding parties from the other side of the river will plunder and burn their towns." Even after the lapse of some weeks, this fear was not dissipated. General McClellan wrote, "The frontier of Indiana and Illinois is in a very excited and almost dangerous condition. In Ohio there is more calmness. I have been in more full communication with the people. A few arms have been supplied, and all means have been taken to quiet them along the frontier. Special messengers have reached me from the governors of Indiana and Illinois, demanding heavy guns and expressing alarm. I sent Lieutenant Williams to confer with Governor Morton, to tell him that I have no heavy guns, and to explain to him the impropriety of placing them in position along the frontier just at the present time. I have promised Governor Yates some heavy guns at Cairo as soon as I can get them." McClellan himself was not free from apprehension. "I am very anxious to learn the views of the General (Scott) in regard to Western Virginia, Kentucky, and Missouri. At any moment it may become necessary to act in some one of these directions. From reliable information, I am sure that the Governor of Kentucky is a traitor. Buckner is under his influence, so it is necessary to watch them. I hear tonight that 1,000 secessionists are concentrating at a point opposite Gallipolis. Cairo is threatened." He proposed, therefore, to reinforce and fortify Cairo, place several gunboats on the river, and, in case of need, to cross into Kentucky and occupy Covington Heights for the better defense of Cincinnati. This condition of affairs brought another important question to final decision. the governor of Illinois had ordered the summary seizure of war material at Cairo, a measure which President Lincoln formally approved. Ordinary river commerce was more tenderly dealt with, but the threatening demonstrations from the South were beginning to show that this was a dangerous leniency. McClellan therefore asked explicitly whether provisions destined for the seceded States or for the Southern army should longer be permitted to be sent, to which an official order came on May 8th. Since the order of the 2nd, the Secretary of War decides that provisions must be stopped at Cairo. In reality, matters in Kentucky were not quite so bad as they appeared. With sober second thought, the underlying loyalty of her people began to assert itself. Breckinridge and his extreme Southern doctrines had received only a little more than 1/3 the votes of the state. The vote of Kentucky in the presidential election of 1860 was Lincoln 1,364, Douglas 25,651, Breckinridge 53,143, Bell 66,058. Tribune Almanac, 1861. Mr. Lincoln was a Kentuckian by birth, and had been a consistent Whig. Their strong clanship could not quite give him up as hopelessly lost in abolitionism. Earnest Unionists also quickly perceived that armed neutrality must soon become a practical farce. Many of them, from the first, used it as an artful contrivance to kill secession. The popular branch of the legislature indeed declared for strict neutrality, and approved the governor's refusal to furnish troops to the President. Superficially, this was placing the state in a contumacious attitude, but this action was not a true exponent of the public feeling. The undercurrent of political movement is explained by a letter of John J. Crittenden, at that time the most influential single voice in the state. On the 17th of May, he wrote to General Scott, "The position of Kentucky, and the relation she occupies towards the government of the Union, is not, I fear, understood at Washington. It ought to be well understood. Very important consequences may depend upon it, and upon her proper treatment. Unfortunately for us, our governor does not sympathize with Kentucky in respect to the secession. His opinions and feelings incline him strongly to the side of the South. His answer to the requisition for troops was in its terms hasty and unbecoming, and does not correspond with usual and gentlemanly courtesy. But while she regretted the language of his answer, Kentucky acquiesced in his declining to furnish the troops called for, and she did so, not because she loved the Union the less, but she feared that if she had parted with those troops and sent them to serve in your ranks, she would have been overwhelmed by the secessionists at home and severed from the Union. And it was to preserve, substantially and ultimately, our connection with the Union that induced us to acquiesce in the partial infraction of it by our governor's refusal of the troops required. This was the more prevailing and general motive. To this may be added the strong indisposition of our people to a civil war with the South, and the apprehended consequences of civil war within our State and among our own people. I could elaborate and strengthen all this, but I will leave the subject to your own reflection, with this only remark, that I think Kentucky's excuse is a good one, and that, under all the circumstances of the complicated case, she is rendering better service in her present position than she could by becoming an active party in the contest." In truth, Kentucky was undergoing a severe political struggle. The governor was constantly stimulating rebellion. The legislature had once more met on May 6th, being a second time convened in special session by the governor's proclamation. The governor's special message now boldly accused the President of usurpation, and declared the Constitution violated, the government subverted, the Union broken. He again urged that the State be armed and a convention be called. It was these more radical and dangerous measures which the Union members warded off with a legislative resolution of neutrality. So also the military bill, which was eventually passed, was made to serve the Union instead of the secession cause. A Union Board of Commissioners was provided to control the governor's expenditures under it. A Home Guard was authorized to check and offset Buckner's State Guard of rebellious proclivities. Privates and officers of both organizations were required to swear allegiance to both the State and the Union. Finally, it provided that the arms and munitions should be used neither against the United States nor against the Confederate States, unless to protect Kentucky against invasion. Such an attitude of qualified loyalty can only be defended by the plea of its compulsory adoption as a lesser evil. But it served to defeat the conspiracy to assemble a sovereignty convention to inaugurate secession, and the progress of the Kentucky legislature, from its anti-coercion protest in January to its merely defensive neutrality resolutions and laws in May, was a great gain. From the beginning of the rebellion, Lincoln felt that Kentucky would be a turning weight in the scale of war. He believed he knew the temper and fidelity of his native state, and gave her his special care and confidence. Though Governor Magoffin refused him troops, there came to him from private sources the unmistakable assurance that many Kentuckians were ready to fight for the Union. His early and most intimate friend, Joshua F. Speed, was now an honored and influential citizen of Louisville. At Washington also, he had taken into a cordial acquaintanceship a characteristic Kentuckian, William Nelson, a young, brave, and energetic lieutenant of the United States Navy. Nelson saw his usefulness, and perhaps also his opportunity, in an effort to redeem his state, rather than in active service on the quarterdeck. He possessed the social gifts, the free manners, the impulsive temperament peculiar to the South. Mr. Lincoln gave him leave of absence, and sent him to Kentucky without instructions. At the same time, the President brought another personal influence to bear. Major Anderson was the hero of the hour, and being a Kentuckian, that state rang with the praise of his prudence and valor in defending Sumter. On the 7th of May, Lincoln gave him a special commission, "to receive into the Army of the United States as many regiments of volunteer troops from the State of Kentucky and from the western part of the State of Virginia as shall be ready to engage in the service of the United States," and sent him to Cincinnati, convenient to both fields of labor. These three persons, Speed and Nelson in Louisville, and Anderson within easy consulting distance, formed a rallying point and medium of communication with the President. The Unionists, thus encouraged, began the formation of Union clubs and home guards, while the Government gave them assurance of protection in case of need. General McClellan wrote, "The Union men of Kentucky express a firm determination to fight it out. Yesterday Garrett Davis told me, 'We will remain in the Union by voting if we can, by fighting if we must, and if we cannot hold our own, we will call on the General Government to aid us.' He asked me what I would do if they called on me for assistance, and convinced me that the majority were in danger of being overpowered by a better armed minority. I replied that if there were time I would refer to General Scott for orders. If there were not time, that I would cross the Ohio with 20,000 men. If that were not enough, with 30,000, and if necessary, with 40,000, but that I would not stand by and see the loyal Union men of Kentucky crushed. I have strong hopes that Kentucky will remain in the Union, and the most favorable feature of the whole matter is that the Union men are now ready to abandon the position of armed neutrality and to enter heart and soul into the contest by our side." In a short time, Nelson quietly brought 5,000 government muskets to Louisville under the auspices and control of a committee of leading citizens. Anderson wrote to Lincoln, "I had the pleasure to receive yesterday your letter of the 14th instant, introducing Mr. Joshua F. Speed, and giving me instructions about issuing arms to our friends in Kentucky. I will carefully attend to the performance of that duty. Mr. Speed and other gentlemen for whom he will vouch, viz., the Hon. James Guthrie, Garrett Davis, and Charles A. Marshall, advise that I should not at present have anything to do with the raising of troops in Kentucky. The committee charged with that matter will go on with the organization and arming of the Home Guard, which they will see is composed of reliable men." Under date of May 28, Lincoln received further report of these confidential measures to counteract the conspiracy. "The undersigned, a private committee to distribute the arms brought to the State of Kentucky by Lieutenant William Nelson, of the United States Navy, among true, reliable Union men, represent to the Executive Department of the United States Government that members of this board have superintended the distribution of the whole quantity of 5,000 muskets and bayonets. We have been reliably informed, and believe, that they have been put in the hands of true and devoted Union men, who are pledged to support the Constitution of the United States and the enforcement of the laws, and, if the occasion should arise, to use them to put down all attempts to take Kentucky, by violence or fraud, out of the Union." Begin footnote. The report was signed by C.A. Wickliffe, Garrett Davis, J.H. Garrard, J. Harlan, James Speed, and Thornton F. Marshall, and also endorsed by J.F. Robinson, W.B. Houston, J.K. Goodloe, J.B. Bruner, and Joshua F. Speed. The committee added that this had greatly strengthened the cause, that 20,000 more could be safely entrusted to the Union men, who were applying for them and eager to get them, and recommended that this system of arming Kentucky be resumed and widely extended. The struggle between treason and loyalty in the Kentucky legislature had consumed the month of May, ending, as we have seen, by decided advantages gained for the Union, and attended by the important understanding and combination between prominent Kentucky citizens and President Lincoln, whereby the Loyalists were furnished with arms and assured of decisive military support. The Kentucky legislature adjourned sine die on May 24th, and the issue was thereupon transferred to the people of the state. The contest took a double form. First, an appeal to the ballot and an election for members of Congress, which the President's call for a special session on the 4th of July made necessary. An exciting political campaign ensued, and whatever the Union sentiment of the state had hitherto lacked of decision and boldness was largely aroused or created by this contest. The Unionists achieved a brilliant and conclusive triumph. The election was held on the 20th of June, and 9 out of the 10 congressmen chosen were outspoken Loyalists. The second phase of the contest was that it evoked a partial show of military force on both sides of the question. The military bill passed on the last day of the May session provided for organizing home guards for local defense. Whether by accident or design, Buckner's old militia law to organize the State Guards had required an oath of allegiance from the officers only, and the new law required all the members to swear fidelity to both Kentucky and the United States, and a refusal terminated their membership. This searching touchstone at once instituted a process of separating patriots from traitors. The organization of Home Guards and the reorganization of the State Guards went on simultaneously. It would perhaps be more correct to say disorganization of the State Guards, for many loyal members took advantage of the requirement to abandon the corps and join the Home Guards, while disloyal ones seized the same chance to go to rebel camps in the South. And under the action of both public and private sentiment, the State Guards languished, and the Home Guards grew in numerical strength and moral influence. Meanwhile, as a third military organization, Kentuckians were enlisting directly in the service of the United States. Even before the already mentioned commission to Anderson, Colonels Guthrie and Woodruff had established Camp Clay on the Ohio shore, where a number of Kentuckians joined a yet larger proportion of Ohioans, and were mustered into the 3-month service as the 1st and 2nd Regiments of Kentucky Volunteer Infantry. These regiments were afterwards reorganized for the 3 years' service, and this time, mainly filled with real Kentuckians, were on the 9th and 10th of June remustered under their old and now entirely appropriate designations. About this time also, State Senator Lovell H. Rousseau, who had made a brilliant Union record in the legislature, obtained authority to raise a brigade. On consulting with the Union leaders, it was resolved still to humor the popular neutrality foible till after the coming August election. And to this end he established Camp Joe Holt on the Indiana shore, where he gathered his recruits. The same policy kept the headquarters of Anderson yet in Cincinnati. With the favorable change of public sentiment and the happy issue of the congressional election, the Union men grew bolder. At the general election of August 5th, a new legislature was chosen, giving the Union members a majority of 3/4 in each branch. Nelson had all this while been busy, and had secretly appointed the officers and enrolled the recruits for 4 regiments from central Kentucky. After the August election, concealment was thrown off, and he assembled his men in Camp Dick Robinson, which he established between Danville and Lexington. His regiments were only partly full and indifferently armed, and the transmission of proper arms to his camp was persistently opposed by rebel intrigue, threats, and forcible demonstrations. Nevertheless, the camp held firm, and by alertness and courage secured its guns. Thus, in a long and persistent contest, extending from January to August, the secession conspirators of Kentucky, starting with the advantage of the governor's cooperation, military control, and general acceptance of the neutrality delusion, were outgeneraled and baffled. Meanwhile, the customary usurpations had carried Tennessee into active rebellion, and now, despairing of success by argument and intrigue, and inspirited by the rebel victory at Bull Run, the local conspiracy arranged to call in the assistance of military force. On the 17th of August, the conspirators assembled in caucus in Scott County, and, it is alleged, arranged a threefold program. First, the governor should officially demand the removal of Union camps and troops from the state. Secondly, under pretense of a popular peace agitation, a rising in aid of secession should take place in central Kentucky. Thirdly, a simultaneous invasion of rebel armies from Tennessee should crown and secure the work. Whether or not the allegation was literally true, events developed themselves in at least apparent conformity to the plan. Governor Magoffin wrote a letter to the President under date of August 19th, urging, quote, "the removal from the limits of Kentucky of the military force now organized and in camp within the State." End quote. In reply to this, President Lincoln, on August 24th, wrote the Governor a temperate but emphatic refusal. Quote, "I believe it is true that there is a military force in camp within Kentucky, acting by authority of the United States, which force is not very large, and is not now being augmented. I also believe that some arms have been furnished to this force by the United States. I also believe this force consists exclusively of Kentuckians, having their camp in the immediate vicinity of their own homes, and not assailing or menacing any of the good people of Kentucky. In all I have done in the premises, I have acted upon the urgent solicitation of many Kentuckians, and in accordance with what I believed, and still believe, to be the wish of a majority of all the Union-loving people of Kentucky. While I have conversed on this subject with many eminent men of Kentucky, including a large majority of her members of Congress, I do not remember that any one of them or any other person, except Your Excellency, and the bearer of Your Excellency's letter, has urged me to remove the military force from Kentucky or to disband it. One other very worthy citizen of Kentucky did solicit me to have the augmenting of the force suspended for a time. Taking all the means within my reach to form a judgment, I do not believe it is the popular wish of Kentucky that this force shall be removed beyond her limits, and with this impression I must respectfully decline to so remove it. I most cordially sympathize with Your Excellency in the wish to preserve the peace of my own native State, Kentucky. It is with regret I search and cannot find in your not very short letter any declaration or intimation that you entertain any desire for the preservation of the Federal Union." The other features of the general plot succeeded no better than Magoffin's application to Lincoln. 3 public demonstrations were announced in evident prompting of a popular rebel uprising in central Kentucky. Under pretense of an ovation to Vallandigham, an Ohio congressman and Democratic politician who had already made himself notorious by speeches of a rebel tendency, a meeting was held in Owen County on September 5th. On September 10th, a large peace mass meeting was called at Frankfort, the capital, to overawe the newly assembled loyal legislature. Still a third gathering, of states' rights and peace men, was called at Lexington on September 20th, to hold a camp drill of several days under supervision of leading secessionists. The speeches and proceedings of these treacherous peace meetings sufficiently revealed their revolutionary object. They were officered and managed by men whose prior words and deeds left no doubt of their sympathies and desires, and the most conspicuous of whom were soon after in important stations of command in the rebel armies. The resolutions were skillfully devised. Though the phraseology was ambiguous, the arrangement and inference led to one inevitable conclusion. The substance and process were, first, that peace should be maintained. Second, to maintain peace, we must preserve neutrality. Third, that it is incompatible with neutrality to tax the state for a cause so hopeless as the military subjugation of the Confederate States. Fourth, that a truce be called and commissioners appointed to treat for a permanent peace. At the larger gatherings, where the proceedings were more critically scanned, prudence dictated that they should refrain from definite committal, but at some of the smaller, preliminary meetings, the full purpose was announced, "that the recall of the invading armies and the recognition of the separate independence of the Confederate States is the true policy to restore peace and preserve the relations of fraternal love and amity between the States." While these peace meetings were in course of development, the second branch of the plot was not neglected. In the county of Owen, an insurrectionary force was being organized by Humphrey Marshall. There was no concealment of his purpose to march upon Frankfort, where the legislature of the State was in session, and by force of arms break it up. Senator Garrett Davis of Kentucky related the attendant circumstances in a speech in the United States Senate. I reached there to attend a session of the Court of Appeals on the very evening that it was said Humphrey Marshall was to make his incursion into Franklin County and to storm the Capitol. Some members, especially secession members of the legislature, and some citizens of the town of Frankfort, and one or two of the judges of our Court of Appeals, left Frankfort hurriedly in the expectation that it was to be sacked that night by Humphrey Marshall's insurgent hosts. I myself, with other gentlemen, provided ourselves with arms to take part in the defense of the legislature and the capital of the State. We sent to Lexington, where there were encamped 300 to 500 Union troops who had been enlisted in the Union service for the defense of the legislature and the capital of our State, and had them brought down at 3 o'clock in the morning." As events progressed, both these branches of the plot signally failed. The peace meetings did not result in a popular uprising. They served only to show the relative weakness of the secession conspiracy. Such manifestations excited the Union majority to greater vigilance and effort, and their preparation and boldness overawed the contemplated insurrectionary outbreak. A decisive turn of affairs had indeed come, but armed conflict was avoided. Instead of the Union legislature being driven from the capital and dispersed, ex-Vice President Breckinridge, William Preston, and other leaders of the conspiracy soon after hurriedly left Kentucky with their rebellious followers and joined the Confederate Army just beyond the Tennessee border to take part in the third branch of the plot, a simultaneous invasion of Kentucky at 3 different points. End of chapter 12. Recording by Owen Cook in Potawatomi ceded land.